Gujarat is very dear to this day because this day is very dear to Gujarat.
We loved our black buck sanctuary.
यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की. यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की. कहीं भी ब्लैक बक नहीं मिलेंगे इतनी तादाद में. अरे कुछ तो गुजारो गुजरात में.
Ladies and gentlemen and children of all ages, good morning and welcome to the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism. We are live here at ABP VAR Cricket and this is the first tournament on the PGTI 2022 calendar. I am your host Shaurya Singh, joined by my co-host Rahul Bajaj, and we have an exciting day's golf ahead at the final day of the championship. We have three players tied at the top of the leaderboard: Ranjit Singh, M. Dharma, and Kapil Kumar. And to take you through the rest of the proceedings, I invite my co-host Rahul Bajaj.
Morning, everyone. Nice to have you all join us this morning. We've got Ranjit Singh, M. Dharma, and Kapil Kumar all tied up at 10 under par. So it's going to be an exciting day. Ranjit Singh, who is looking for his first victory on the tour. M. Dharma, who's been knocking on the door for over a year now. And also Kapil Kumar, who is a person who is looking to get a victory under his belt. Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad closely follow the rest of the three at 8 under par. We look back at our screens now, and we've got the group of Abhijit Singh Chadda and Pawan Kumar walking down that first fairway.
What a lovely sight early in the morning. Players on the final day. Very exciting day ahead here at the Kalar Golf Club, Kalar Blues and Greens Golf Club. An amazing venue for this tournament. It's really signaling the clarion call, the first tournament, the harbinger of great things to come this season. The PGTI will be rolling on to a very exciting season as this continues, and we start here. What an ideal setting for this first tournament of this year. What do you say, Raul?
Absolutely. In fact, one of the finest golf courses in the entire country, and nothing like this golf course to move on through the day. But it is absolutely fabulous. Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely fabulous to be able to host a tournament at the Kalahar Blues and Greens, an absolutely scintillating golf course with the amount of undulations and the challenges that the golf course provides. We saw yesterday how the wind picks up around the mark of about 11:30, 12 o'clock in the morning, and that's when things really start to change on the golf course. Of course, the undulations on the course are already something which are throwing the challenge at the players, and the wind adds up to that challenge as we move on through the day.
Yeah, very was but a trying test for our players. Many of them have come up short, and obviously not the leaders, but very difficult circumstances for the players. The wind, especially as you saw yesterday, high winds, very quick, slick greens, and each of the holes, almost each of the holes, has a water body there. So very difficult for the players. There were some players who were able to put in stellar performance, especially M. Dharma, who had a blistering 7 under par. And, on the other end, there were some very high scores as well. So, obviously, you really have to earn a good round here on this golf course. Not going to get anything for easy. There are no easy holes. There are a lot of difficult holes, as you can see on the screen. The water bodies, massive water bodies here. Accuracy and distance both are at a premium, and you have to be really on top of your game. And the leader group is definitely on top of the game. Ranjit, Kapil, M. Dharma, and followed by Karandeep Kochar, who finished second last year on the order of merit, and the young gun Arjun Prasad from Gurugram. Behind them, we have three players tied at 7 under par. So very, very interesting proceedings indeed.
We're looking at the group of Pawan Kumar, Suneet Bishnoi, and Abhijit Singh Chadda. Abhijit and Suneet both are tied at even par for 3 days. Pawan Kumar stays at 1 under par. Pawan Kumar to go first for his second shot. Usually around this point, you would see about an 8 or a 7 iron shot going towards the green. Things are very still as we speak as of now, but as we move on through the day, about the mark of 11 to 12 o'clock is when we will see the winds sort of start to pick up. Abhijit Singh Chadda now getting ready for his second shot.
Very interesting group. Abhijit Chadha had the bad finish yesterday with that missing that par, but so obviously would be looking to make amends today. I think with his game, he's definitely capable of shooting a low number here today.
I think a lot of players yesterday got slightly derailed on hole number 18, especially the ones who missed it left of the green. It was an absolute challenge, and I think we only saw about 2 or 3 up and downs from there out of like a collective of about 8 or 10. It's that difficult to spot, and that no one ever likes to finish the round on a low note, and that is what sort of happened with a lot of players over there.
Yeah, but made for some interesting viewing, that's for sure. I mean, for our viewers, they could see the different facets of the game of golf and how accuracy, you could, sometimes you have you can be the vanquished and sometimes you can have the valor. So anything was happening at that point in time. You could be the victor or the vanquished. It's a great hole. I think the 18th is definitely going to have a lot of drama today. The tournament is so closely contested at this point in time. We have so many players within 5 shots of the lead. In fact, we have 10 players within 6 of the lead. So I think the tournament could be decided between any one of them. And that 18th hole is going to be the theater of dreams or the theater of heartbreak today.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And a tournament like this cannot come together without the support of sponsors and the tour partners. A quick mention to Gujarat Tourism, Incredible India, and the Sports Authority of Gujarat, who have come forth to conduct this tournament here in Ahmedabad. Just on the outskirts of Ahmedabad is Kalhar Blues and Greens, the finest golf course in the country. And the PGTI tour is an international golf tour which supports Indian players and international players, hosts tournaments for them across the country, as well as in countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh. And the tour is supported by Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Plus, as well as by Rolex. And of course, the tour works very, very hard through the year to bring up tournaments for the players as well as for our viewers to be able to, showcase their skill sets to everyone. And that's what we are here to see right now. And we are here to view one of the most scintillating tests that we are going to see. We're looking now at Anshul Patel next on the tee on hole number 1, the 8:30 tee time. Anshul Patel playing alongside Shankar Das and Yashash Chandra.
Anshul Patel, the southpaw. If I'm not wrong, Rocky Balboa was a southpaw as well, yeah? So every time I see a lefty, I think of Rocky Balboa and that great movie series. So, make no mistake, this is going to be as interesting today. There are going to be punches, there's some heavyweights, there's some underdogs, there are going to be knockouts in the water. You're going to have it all. Anshul definitely not taking a jab at it. That's a full roundhouse swing. Taking a big hard swing, an aggressive line. As you can see, this camera angle is really nice and tells you a lot about the hole. That bunker on the right. It's an inviting one to carry, but you must definitely have the firepower. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself on the beach.
Absolutely, and Shankar Das seems to be sandwiched between two young guns who are just up and coming players in Anshul and Yashas. Shankar Das, of course, a seasoned campaigner of the game of golf, and I'm sure there's a lot to learn for Anshul as well as for Yashas playing alongside him. Legend from Calcutta, almost. He's won multiple tournaments on the PGTI, and one of the finest short game is really spoken about in many of the circles in the sport.
Shankar would be looking to hit a slight fade from the left of the bunker, would not look to flirt with that bunker. That bunker can make it difficult for the players to hit a good shot. I always found that it's better to have like maybe 150 yards shot from the fairway than a 100-yard shot from the bunker.
Absolutely, you couldn't have said it better. In fact, much easier to hit a shot from the grass than it is from the bunker, especially a fairway bunker. And one of the things about the this bunker in this fairway is that it has a huge lip in the front. So anyone who actually lands up inside that, it's very difficult to judge the kind of shot that you need to hit. Very difficult to judge the start line and the launch trajectory because you're a little bit down under and you can't really see the flagstick. And from there to make that ball launch up as well as then the green sort of is on a little bit of a down, so it makes it an even more challenging hole for the players. So every player would prefer to either be past the bunker or be on the left of the bunker. Of course, past the bunker we're looking at for the players who can fly it that mile. And then most of us would actually look at being where Yashas and Anshul have placed themselves on the left side of the bunker.
It's a big drive by Yashas. He's gone through the fairway. That would be, I think, about 310 yards to the back, to the left end of the fairway.
Yes, that should be about right. And from that angle, you do get a shot towards the green, and it's a much preferable spot to be in. Yes, the thick grass and the lie over there will play a huge part in how he decides the ball will release or will it spin. But that is, of course, something that cameras will not be able to tell us, unfortunately, because you can't really tell the lie of a ball on the screen. Players usually end up seeing that. I mean, we saw that yesterday on the 18th hole where we actually thought that it's very difficult to tell whether the player should hit a wedge shot or should he hit a chip and roll because the lie is something which is it's a very very minute thing. It really cannot be seen.
Yes, absolutely. And, the feeling of walking early in the morning on the grass, there's a little bit of dew there. And, I'm sure we are a little envious of the players as well. What a beautiful, stunning golf course. And just walking there. The sun is out. It's idyllic, perfect conditions for a round of golf. Uh, it's going to be a little while before the wind bears its fangs and makes it very difficult for the players. So I think the players should look to make a few birdies and sort of, rake up that credit right now before the golf course takes the debit back.
Absolutely. In fact, it's one of the one of the courses that I really enjoy playing, and getting out there in the fairways of this kind of a scintillating, beautiful golf course. Of course, when the wind picks up, you also always have a little bit of a guard up over here. But nonetheless, the setting is absolutely immaculate, and I would have loved to be there this week.
Right, this is the second best thing. You can have a look at the players who are there, and through this wide angle shot, we're able to see the water hazards, massive water hazards. Any errant shot is going to end up in the watery grave, never to be seen again. As amateurs, I'm sure they would find water very intimidating. But I think the easiest way is to just play away from the water. Yeah, it seems very tempting to sort of play over it for the amateurs and the weekend warriors, but I think the best way is aim away from the hazard
Absolutely.
or just ignore it altogether.
Ignore it altogether, I think would be even better.
Exactly. As you can see, the slope, the design is done in such a beautiful manner that even the fairways are sloping towards the hazard. So an errant shot that drops on the fairway still has a chance of rolling in the hazard.
And look at the manicuring on that golf course. It's really been trimmed up and been kept up in shape for this tournament.
Yes, this is the flagship tournament, the first tournament, numero uno, very important tournament here, setting motion the PGTI Tour for this year. And ladies and gentlemen, our tour has done a lot in terms of getting this together. They've had a truncated sort of schedule for the last 2 years, which is the last once season has actually spread across two. But still, PGTI is one of the only few domestic tours in the world who is able to operate on a full schedule, given the fact of this global pandemic. Yeah, so it's very heartening to see the players back doing what they love most and obviously showcasing their exemplary skills.
Absolutely. In fact, for some of you who might have not joined us yesterday and are there with us today, a quick run through for what the first hole is like. The first hole is a dogleg to the right, and it's a par four. To reach the bunker is about 255, 260 yards, and to fly the bunker all the way from the tee box is approximately about 285 or 290 yards. Most of the players would be found on the left side of the bunker. That's the widest part of the fairway, and also gives a good angle to the green. The green with a bunker on the front, and also has got multiple slopes on it. So it actually plays as a three-tier green, one on the left side, one on the right, and one little hill on the middle of it. So providing enough of a challenge to the players to get this together. And the second hole is something that we are not seeing this week, but you must know that it's about a 220-yard par 3 with about 3 tiers on the green, all bunched up together, and with a swale on the right side. So that is another difficult hole for the players to navigate through. We're looking at Shankar Das now taking his second shot on that first hole from the exact corner of that dogleg. Yashash Chandra has kept it a little bit extra left, and Anshul Patel there has used his strength and the length to actually go past the bunkers.
Yash is obviously a longer hitter than Shankar, but Shankar obviously playing to his strength, and his strength is accuracy, and that's definitely going to hold him in good stead today. There's not much wind at this point in time. When you were playing at tournaments, what would be your thought? I think this is an ideal tee off time. It's not too cold. It's closer to 9 o'clock. The sun is out. Your body's warmed up, so you're able to hit the ball a fair distance because you're not stiff, and the wind is not up. I would think this is the perfect sort of tee off time.
Absolutely. In fact, Ahmedabad in this time of the year would be slightly nippy in the mornings and slightly nippy in the evenings, and the rest of the day is really terrific weather for golfing. So it makes for absolutely the perfect time. And yes, if I were to be playing, I think the morning time would be the time when you'd really, you try to get in a few shots under your belt before the wind picks up. Because once the wind picks up and you hit the back nine, you're looking at getting to that bend of 13th, 14th, 15th, and the 16th holes coming in. And I think for each of the players to have a few shots under the belt at that moment is a good idea. Anshul Patel not very happy with his effort from the fairway. I think this is a good time for players to sort of try to catch up on a few shots on the golf course, keep them under the belt for the back nine. And when the wind picks up, I think each of the players, for some of the players it might play as an advantage on a few holes, and for some players it might not play as the biggest advantage. Definitely, as we get into the course and the crosswinds pick up, that is when it becomes a lot more challenging for the players. We're looking now at our next group on the tee. That is Abhinav Lohan from Faridabad.
Abhinav has a very good wound swing, a tightly wound swing, very good repetitive motion, and I think that's something that you really need as a professional golfer. So you won't see much variance in his scores, and that's that really helps in accentuating mental peace because you know how you want to hit the ball. His ball is right there in the center of the fairway.
He was looking at it way more anxiously than I thought was needed to be. I was absolutely straight on
Exactly.
in the place where he would like it.
I
Sunny
really,
Chaurasia now from Calcutta.
really like Sunit's swing. Very simple, rotatory, almost a more athletic version of SSP Chaurasia's swing. Obviously, he's the younger breed. He's learned the best from his uncle.
It's like Chaurasia 2.0, isn't it?
Absolutely. And he's playing like that. He's doing so many good things. Look at that.
Absolutely. In fact,
Similar
he has a
finish.
very well-rounded golf swing. In fact, a lot of the golf swings now are nice and rounded and helps them in being more consistent. In fact, even Anshul Patel's golf swing was very well-rounded. I was noticing that yesterday as well. So, all in all, technique does help the players to become more consistent during golfing. And then, of course, talking about technique, he's another man who does practice his technique a fair bit. It's Kshitij Naved call on the tee box now.
There you have him, visualizing.
Abhinav Lohan has started his campaign on the final day with a total score of 2 under par. Kshitij Naved Kaul and Sunny Chaurasia are tied at 11th position at 3 under par.
Those bunkers do look inviting for the longer hitters. I've not seen many people really cut the corner. Uh, why would maybe the center line of the bunker and fly it from there? How much is that a fly?
That'd be about 290 or 295 yard fly, but more than that, you don't want anything to miss just even a tad right at the bunker, because that's where there's a bush sitting over there. So there's hardly going to be any players who are really going to take it on all the way over that, unless and until, of course, they want to get something which is unnecessary into play. So anyone. Maybe some of the players can actually cut the corner from the left side and hit a slide fade and fly it over that left corner of the bunker if they want to keep it in play. But being a dog leg, the fairway is also shaped in that fashion. So players keeping the ball on the left edge of the fairway or just a tad left of it would be pretty ideal.
Okay, so there you've heard it. The nice little walk when you know you've hit the fairway. Maybe we can just review the scores and also have a look at how players are doing so far today. Although they've just started off, there are a couple of rounds already underway. We have Digvijay Singh, the veteran who's one under for his round after 3 holes after having not such a great outing yesterday. So he would be looking to make amends, and that is the perfect start. We have MD Nawab at 1 over after 3 holes. This is still early days. Not much to be gauged at this point in time. MD Sandhu stepping on the gas. Not wasting any time. Hit the ground running. 2 under after 3 holes. So obviously, MD Sandhu wants to climb up that leaderboard, and so does Sanjeev Kumar. He's 2 under after 3. So some good rounds early in the morning. Look at that dew on the fairway.
We're looking at the 18th hole currently of the Kalahar Blues and Greens. This is the hole where the players come in to finish their round. Another dog leg towards the right side. Where we are right now is just before that hazard. And then the hole actually cuts through from the left to the right. And players usually tend to play a 3-wood off the tee box, giving themselves about a 9-iron or so in to that green.
So, what do you reckon would be the winning score today? From what we saw yesterday, that there were a few good rounds, but I think it's unlikely that you'll have the same player shoot a deep number again. It's always very tough to follow up a stellar round with another one, especially on a golf course, which is as difficult as this one. So, my number, I think the tournament, if the wind picks up, could be won at something like a 13 under par. What do you think?
I think that is the exact number I'm looking at. Lucky for some and unlucky for some.
Oh, absolutely. And if it becomes difficult, it could become even a tighter contest. Maybe still the winner might be a 10 under par. So you never know, because this golf course is quite difficult. Unless somebody from the final group is very able to blaze his trail and shoot a 4 or 5 or 6 under par. But I don't see this tournament going above 13 under par.
I think when the players in the leader group trying to fire up, you won't see much of deep numbers coming out from there. But when we look at guys like Karandeep and Arjun Prasad following them closely, we have a Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also, who's been maintaining good form. Amardeep Malik has been maintaining good form as well. I think when you have these kind of players right at the back, they have a better chance of charging atop that leaderboard. The three players up in the leaderboard are going to be busy among themselves. They're going to be looking at each other's scores, and also they're going to be, they are sort of fighting the fight within themselves. And the players who are a few shots behind actually have nothing to lose, and they start to fire up quite a few birdies. And this is the trend that we usually notice. But having said that, really can't point a finger on who is going to be the person who wins and what is the kind of score to come in. But I definitely think that a 13 under par or maybe a 14 under par tops should be able to take home this tournament. We're looking now at Manu Gandas and Angad Chima playing alongside Sudhir Sharma.
Yes, absolutely. Spoken correct.
The amount of pressures that the players might have playing the leader group, because they are within themselves, and that all three of them are at 10 under par each. Uh, their mindset is going to be a little bit different to what the other players' mindsets are going to be. The players slightly at the back, like Karandeep, Arjun Prasad, and Amardeep Malik, all three of them playing together, probably are going to be way more fired up and try to climb up that leaderboard. I think it's going to get interesting as you move on through, especially the front nine. This is where the players will try to, make some damage on that leaderboard, and thereafter moving into the back nine, which does provide a little bit extra challenge, starting the 13th, 14th, and the 15th holes.
Yes, absolutely. And it seems like the players are waiting for the next group to clear up, and that's important because you want to keep this steam engine rolling on, which is the PGTI final day at the Gujarat, Kensville, at the my apologies, at the Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club. So you want to ensure that the players are playing at a good clip, and there's not much of a rush on the golf course. So hence, these players should not ideally have to wait. So the next group will definitely speed up. What an idyllic aesthetic on the first hole. You think the players are actually taking in these views, or are they just focused on their shot? Or they actually sometimes stand and just look and marvel at the beauty that is all there in abundance on the golf course?
As you can see, the players are really actually completely focused into their games right now, and each of them probably reminiscing about the kind of round they want to play or the kind of shots they want to hit. Having said that, back in the day when I was playing, I remember I used to try. I was in fact advised to try to soak in the atmosphere, and I think it really helps you release the tension around the whole thing. And I think that would be one of the most ideal ways to go, because then you can, if you're really enjoying the setting of where you're at, I think the game really becomes an automatic.
Yes, we can have a look at Manu. He's just a look of focus at this point in time, breaking into a little smile finally. Very uncharacteristic of him.
It's been 3 days.
Yeah, I think that's.
He just smiled after 3 days.
Yeah, I think that's us. So, but that's that shows you the kind of focus that is required in this game. He's definitely not too bothered about anything else that's happening around him. He obviously is thinking about the game, and to tell our viewers is that, in professional golf, especially the final day, that's where players know that that all the 3 days hard work. It's important to not let it go, because eventually it's the final position that's going to determine your prize money, and if you are to reach those elusive world ranking points. So yeah, these players don't want to give up an inch, and that's why you can see them in this sort of a zen-like focus state. I think players are different. Angad, who we have on our screen, is a lot more relaxed. Different players have different abilities to be able to focus, and he's someone that, I've seen him that when he's playing a tournament, he's still able to have a friendly chat with people in the gallery or his friends, and whereas the others really like to be in their zone. What kind of player were you? Would you like to have a chat and be in a zone, or what was it on the first tee?
I think I was okay to have a little bit of chat, but mostly once the game started, I think I like to be quiet and only converse with the caddy if I had to. But Usually, I'd not be. I'd converse a little bit here and there, but not a hell of a lot.
Okay.
So, usually staying quiet was my thing, and I used to just go around the golf course doing my business.
Quite a U-turn in your life. I must say, quite a sea change from those days of yore when you said you like to keep quiet, and now look
Can't
at you
keep
now.
quiet.
You just keep motoring on, ladies and gentlemen, because you deserve nothing than the best, and we have to get that for you. We have to tell you what's happening. We have to educate our viewers who are new to the game of golf, and for the others, we have to tell you what's happening in this scintillating, riveting tournament, the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022, presented by Gujarat Tourism, who is doing so much for the game of golf and playing at this venerable golf club, Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club.
Manu Ganda's now ready to take off as Abhinav Lohan, Sunny Charasya, and Kshitij Naved Kaul have cleared the fairway. Manu Ganda is doing the Nick Faldo move, kind of like the ace swing, checking the wrist position before he takes off.
Chima there, looking resplendent in his light pink and black combination. He has a very good forward press that I really like before hitting the ball. I mean, that's viewers can just have a look at the left wrist. What he does, he's able to sort of press ahead, and what that does is sort of have this motion that he already sets in place before the swing. This little cocking of the left wrist. It's like he's loading the gun. That's his little ticker for him to swing, like Vijay Singh used to do that. I really like players who do that. I think it sort of generates a little more energy.
Have you tried doing that, Shaurya?
I've tried everything.
Did you get some energy?
I think it was only momentary. As golfers, as professional golfers, you actually try everything. To be honest,
I think next time you really want energy, you should try the Amrutanjan Fruit Nick Electro Plus.
Absolutely. I would really recommend that. One of our tour partners, I've done that. And to be honest, that has helped me. Some of the best tournaments have been having the Amrutanjan Fruit Nick Plus. And I would recommend all our viewers to do that as well if you want to really play well. But coming back to the point of superstitions, I'll tell you, golfers are a funny lot, and so are all sportsmen. Superstitions just taken to the zenith of absurdity at times. I remember never using a red tee. I remember never using a ball with a number 3. Now that I look back, I think it was such a futile effort. But not keeping your marker in your right.
यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में।
That was the little advertisement for Gujarat Tourism, the title sponsor for this tournament.
What a wonderful state to visit. There's so much to do. There's so much heritage. The Run of Kutch, what a beautiful place to ever visit. As you saw in the advertisement previously, Amitabh ji having a gala time there, and I would really recommend people to come here, even if you're not golfers. It's a beautiful state. There's a lot to do here, and Rahul can tell you a little more of the specifics of the places and what you can actually do when you come to this wonderful state.
Enjoying golfing is for one. That's the first thing. I think all of us would definitely want to go to Gujarat to play the beautiful golf courses like the Kalahar Blues and Greens. That would definitely be the first thing that attracts me. Thereafter, of course, things, all of the places associated with Mahatma Gandhi, the Sabarmati Ashram, the National Salt Satyagraha Museum, the Kochrab Ashram, and the Gandhi Smriti, of course, are there for the viewing, and a little bit of wildlife viewing. That is something that I would definitely be interested in. There are also a lot of bird sanctuaries and also a lot of national parks in the state of Gujarat. So all in all, it's a great experience to be able to visit a state like Gujarat.
Absolutely, and this is the perfect weather and the perfect time. So if you're looking to visit and have a holiday, I think just give it a shot. And so Rahul, what are some of your fond memories of Gujarat? Like how many times you played a tournament there, and what are some of the places that I know we as golfers and professionals don't really get much time, to be honest. Like we're spending most of our time on the golf course and just preparing for tournaments. But do you have any special memory? Have you taken time out to visit a place or look at the heritage or history of the city?
Unfortunately, whenever I've gone there for a tournament, I've either had a tournament before that event or right the week after. So I haven't really had the opportunity to go across and have a look at any of the sites that the state might have to offer. You know how it is. You finish a tournament on Friday or Saturday, and by the next day you have to reach the next destination. So that was kind of how my schedule was back in the day, and I couldn't really visit much. But one of the things that I did thoroughly enjoy was, of course, the amount of golf and the kind of courses that we got to play over there, including Kalhar as well as Kensville Golf and Country Club. So, overall, a superb experience of golfing. And to top it all, I did hear of a few of my friends who were players as well. They had gone to Nal Sarovar as a visit, the bird sanctuary. It's actually special for its migratory birds. And that is something that I have always wanted to do, but unfortunately haven't been able to do that while on my travels for events.
Yeah, I think you're right. Golfers, we're pretty boring people, to be honest. Like we just land.
Hey, talk about yourself.
We just land up at the tournament site. We spend time playing, and you got blinkered vision. You prepare for the tournament, and if it goes well, you're so happy. If it doesn't, then the last thing you want to do is go around for tourism. I think it's you just you are sort of so hard on yourself. You try and work in a game, but obviously, I think someone as myself now who's not a golfer, professional golfer full time anymore, can actually obviously do that. And I think I would definitely take my next holiday to Gujarat.
Lovely. Yes, Run of Kutch on your list.
Absolutely. Look at that beautiful setting, and obviously this golf course. This course that I will shoot will only be known to me.
That always helps, unless and until you, of course, need a commentator.
Oh, that couldn't hurt. I think your commentary would definitely motivate me to do my best, as we are trying to do for our players today on the final day. And we can see the players have answered our call. They've already started well. We see some red numbers on the board. It's early days at this point in time, but we do have a few red numbers. Mohammad Sandhu, 2 under par through 3 holes. Digvijay Singh, the veteran, the Asian Tour champion, the skydiver. I don't know if epithets for him. What do I call him? So obviously he comes in with a lot of experience and is one who loves adventure. And that's something that I really like about his approach to the game of golf, is that it's just not one sport. You have to really have an all-rounded sporting routine. I think that's something which I always believe should be the focus of players, especially when they're younger, that play multiple sports. Maybe later in the day, it's not so helpful because you need your body to be attuned to the golf swing. But I think while growing up, it's important to play a host of different games.
That's definitely right. In fact, there are scientific studies that as kids you must play multiple sports and not be only playing one sport. I think specialization is recommended around the age of 13 or so. Nonetheless, I mean, talking about adventure, I think Digvijay has a few amends to make today on the golf course and catch up on the sport a little bit. I think he had a little bit of an adventurous day yesterday, which I'm sure was very unlike him, though. Although, of course, you never know what's happening in a player's game or his mind.
You know, I feel that unfortunately, nobody can stop the clock of time. I mean, there's the sands of time always keep rolling on. How does a player who's been as stellar as he has, and obviously you still have to adapt and play with players who are probably not born when you're winning tournaments like and that's pretty difficult because you see younger players who are able to belt it past you, and a player really has to adapt. And fortunately, golf still gives you an opportunity to be able to do that. But you really need to keep yourself in good shape, to be honest. I mean, because Digvijay is still hitting the ball at least 280 yards off the tee. So that's a testament that he's keeping himself young.
Absolutely, talking about the young lot is now on the tee box. So we're looking at Rohan Dole Patel, who is playing alongside Tapi Ghai, who was our leader after 2 days. Had a little bit of a slip up yesterday, but still within striking distance for this title. Third player is Syed Saqib Ahmed, no stranger to success. He's already won a tournament on the PGTI, and of course, it doesn't hurt to get a few more under the belt.
Absolutely.
Sudhir Sharma meticulously practicing, rehearsing his golf swing before he takes on that next shot of his second shot on the first hole. Sudhir Sharma from Noida.
Very fluid ball striker is Sudhir. I think he uses, if I remember last time, he used some sort of a concoction of metal and graphite mix kind of shaft because he's a very rhythmical swinger.
Incidentally, Sudhir is still playing with those shafts that you're talking about. He's got graphite shafts on his irons, and he's looking to move backwards to steel shafts as he feels like he could gain way more control out of that rather than the shafts that he's playing currently. So, in fact, I think by the next week or the next week, we might be actually seeing Sudhir Sharma with a new set of clubs in his bag.
All right, change never hurt nobody, as they said. The times are a changing, as Bob Dylan said. Not relevant, but when you're commentating, you just make stuff up as you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do bear with us as we try and humor ourselves as we have a wait and we have a look at Sudhir Sharma there. No, it's
That's Manu Gandas now preparing for his second shot. As we were speaking earlier, players do prefer to be on the left side of this fairway. It does give them a better angle of approach towards the green. Got good scores coming in from the bottom of the pack. Mohammad Sanju and Mohammad Azhar both have started off well, and so has Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow and Bishmat Pal Singh Sirha. Bishmat Pal Singh currently at 1 under through the first 3 holes, and Mohammad Sanju as well as Sanjeev Kumar at 2 under par for the day. The top of the leaderboard, of course, stays unchanged as of now, and only as we move on through the day will we start seeing some changes atop that board. Back on the tee box, viewing that new clubhouse coming up at the Kalahar Blues and Greens. Terrific structure, almost looks royal in a way. Do you think they're inspired by the architecture of Gujarat? Is that how they are building that new structure of theirs?
I'm sure they must have some motivation. It looks like a wonderful structure and really has a good earthy look to it. And I think that goes along with the golf course. The structure looks a little intimidating when you're on the 18th fairway, to be honest. with the small green. But yeah, that's it's a beautiful structure nevertheless. And talking about a strong structure, we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on the tee. He's a fantastic player.
Yeah, my apologies. It's Yuvraj Singh Sandhu playing with Tapi and Syed Saqib Ahmed.
And Yuvraj definitely has been working a lot on his fitness. You can see that you can see a lot of all these players, Tapi Ghai, Saqib, and Yuvraj. All three of them, I think, can easily hit it, beyond 300 yards. So this is going to be a very interesting group of ball striking.
Absolutely, they're all three good ball strikers in the group. All three players who've been playing very well. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, in top shape of late with his game. So this is going to be an interesting group to look out for. Each one of them trying to get as high as possible on that leaderboard today. Syed Saqib Ahmed has enough length in his arsenal, so he can easily go with a 3-wood on this hole. His driver most likely will be running through the fairway if he keeps it left.
That's a good luxury to have, to be able to dial back and just hit a 3-wood. Greg Norman famously never really hit a driver, just used to play with the 3-wood. So if you have the length, I think it really helps. Like Henrik Stenson, he's somebody who rarely ever hits driver, is able to get that 3-wood to about 300 yards, and that makes life quite easy because you're able to hit more fairways at a very long length.
Absolutely. In fact, Henrik Stenson tries to hit that driver, and usually you'll probably see him hit one driver in like 4 tournaments. That's pretty much the number of drivers he hits during playing. And having said that, really, I didn't know that Greg Norman didn't hit many drivers. In fact, I've seen him snapping a few.
I remember starting golf, reading Greg Norman's book, and in that he said that hit the driver only if essential. And a long time, Greg Norman just used to play with the 3-wood. At that point in time, he used to have these persimmon wooden wood. So he had like a 2-wood, a little bit of a concoction, a mix of a driver and a 3-wood. Because a lot of these longer hitters, they used to struggle with accuracy. If you see, with the advent of technology, I think players are able to customize their clubs and get more accurate. But if you take it back 20 years, now many players were able to hit the driver. They were so much harder to hit as opposed to today.
Absolutely. The drivers were half the size of what we have today, literally half the size. So it was a difficult task. In fact, if you missed the center of the club face, you're probably going to miss half of the ball itself. We have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now donning himself in the green, the Masters green today for the final day. Be an interesting outlook that he's come out with, appears.
I feel he would be going over the bunker, has a lot of compression, a whip on that swing. Is there any way to emulate that, Raul? How do our viewers? Actually, this question is for me. how do I increase the whip? I mean, that's something that I really admire about a golf swing is compression and that speed which Yuvraj is able to generate.
I think there are multiple things that go into the mix. One is, of course, being fit enough and doing some speed training and strength training, and none of these can go. They have to go hand in hand with balance training. So that is one thing that most of the players do. In case any player, any club golfer is wanting to get a little bit more whip on their shots, they should keep their grip pressure as light as possible, and keep their arms as light as possible, and then initiate the downswing from the lower body and sort of leave the arms behind, and that would automatically create a little bit of more of a whipping action through the ball. So maybe you could give that a shot. Make sure that the arms get a little left behind while you start the downswing, and then the arms can come in and whip themselves together.
There you have it, right from the horse's mouth. So our viewers and myself, we'll all be trying that today to hit the ball further, just like Yuvraj does. And with training, persistence, anything is possible. Having a look at these players walk down. I think it's a very nice, easy, inviting hole, the first hole, in terms of the driving fairway. Normally, if you have a tight hole, I can see that the players get a lot more tense on the first tee itself. But you have an inviting fairway, it makes for an easy sort of way to get into your round. And that's very important as well. You don't want to be too nervy. I remember I used to get so jittery, being on the first tee. If it's a tough hole, you really do try and second guess yourself and see which club are you going to use.
I think it takes 2-3 holes before the players really settle down into the round and start grinding their way into the scoring fashion. Until then, I think the players are really cool and calm and collected, and keep going about their business as they begin the day. I mean, at the end of the day, these players have trained multiple years to be at this stage and to be able to compete at this level. So these guys know what they're doing.
These guys are good. Maybe that's a trademark line from the PGA Tour, but that's all right. We can apply it here as well. Immaculate bunkers. The bunkers in these tournaments are actually raked by big machines. They're not raked by hand. That's how you will see that the texture is perfect and very equal, making for more approachable bunker play. Because if you have bunkers which are not raked by machines, you'll always have high ridges and grooves. So that happens in a lot of clubs, as you would see, and that makes bunker play a lot more difficult. So the players do have, the bunkers are vast, but most of the time they are able to draw a lie, which is pretty decent.
In fact, the other day I came across a video online about golf courses in Japan, and same thing as you're saying. They get the bunkers are raked by the big machines that rake them, but after that, all the finishing is carried out by the humans. So the course superintendent would go in and give the finishing touches after the raking was done by the big machine that was there, so that each of the corners was absolutely even, and there was not a even a little bit of the sand which was not raked properly.
Japanese, they have a culture of perfectionism, and obviously that maybe this is a little too much, but that just shows you that's how they've been able to lead, in a lot of different sectors like innovation and so on and so forth. So obviously, that's one approach is perfectionism, and the other is also just take it as it goes. So the professional golfers that we've seen succeed have all different kind of approaches. I've seen perfectionists. I've seen a laid back attitude, like you had a lot of that Masters champion from Cabrera, Angel Cabrera, and that's one of the players. I think you were fondly called that by your friends and colleagues because of the prodigious length you used to hit the ball.
Yeah, I think it was amalgamation of two, three things together. This is one. He was a fat guy just like me, and so could And then I used to turn quite a bit in my golf swing, and yes, overall I did have pretty decent distance back in the day. It's not going that far anymore. So I would be definitely playing left of that bunker.
I think you lost all the weight. That's why you lost the distance.
Don't encourage people.
I think that was a key. You had that weight behind to add a big hit to the ball, and now that is gone. So the distance is also gone.
That may be possible, but now I'm not going to be playing over that bunker anymore. Now I'm going to always play left of it.
Are you telling me that I must order more pizzas? Is that the key? I'm a little confused.
It's that kind of weight really never comes from pizzas. I'll give you the tips you need.
Okay. Sounds like a good plan. Anything to get the ball over 300 yards, the elusive holy grail that I have been searching for in vain all my life. To be honest, distance is something that, for professional golfers, they want to do anything to get an inch. There you have a look at Tappy Kai going with a very aggressive line. That's the first time I've seen anyone there. So he almost cleared it from there. That would have been...
Now you'll be able to see the bush on the right side. It's not very far from there.
Yes, so that would have been well over 300 yards to fly it till there.
But you see how it gives a very difficult line to him now. He has to hit over that tree to get anywhere close to that green. The green is guarded by a pot bunker in the front.
Yes, so I think he would have definitely pushed that shot a little more than he would have wanted to.
I guess a smart, aggressive approach is definitely something which would be favored more on a golf course like this,
Yes, sometimes.
But length definitely is an amalgamation of multiple things together. It's of course you've got to have a nice swing, nice. I'd say the more fluid your action is, the more speed you can generate. That would be the first thing that I would say, and after that you can keep adding on things and subtracting things. You can add on a lot more body mass. You could add on speed along with it. You could add on some muscle mass, and so on and so forth. And it's almost a never-ending thing. As you've seen Bryson DeChambeau, he's gone from you've gone to 370, 380-yard drives, and that's what you can really build into it. But I think having a free arm action first is the prime thing, and getting good timing on the golf ball. I think those two things together first create a good impact, and then you can keep adding and subtracting whatever you want from there on.
I totally agree. We have a look at Sakib there on our screen, hitting a three wood over the bunkers. That's a long three wood that he's hit.
That's Yuvraj Singh Sandhu in the fairway. Yes,
My,
Saqib Ahmed is also far ahead.
my apologies. My eyes are failing me, it seems. That's Yuvraj who's been able to carry the bunker. I think that's position A right there. Just carry the
Absolutely.
bunker from the center, have about 100 yards to the green. That's perfect birdie territory right there.
Talking about birdie territory, I think you might need yourself some glasses just like me and Yuvraj. I think that'll be quite helpful.
Actually, I've got those zero power glasses because working too much on the laptop. I think I'll wear them. Maybe, maybe it's about time. I can't quite recognize one from the other. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are human as well. Do have a look and do follow us on all the social media channels and watch this great tournament going on. You can find us on Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitter. You can type VAR Cricket, and you can type VAR Cricket and PGTI, and you'll get all our tournaments, especially this one going on. Just type Gujarat Open VAR Cricket, and you'll be led to the links. You can also head over to our website www.pgtofindia.com. You can follow all the players on Instagram. You can even follow Rahul Bajaj on Instagram, and myself. Nothing that interesting there. As we have Amardeep Malik, I'm sure he has a lot more interesting pictures on Instagram. He's a fashion aficionado. Today, going with a more sober look, a blue and black. I was expecting some sort of, a printed shirt with some wacky designs, but not today.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, this is very unlike him.
It'd be difficult to recognize him.
Yeah, it's change in the air.
Yeah.
All right, going with the driver. Always tries to keep himself in good fitness form. Spends a lot of time in the weight room, working on his speed, his balance. He's somebody who's put in a lot of work in terms of fitness to keep up his length, and that's helped him play really well on the PGTI. Very consistent golf swing. I I think I might have jinxed him. My apologies, Amardeep, but that should be in the fairway. Maybe he did that on purpose. Sometimes you're just so good, you just want to leave the club after you hit it. Yeah.
Arjun Prasad donning the tiger colors for the
Look at
final
Arjun
day.
Prasad turning the club the other way around. Now, these are all the tricks and gimmicks. Please don't hit it with the grip. Definitely not going to go that far. Watchful eyes of his father there. Arjun cutting off those long locks, going for a more sober look now. But he's definitely attired in the traditional red and black Tiger Woods look. Let's see if he can emulate his idol. Oh, that's a good swing. Now let's see where the ball is going.
Arjun does a very good job of the way he goes about his business on the golf course. Very meticulous, takes care of the more important things, and plays the game the way it's supposed to be played. Played from point A to point B, and he really does that very, very beautifully. Looking at Karandeep Kochar now from Chandigarh.
Very tough to play the game the way it's supposed to be played from point A to point B. If it were so easy,
Absolutely.
you wouldn't be having people land up in the water, the bushes. I've always been on point C, point D. You draw a straight line to the target, and that's the one line that a lot of golfers will never be able to hit.
I know Arjun does a very good job of the planning and the strategy he applies, and he executes it fairly well. And I think it really is showcasing in the consistency that his game is beginning to show now.
Karandeep Kochar there. Young man won the tournament as an amateur. I believe he was only, if I'm not wrong, he was the only amateur on the PGTI yet to win a tournament. When he won in Kolkata, he won. I'm not too sure, but he's definitely won the tournament. I don't know if he's the only amateur who won, but he won the tournament as an amateur. Very good player. Then soon thereafter, he turned professional. The ignominy of winning a tournament as an amateur is that the grand prize money that you get in a professional tournament when you're an amateur and you win it is, ladies and gentlemen, zero. You were expecting something else, but yes, that's what you get to take away. You get to take away pride, honor, and hold your head up high. I would prefer a paycheck, but yeah, that's also important in all seriousness. That helped him know where his game stands, and obviously that's helped him be the number 2 player in India. No mean feat with all these grizzled veterans, young contenders. He's right there, and a very unassuming sort of player. He's not the longest of hitters. He's not the shortest, medium level hitter, but really has his game sorted. A very structured kind of game, plays within himself, and is able to reel off birdie after birdies. Yeah, he's known to shoot a lot of good rounds, and would be requiring a good round today here if he's to contend.
One of the things that Karandeep is really good with is knowing his strengths and playing to them. He has an unorthodox kind of an action of the golf swing, and he plays along with it. And he's really, really good with his wedge play as well as with his putter. And I think he does use that very well to his advantage. And I think that's what it really is, right? I mean, I think I've spent most of my time probably fighting with the things that I was good at, and not. I think one should practice those skills even more because you're good.
गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड लाइफ 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यह खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यह खुशबू है गुजरात की।
मोक्ष का द्वार है द्वारका, चारों धामों में से एक धाम जहां बसते हैं मुरली मनोहर श्याम। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, झांकियों की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
गिर का जंगल, भारत का एकमात्र जंगल जहां राज करते हैं 400 से भी ज्यादा एशियाटिक लायंस, यानी बब्बर शेर। यहाँ खुशबू है पत्ते पेड़ों की, शेरों की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
Now we're back. Have a look at the first hole. Also a few tidbits, PG, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. These are some important points and give you a little bit of history about the PGTI and how far it has come. And the PGTI is one of the premier domestic golf tours in the world. It's an open tour, so it means players from all over the world can come and play, and there's no restriction on the number of foreigners who can come and compete on the professional golf tour of India. That makes it a very attractive destination for international players. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we've seen that the overall international participation in the Q School has been a little below expected, and that's obviously because of travel restrictions in all of Europe. But we do still have a very sizable contingent from Southeast Asian countries, South Asian countries, our neighbors, and so on and so forth. So there's some really good golfers who are playing on the PGTI. The likes of Siddiqur Rahman, who's a champion, a celebrated champion in Bangladesh and on the Asian Tour. And from a domestic perspective, we have so many good golfers who are playing on the PGTI. You have the likes of Shubhankar, who comes back every year to support his tour, who's doing so well and flying the Indian tricolor so high all over the globe. You have Anirban Lahiri, who is an absolute stalwart on the PGA Tour, contending in weeks, and also has some top 10 finishes, top 5 finishes, obviously, and going great guns all over the world. Then you have Gaganjeet Bhullar, Chika Rangappa, a whole host of names that are there from India who are doing really well. Shiv Kapoor. And when these players play well, they're able to talk to their compatriots on other professional tours and tell them about the brilliant tour that we have here, and what has been a high point, something that attracts international golfers to the PGTI now, is that the world ranking points. So they know that they can actually earn these points, and these points are very important because they can get you in all the big events, like it did for Udyan Mane, who was able to play the Olympics through the PGTI itself. So a lot of players are looking to emulate that, to write their own story of success. And today it's going to be important to see who is the one going to script a story worth a tale. So, with that, let's go back to the first hole and look at our group of Karandeep Kochar, who we can see right in the back there. A good big drive by him. I think he's definitely gained some yards after I said that, length has not been one of his main facets. But yes, he's working on that. Hard working lad. There we have a look at Arjun Prasad, who's waiting for the green to clear. Give them a little bit of time to think about their next move. Maybe think about their life. There's so much time, as I said, on a golf course. You can get lost in your thoughts at times. It's important to be centered and just keep. I mean, you can't keep thinking the whole 4.5, 5 hours about the round because you'll mentally get drained. But it's important to probably think about other things and just I don't know, keep yourself centered. What would you think of while playing around in the spare time or just chit chat? I think that really helps if you're able to have a playing partner who you can just have a normal talk about the game of golf, other sports, what's happening in your life, and so on and so forth. It helps you keep the environment a little light, and then you can focus on the shot when it comes. And
Absolutely. In fact, I kind of preferred, to sort of have a conversation with my caddy every now and then, because you see, a fellow player could be somewhere else, and you could have a chat with your caddy. You could keep your head on your shoulders through the day. When you, I try to stay away from all the other conversations for some reason, but definitely one of the most challenging things that this game throws at you is not only just the slopes and the bunkers and the water hazards and the wind, but the fact that you have so much of dead time on your hands. You're literally, you have to also know and be aware of the kind of thoughts that you're having during the play.
that's something that I never really had dead time. I utilize all of the time for the shot, and I love to talk with my co-players, but I was always, about 100 yards behind them. So I was always scampering on, trying to reach in time, and then hit the next shot. And by the time, so for me, 5 hours actually felt like 5 minutes.
I think at the time that you were competing, mobile phones also weren't there, right?
Yeah, I
So
think
you couldn't really call them
was
up from 100 yards
it was
away.
in the Paleolithic era, back in the day. But I remember, I distinctly remember that I was always scampering on, hurried because taking time on the shot and then thinking too much, and by the time a round was end, I'd be mentally drained out. So it's not good because you want to play the game as a game, but when it becomes your life and your profession, sometimes it takes the game actually starts feeling like a job, and then it sometimes feels like a little bit of a drag, and you really have to think a lot, and that's maybe not ideal. You want the game to always feel like a game. You might be a professional, but treating it like a game is the most important part to be a champion. We've seen the best of players who still love the game. A good litmus test is that if you're a professional golfer, you should still be able to go alone on a golf course, play alone, and really enjoy that game of golf. So that's important.
Next on the tee is our leader group on the final day of the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022. That is Kapil Kumar from Delhi, playing alongside M. Dharma from Bangalore and Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh. In fact, this is one of the first times that I've ever seen a golf tournament being played in India where only players who have made the cut are Indians. There are no foreign names which were able to get through into the weekend rounds. That's quite an interesting facet. I've actually never seen that happen. There'll always be two or three international names in there. Kapil Kumar from Delhi, our leader at 10 under par. Very unorthodox golf swing, but does the job really, really well. Hits a little pull cut for his shots and really good around the greens. He puts the pieces of the puzzle together really well. if anything. It's Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh, the man who needs his first victory on his career.
Ajit Singh definitely seems to be working on his fitness. He's the Iron Man of Indian golf, plays all the tournaments, and always playing a good, consistent brand of golf. Very wide stance, I must say.
It's interesting. He's still playing the TaylorMade R11 driver, which is about 10 or 12 years old now. The way the technology is moving forward, and the way uh, we are changing clubs today. It's interesting to see someone, as successful as him as a professional golfer, still carrying on with the old club of his.
I think it goes back to the same thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely. That's M. Dharma. M. Dharma always wearing that red and black combination on the final day of the tournament.
There we have a look at the players. The leading group walking down the first hole. Who's going to be the champion from this group? It's definitely going to be somebody who can contend with these conditions and keep a consistent ball striking pattern. Dharma obviously reeled off a 7 under par yesterday. Normally, what you see in golf is it's very difficult to follow a low round with another one, but he's done that previously. He famously opened up with 2 8 under par rounds in Jaipur, so never know if he can follow that up. But the odds are a little stacked against him because when you have such a low round, you normally, even a good player like him might shoot a par or 1 under. That itself might be good enough to win, or he might just prove me wrong. Kapil Kumar, he's not a winner on tour, I think, yet.
No, he's not.
And somebody for whom I think this position is sort of new. He's always in and around there, but not. So it's definitely going to be difficult for him to try and win his first tournament. He would need a good start because in terms of ball striking, he's not one of the best ball strikers. He's good. He's got an organized game, but if the wind goes up and the green speed comes up, he could find it a little difficult to get those birdies going on this golf course because I think at that point in time, it really favors players who can hit a high flighted, controlled ball flight into these greens. Ranjit Singh is somebody I think out of this group. To be honest, I feel he has more of a chance because he's been around that and he would be hungry. He seems to be in good, fine, fit shape, and that's something that will help him because his fitness is going to be really tested over the next 18 holes as the wind goes up and the green speed increases. What that will do is when the green speed increases, is that ball striking becomes at a premium. You have to hit it in certain areas. As you saw yesterday on the 18th hole, you miss it in the wrong place, you'll be struggling for bogey, let alone par. So Dharma, obviously, you can't really count him out. From the chasing pack, he has the young guns who are there, and Yuvraj, Sandhu is capable of anything. I don't even count out a 7 or 8 under from him today on this tough golf course as well. Tappy guy would be looking to make amends. Amardeep Malik, a winner, a seasoned player. So obviously, these are the players who will contend, and Karandeep Kochar just 2 shots behind. So it could be anyone.
So I think that Kapil Kumar as a player, the way he went about his business yesterday was in an extremely steady fashion. He kept his head on his shoulders, didn't press the gas pedal too hard, and kept going about his business through the 18 holes. And in fact, it was almost like a classic case of let the others make unforced errors sort of a day for him. And I think if he keeps that sort of a disposition, that will really play out to his advantage, especially in the group that he's playing in today. Because M. Dharma, who has been really knocking on the door for the last year or so now, I think sometimes what that can do is you really have to stay in the process to be able to get through that knocking on the door kind of syndrome, because it can lead to a tad bit of frustration as well. And Ranjit Singh, of course, is he's found himself in this situation, and he would definitely be hungry to make do with this. And of course, I think one of the other scores that I'm looking forward to seeing today is going to be Amardeep Malik. I think he's been playing very well off late, and he really does have a chance to press on that gas pedal a little bit extra and sort of carry that through the round. And if he can, even come up with a 67 or a 66, I think he's got a very realistic chance at this title, not counting anyone else out at all. In fact, so does Arjun as well as Karandeep Kochar have a chance. I think that one of the advantages here is definitely going to be for Kapil because of the disposition he sort of carries on the golf course, not very unfazed, and does not really care much about what's happening around him, and that really helps. So that is precisely where I'm thinking at, and I think any of these players who can get off to a start where if someone can get off to, let's say, a 3 under par through the front nine, has a superb chance at probably putting a little bit extra pressure on the top guys.
कच्छ का ये रण हिंदुस्तान का तोरण है। चांदनी रात की ये सफेद धरती, यूं लगता है जैसे चांद जमीन पर उतर आया है। आपने कच्छ नहीं देखा तो कुछ नहीं देखा। कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। ये निशान है उन सभ्यताओं के जो आज से हजारों साल पहले यहाँ पर फल फूल रहे थे। धोलावीरा और लोथल। यहाँ खुशबू है सभ्यता की, विकास की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
As we go back to the fairway, can I have a look at Kapil there? Kapil obviously not the longest hitter, a medium length ball striker. That's why you'll see where he is. Dharma seems to have gained some length over the years, obviously gaining in confidence, obviously playing well. I think he's also hitting the ball a little longer. Kapil is somebody who can probably get the ball up to about 280. Dharma is somebody who can get into the 290 ranges, and Ranjit also similar in about the 290 medium long hitter as they would be called.
It's amazing, how many years Ranjit has been playing pro golf for, and the consistency that he has been able to maintain over the years. The fact that he has not won yet in his career, but at the same time has been around and also been sort of a top 20 and top 10 kind of a player through and through his career. I think that's absolutely phenomenal. Very difficult to keep up your game in that kind of shape for this number of years. If I'm not wrong, he's been playing pro golf for over about 15 to 20 years now.
Yes, obviously he's somebody who has been able to keep up that level for a long time. I think there are two things that sort of go into it. One is obviously one thing that people tend to miss is financial freedom. I think to be saying otherwise is to be a little ignorant. I think that's important. As you grow older, you get married, you have a family. That's also very important. It's important that these players are able to utilize their prize winnings, structure their life, maybe set up some sort of a nest egg so that they can keep continuing their passion while they also have some sort of returns going on in their life. And I think Ranjit is a very astute sort of person, a very smart, even-keeled sort of player. So he's done that over the last 20 years. So he's able to pursue his passion for professional golf while also having life sorted a little bit. You saw his younger brother, take the hard decision of leaving professional golf and set up a life in the United States of America. So obviously sometimes you have to bite the bullet, so to speak, but he's somebody who's been able to come out unscathed on the other side. And I think we really hope we're pulling for him to win, because you've seen him with some really amazing, consistent performances. And maybe this is a reward, a just reward for him. Moneyram Sharma there. Very unique swing. He seems to come up on his toes when he hits it.
He can keep anyone on their toes when he's on the golf course.
I remember that I played a lot of golf with him. He cracks a lot of wisecracks in between. Really keeps you light and having a good humor all throughout the round. And his ball flight is extremely high.
Yeah, he's a really funny guy. It's really a lot of fun playing along with him. And very nonchalantly goes about his business, goes ahead and shoots an underpar. You won't even come to know that he did. That's Om Prakash Chauhan.
OP going with 3 wood as well. For such a long hole, to have a tight fairway, it almost seems a little unfair because the players having to throttle back, whereas everybody should be able to hit driver, I feel.
But it's sort of like a risk and reward. If you have the length and if you worked on that aspect of your game and you're ready to take that risk from over the hazard, you get the shot at the green in 2 shots. But if you're not doing that, then I think it's absolutely fair, isn't it?
I guess it sort of is fair, but there's already a risk, a par five, which is well over 600 yards. If you're having to hit a 3 wood, it sort of just becomes a default 2 shot hole. So I personally feel that on the drive of a par five, there shouldn't be too much risk. Maybe on the approach shot, you want more players hitting a driver off the tee. You don't want to take that option out. But obviously, they are like Karthik is a good long hitter, so maybe you just need the premium is on accuracy. We have the southpaw this week. This week we have 3 lefties who made the cut. Really goes after the ball, has sort of a dip with the upper body. Very uncharacteristic sort of dip. I've not seen that too much.
Well, that is something that has been removed from the golf swings of late back in the day. And if you remember, as kids, most of the kids have had this sort of a dipping action. But I think over a period of time, maintaining of the spine angle and all of that has become a thing. And now most of the people do, stay level throughout the golf swing. And having said that, I mean, it's going back to that point of the eighth hole, having it's a double dog leg. It doesn't cut out the option for you to go 3 on and make birdie. But at the same time, I think that if someone does have the length and the prowess and the guts, they should get the glory. So if they can fly that hazard by about 290, 300 yards, and thereafter, have a hybrid in or maybe a 3 wood in, even for the second shot, they still have to navigate over another water hazard. So it's still a tough shot. So it's not like it's not like after you've hit a big drive that you get it easy after that. You still got to hit another perfect shot to get to the other side. So I think it's very, very fair. And if you can't get a 2 on, I think the hole is very well set up for a 3 on. And in that fashion, then our wedge play must be really, really good to be able to make birdies. I really think that no matter how tough it is, there is a fair side of it as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's all is fair in love and golf. Hole number 9. Good shot there.
On the ninth hole, there is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu walking down the fairway. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu playing to 1 over par for the day today. It's a pretty good shot by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu for that flag location on hole number 9. He's playing alongside Vikrant Chopra and Sarthak Chibbar. Pin location today on the ninth hole is 29 paces inside and 7 from the left, which is a far way in and really next to that water hazard. As the winds pick up, we'll start seeing a lot many more interesting things happening over there. Sarthak Chibber lining up for his putt now. He's ready to play. Sarthak Chibber flirting with some water hazard there on the left side. It's like he's found himself on a double breaker as he discusses with his caddy. Sarthak Chibber, rookie on tour, is coming into the first tournament of the season, the Gujarat Open 2022. A lot of players using different visualizing techniques these days to get things going. Another sight that we hardly see these days, players using blade putters. What a great putt there by Sarthak Chibber, absolutely precise. Unfortunate that he didn't make that. That was one of the most scintillating putts we've seen in the entire week so far. What a lovely try that was by Sarthak. Jairaj Singh Sandhu. Jairaj has given himself a good opportunity for birdie over here. He's just about 10 feet away from the hole. Another player using that blade putter. Very unlike, uncharacteristic. We see mostly players using face balance putters these days. Jairaj has missed that putt. Seems like he gave it a little bit of an overread. Maybe judged that ball moving towards the water a little bit too much.
Pin seems pretty accessible on hole number 9 today. The back right.
It's accessible, though the pin is a little bit close up to that left edge of the green. The ball, if missed a little bit extra to the left, could land up in the drink. The wind does tend to be from the right to the left on this hole. So that is Syed Saqib Ahmed with that beautiful chip shot. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu starting with a bogey on the first hole. Sandhu and Tapi Ghai not having the best of starts. So is Amardeep Malik starting with a bogey. Would derail them a little bit. Tapi Ghai clearly losing ground. Seems like he's carrying some bad memories from yesterday in himself.
It's a bad putt by Tappy, left it a little loose there. It's very important to get over, a sort of a hiccup or disaster and not let the baggage carry from the previous day because you can well ruin your present thinking about the past.
That is the reason that a lot of players tend to talk about yoga and meditation and Zen, when they're in sports, because that's what it is. You don't want your mind to be everywhere. You want to be in the moment and in that place where you're in at that moment. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu in the moment of that putt.
Seems to be a good putt tracking. Oh, just didn't turn in the end. A little bit of nip in the tail. We have a look at Moneyram, who's on hole number 8. The wind definitely not picking up yet, so the conditions are still serene. I assume that by the time the players get to the back nine, you'll see that there'll be more ripples in the water, the leaves will be rustling, and the flags will be moving a lot more. And then the players will be faced with a lot of contentious decisions because the fairways are tight, the water bodies are almost enveloping a lot of these fairways. So it's going to become difficult. There'll be some tough decisions, as we saw yesterday on the 18th, and that's going to make for some interesting viewing. And I think it's fair that the champion has to contend with the elements here, because only through adversity can you really get the best champion. And there's ample adversity on this golf course when playing from the championship tees and in the conditions right now, slick greens, high winds in the afternoon. You have it all here.
देश के कोने कोने पर विराजमान 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग देश की एकता के प्रतीक हैं। और इनमें से सर्वप्रथम ज्योतिर्लिंग यहाँ सोमनाथ मंदिर में है। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, खुशबू है गुजरात की।
अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में।
Back to the live telecast of the Gujarat Open 2022, presented to you by Gujarat Tourism, Incredible India, and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. And of course, the PGTI bringing together all the tour partners, without the support of whom these tournaments are not possible: the Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Plus, and Rolex watches. We are back here in the studios. We're looking down at the tournament taking place. The video that we see on our screens right now is from the 8th hole tee box. That is the water hazard that the players have to navigate through to get to the other side if they want to go onto that hole. While we're on the screens, we're looking at the group coming up to tee off now. The players usually tend to play this as a 3-shot hole. Some of the players who definitely have the length would tend to go directly for the other side of the water hazard and take the green on in 2. So each of the holes over here do present a different challenge. We're looking at the winds picking up as we move along the day now, and things to become way more interesting. While we look down at our leaderboard, still it's led by Ranjit Singh and M. Dharma. Kapil Kumar has made a bogey on the first hole. We're looking at the group of Akash Modi now on the 8th tee box. Akash Modi is playing alongside Sachin Baisoya and Rohan Dhole Patil. Akash Modi at 3 over par for the day and a total of 4 over for the tournament. That would hurt him a little bit, considering that he did shoot a good number yesterday. Manu Gandas has gotten off to a good start at 2 under par through 3 holes, and Abhijit Singh Chadda is also 2 under par through 3 holes. These are 2 players currently making a move up the leaderboard. Kapil Kumar has dropped a shot and moved off the lead and down at 9 under par for the event now. M. Dharma and Ranjit Singh keep the lead at 10 under par. Akash Modi from Mumbai. Players having a bit of a chatter. Rohan Patil. Akash Modi going with the conservative approach, going with an iron off the team, definitely playing it as a three-shot hole. He'll play it right side towards the bunkers. From there on, probably hit another long iron and put himself back into the fairway on the other side of the hazard and take on the green from there in three shots. An approach which is safe for some, but smart for some others. Rohan Patil from Pune has had a pretty nice amateur career, and this is his first pro event as a professional golfer. He's turning pro at the qualifying school, which commenced last week at the Kalahar Blues and Greens Golf Club. And alongside Sachin Basoya from Delhi. Sachin Basoya also choosing a driver for this shot. Can't tell where the ball is lined up. Should be fine. A lot of players tend to use the right side and try to draw it in from there towards the fairway. The hole bends from the right to the left first, dog legs out over the water hazard, and then dog legs back from the left to the right up to the green. And there's another hazard on the right side of the fairway. It's about 40-50 yards between the first water hazard and the second one, which is the dry patch. The rest of it all has got the hazard. That's Karthik Sharma on hole number 9. Karthik Sharma playing to even par for the day and total of 2 over for the tournament. Karthik is playing alongside Om Prakash Chauhan and Moneyram Sharma from Karnal. Om Prakash Chauhan is from Mau. Moneyram Sharma not taking too much of time to hit that ball. In fact, by the time the camera could reach back over there, Moneyram Sharma has hit that golf ball and just walked away from the tee box. Absolutely taking no time at all. Unlike my fellow commentator, usually players would have hit their second shot and he would still be mulling over the first.
And they say different strokes, different folks. Some people need the time. They say brilliance takes time, Rahul.
Is that what they call slow fashion?
Exactly. They say death by 1,000 cuts. That's how my playing partner used to feel when they used to see me on the green and see the line from various angles. I could see them aghast and losing their cool.
Unfortunately, the word cut can mean a lot in golf. So
Exactly.
Did he have a death by
Is
a
this a
thousand
one?
cuts?
Is this a one ball or are there three players? We just see a lone figure walking. Moneyram, I think he's okay. He's joined by the rest of them. I think he's had enough of them. He's just walking on his own.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Maniram usually likes to have a bit of a chatter. Doesn't look like anyone else is engaging him very well.
This is not good. We must send a signal out that Moneyram must be spoken to because that's very important. He likes to keep it nice and jovial, but maybe the co-players are very serious. OP, I think, also likes to have a chat. I think
Yes, he
maybe
does.
Moneyram just had a bad hole on the previous one. That also happens when you have a bad hole for a couple of holes. You don't want to talk to no one.
Yep, that happens. That happens. Let's have a look at what Maniram has been up to. Maniram's up to at 2 over par for the day and 5 over for the tournament. So he himself wants to walk on the side, I think. I don't think it's anyone else, but it's him. He's like, I've had too much of a chatter. I'm at 2 over par. I better make amends now. Sachin Besoya in the fairway on hole number 8. Sachin Besoya, though, hit a driver, has left himself short of the bunkers. So that's not going to help. So he's going to be laying up for his second. Probably attack the hole with his third shot. Sachin Besoya is at 2 over par for the day. So not much of a healthy start for most of the players on that board today. Slow start for most of them. 1 overs and 2 overs on that leaderboard. Rohan Patel has left himself on near that bunker. He's giving himself a chance. Looks like he's going with something of a long.
Seems to be going with a 3 wood there.
Yes, looks like a lower lofted and a longer club.
Is the green reachable from there?
It's quite difficult to reach the green from there. In fact, I'd be surprised if he did.
The fairway looks so narrow. How wide would that be? Where
Yeah,
they're
the
walking?
fairway does narrow out right after those bunkers. There's hardly any space over there. The players have to either you can really hit it 300 yards or not.
So
That's pretty
the
much.
bunker would be how far from?
Our bunker's about 290 odd to fly.
So the driver, the players who are the longer hitters, if they are taking on the driver, they'll be carrying that bunker.
Yes.
And then there'll be a fairway of how long? Maybe 40
Yes.
yards? Or how wide?
The fairway is not as wide as 40 yards after that. It's about 30-yard wide post the bunkers for a small duration. And the fairway really widens up after the hazard finishes. So from the first hazard, once it closes out, the next hazard.
Beautiful shot by Moneyram.
That's about 50 yard space. Moneyram Sharma going about his business, needing a few birdies out there. Looks like that focus walk on the side of the fairway seems to be helping. I think we must recommend it.
So the driver on the 8th hole is definitely risky business, huh? For the longer hitters.
It is risky business, but it's also a risk and reward.
Okay.
Yeah. Having said that, you're looking down at now Tappy Guy not having the best of starts, already at 3 over par through the first 3 holes.
Seems like the 9th hole is playing into a headwind today because the players seem to be a little further behind. Their approach shots are longer than what they were yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, as we move along the day, in the first half of the day, there'll be hardly any wind, so the length plays normal. And on top of that, you also have got the dew on the fairways, so that also stops the ball a little bit. So that's why we don't see the balls trickling down and the run and the ball isn't there. But as we move along, while by the time the leader group comes in, you would start seeing far longer drives. Moneyram, of course, isn't the longest hitter on tour, but if you look at Karthik Sharma, he's reached quite a far way on that fairway. Karthik Sharma making his way onto the green on the ninth hole.
Oh, the putter drop or the lob wedge drop. Now the greens, as the sun comes out, would be firming up, getting faster. Holding the putts would become a little more difficult as the greens become a little faster. But on the contrary, also the greens roll faster, so you don't have to hit the putt as hard. So it goes both ways. Depends what a player likes.
His Om Prakash Chauhan seems to have found that bunker on the left side, dug in deep. What a brilliant shot by Om Prakash Chauhan from the front left bunker on the ninth hole. Very well judged that release of the ball, giving himself a very approachable opportunity to save his par. Karthik Sharma looking at that line like a tiger.
Karthik Sharma would be looking to make this putt. While we have a look at Karthik Sharma trying to make this putt, we'll also run you through some of the scores. Ranjit Singh still atop the leaderboard with M. Dharma at 10 under par. Kapil Kumar at 9 under par in third position. Karandeep Kochar tied with Arjun Prasad at 8 under par. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu 6 under par for sixth position. What a coincidence. And then you have Manu Gandas and Amardeep Malik tied at 5 under par for seventh position. So all these people are in with a very realistic chance. Towards the lower end of the leaderboard, we have quite a few good scores coming in. MD Sandhu is 2 under par through 9. Sanjeev Kumar is 1 under through 9. Digvijay, unfortunately, is at 2 over after 9 holes, so could not sustain that early sort of form. Sachin Besoya 2 over for the day after 3. Muhammad Azhar is 2 under after 3 holes, so getting off to a good start. Some few red numbers here and there. Abhijit Singh Chadda 2 under after 3, so obviously trying to gain back the shots that he lost yesterday, as Karthik just about misses that putt. Karthik currently at 2-0 for the tournament, so would not be looking to win this tournament, but just move up the leaderboard. And that's why the last 10 holes are going to be very important for him. Now we have a look at Moneyram, who is at 2-0 for the day and 5-0 for the tournament. I feel he'll make this putt. He's very good from about this range. That's where he's made his living. Doesn't amble about, just goes about his job, very self-assured. A great partnership with the caddy there, it seems.
He's a very, very relaxed player, a very, very cool customer of the game. Doesn't really take too much of stress about it, goes out, enjoys himself. He's one of those guys who actually enjoys being in a setting like this, and appreciates it. He's just that kind of a person, and, lot of fun around him.
Not hitting a good putt, leaving it a little weak. I expected a better putt, not really giving it a shot at all.
Yes, I also think that he had a little bit of an under read on that, or maybe didn't trust his read enough. That seemed to be the case. Ball going to curve a little bit from the right to the left for our friend Om Prakash Chauhan here. Appears that it'll be about a right edge sort of a putt. Om Prakash Chauhan with a very idiosyncrasy in his putting action, looks very similar to what Mukesh Kumar's putting action looks like. Does a great job of it, of course. Couple of notables who didn't make it to the weekend rounds this week: C. Munyappa and Harinder Gupta. didn't make it in. Tsivunyappa, of course, is a former Indian Open winner. Looking at the leaderboard, Ranjit Singh M. Dharma still leading the way at 10 under par. Kapil Kumar has dropped off one spot at 9 under now, and Karandeep Kochar is following closely at 8 under along with our friend Arjun Prasad. Udayan Mane, who is an Olympian, didn't make it to the final two rounds this week. Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka, top player from there, didn't make it to the final two rounds. So most of all of the international names weren't able to get through towards the end of this tournament. Akshay Sharma, also a multiple winner now on the PGTI, didn't make it to the weekend rounds.
Obviously showing us how difficult the golf course was playing, that a lot of the good players were not able to make the cut. To give you a little bit of background, in golf, what we have is that out of the 130 players that actually tee up, you get about the top 50 and ties who are able to actually make the cut and move on to the next round. The rest of them, unfortunately, don't get a paycheck and have to pack up and move to the next venue or back home. So it's a pretty unforgiving sport for the players who are not able to make the cut, but that's how it is. That's the nature of the beast.
Absolutely, I'm surprised. I was looking forward to seeing some players make a move on that leaderboard early this morning, especially when the winds weren't there. And, we have a little bit of move remaining. We need to see a couple of birdies out there. The scoreboard seems to be extremely jammed up. No one is really making moves on top except Manu Gandas, who seems to be trying to fire up as many birdies as possible. Take back a look on our screens now. On our screen is Alap Ayal. Alap Ayal playing alongside Varun Parekh and Samar Dwivedi. Interesting group here. Varun Parekh, the winner of the qualifying school 2022, with a total score of 16 under par just last week on the same golf course. This is what the ebbs and flows of golf are really like. Alap Ayal on hole number 8, hitting his second shot.
You can see that it's a very penal hole, water on the left, bush on the right. Where do you go actually? The fairway is just a thin little strip in between. And then to add to that, you have these bunkers here with a steep embankment. So, maybe Lap would be just able to hit a 9-iron or a pitching wedge out of the bunker, then have another very long club to the green.
Samar Dwivedi watching carefully as to the kind of shot he wants to play. Samarth has left himself, appears to be just on the edge of the bunker, what seems like.
So you would have gone with a 3-wood or a driver there?
Yes, I think Samarth has gone with a driver. That's why he's landed up just on the corner of it. He's going with an iron now, laying up for his third shot. It's like he's planning his way through the golf course. Nice little hold-off finish there for him. Looking at the dew in the fairways early this morning, usually would end up also posing as a slight challenge to the players, as they have to judge the amount of run would be reduced on the golf course. The chips would start having a little bit of skid on them when they drop on the green with the dew on it. So instead of spin, the players have to start expecting a skid of the ball. So, each of these things do add to the players' challenges. A little bit dew on the fairway also can act as a hindrance in hitting iron shots or approach shots into the greens. Could actually, some of the balls could actually not be able to, the water could get caught between the club face and the ball, not giving it enough spin. Could also come out like a flyer for some of them from the fairway itself. So nonetheless, each of these things also provides a challenge to the player. At the end of the day, if a player has a 154-yard shot,
गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
मोक्ष का द्वार है द्वारका, चारों धामों में से एक धाम जहां बसते हैं मुरली मनोहर श्याम। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, झांकियों की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
गिर का जंगल, भारत का एकमात्र जंगल जहां राज करते हैं 400 से भी ज्यादा एशियाटिक लायंस, यानी बब्बर शेर। यहाँ खुशबू है पत्ते पेड़ों की, शेरों की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
कच्छ का ये रण हिंदुस्तान का तोरण है। चांदनी रात की ये सफेद धरती,
यूं लगता है जैसे चांद जमीन पर उतर आया है।
आपने कच्छ नहीं देखा तो कुछ नहीं देखा।
कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में।
Avo Padharo, back to the Gujarat Open 2022. Avo Padharo, the words of welcome in the language of Gujarat. So back to the live telecast, watching Akash Modi playing alongside Rohan Dhole Patil and Sachin Besoya. On the ninth hole, all three players are in the fairway, getting ready for their approach shots. Sachin Besoya going first. Very consistent golfer, has proved himself over the years. Sachin Besoya coming up just at about 5 feet for birdie on hole number 9. Hole is playing slightly downwind as of now, just slight little breeze. We saw yesterday the pattern seems to be the right to left wind on this hole. Akash Modi leaving himself a little bit of an uphill task. He's left himself about 35 odd feet short of the hole in the middle of the green, keeping it a little conservative. Rohan Dhole Patil, decorated amateur golfer, now turned professional this year onwards, starting his new journey. We haven't been able to see where Rohan Dhole Patil has hit his second shot. We will surely know as they make their way back onto the green. Back on the 8th tee box, we have Pawan Kumar from Delhi. Pawan Kumar currently at a score of 2 over par for the day and 1 over for the tournament. Pawan playing alongside Abhijit Singh Chadda and Sunit Bishnoi. Abhijit Singh Chadda getting off to a decent start at 2 under par early in the day, left with 1 under for the tournament, is currently at 1 under for the day as well. Walking up onto the tee box now. Also their third playing partner Sunit Bishnoi playing alongside is at 2 over par for the day and 1 under for the tournament. Sunit Bishnoi taking off with the driver on hole number 8. Has he taken the tiger line? Well, no splash of water usually means that the ball's in a safe zone.
Or on the other side, it could mean anything. I think the body language of a player actually gives a lot away. When he plucks a tee,
I'd be interested in seeing how far Abhijit Singh Chadha could hit this ball on this hole. I think he's one of the few players who can definitely try to make it up onto this green in 2.
so you think he'll be favoring a left-right movement, trying to hit it over the water, or a right-to-left? Or
I couldn't be sure. I know he's moved his ball flight from left to right to right to left, so I couldn't be sure as to the kind of shot that he's probably playing.
seems to be aligned more on the right of the tee.
Yes, maybe he's just reeling in a little bit of a draw from over the bunkers. It's given it a bit of a whip.
Quite the shot to take on this one.
I think that ball is in the fairway. I did see a bit of a bounce there. Again,
Past the bunkers?
yes, just past the bunkers. I could be totally wrong though. Could have seen just something else bouncing, or maybe just
Maybe a figment of your imagination.
possibly.
Remembering your playing days.
Possibly.
Were you ever able to carry these bunkers?
I think I did it like maybe once or so, and that was because it was blaring downwind on that day. I don't think I really carried them on a regular day. Akash Modi. Akash Modi going for his putt first for birdie. It's about 40 feet away. Akash would have to settle for a par on this hole. So we can tell Sachin is in a prime position to make birdie over here. Sachin Besoya currently riding up at a score of 2 over par for the day and 3 over for the tournament. Birdie definitely wouldn't hurt him.
Looking at something in the sky. Not sure what it was. Maybe a bird. Maybe a plane. Maybe Superman.
Maybe Rohan Dole Patil's golf ball. We haven't seen that around.
Let's see if Sachin can make this putt. He's giving this a lot of thought. And it tells you that these putts are so important for professional golfers. Maybe all of 4 feet, but the entire hard work can come undone if you miss it. And it's so important to get the correct line on this. Which way do you think it breaks? I think it breaks a little from the right to left.
He slide right to left, probably right inside,
See,
slightly
he's confused.
downhill.
He's just not sure about the line, and now he's been disturbed by, a furry friend who's enjoying his or her day in the sun as well.
So slide right to left and slide downhill.
Not the easiest of putts.
But he does make it.
Good putt by him. So all that time was worth it.
Well,
I would know.
was it?
Can't really say, it's too early to tell. There's still a twist in the tail. Now we have a look at Akash. He's giving it a lot of thought. It's a pretty small putt. Because of the subtle slopes, the players really need to be sure. Otherwise, it could go off to a different line altogether.
Absolutely.
Sometimes the ball has a mind of its own. As in the movie Happy Gilmore.
I think most of the times I felt that my golf ball had a mind of its own. Only.
In the movie Happy Gilmore, he's asking the ball, "Are you too good for your home?" So sometimes that's what happens. The ball does not want to go in the hole. Akash Modi, not too impressed by that par.
Doesn't have too many problems with that putter.
The next group is nowhere to be seen. Maybe the referees are on their tail.
We're back on
There's
the
a lot
eighth
happening,
hole.
ladies and gentlemen, at this tournament at this point in time.
We're back on the eighth hole. Abhijit Singh Chadda is in the fairway and he is just past the bunkers.
That's a mammoth
I
drive.
think I did see the correct bounce then. It wasn't a figment of
Yeah,
my
I don't think you need
imagination. I don't need any more.
spectacles anymore.
No,
I think you can throw them away.
I just think that I don't need another eye checkup. That's
But
about it.
that's a mammoth drive. That's all of 350 yards, it seems. It's just humongous.
Possibly. Let's see
We've
what
not
is.
seen anyone there. Even yesterday, we've not seen a single player over there. Uncharted territory, definitely. So that's the advantage that length can give you, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we say if you're a young player, first learn to hit it hard. You can always learn to hit it straight later, but you can't quite learn length. You have to earn it.
I think I agree with that statement 100%. It's nice to have a nice fluid action, go freely at the golf ball, hit it as hard as you can when you're growing up. And thereafter, there's enough time to learn to play and to straighten things out and stuff. But I think it's a lot more fun when you're going out there and swinging that club really freely and just lashing at that golf ball and then find it and hit it again. And, that's the way you sort of pick up the game. That's the way at least I picked up the game. And I think it was superb fun doing that. And eventually, as you go and as competitive golf will throw some pressures onto you in case you do choose to be there, then you can always, start to dial back and improve things and, sort
with
of
the
get things more into, let's say into like sort of a box of sorts. But adding speed later and adding the freedom of hitting the ball later is something very difficult to do. So I think freedom comes first, and then you can, try to get that all collected and make that straighter.
In the famous words of William Wallace from Braveheart, freedom. So the freedom to swing hard, definitely, because gaining distance later in life is a Herculean task. Because when you're younger, your muscles are forming, your body's getting used to the game. So it's important that you try and lash at it. So
I think also the heart to sort of hit the ball really hard and hit it far. As a kid, you want to go over the hurdles and you want to go really hard at the golf ball. And I don't think anyone should try to stop that instinct. That instinct I think is very important. It's sort of it is probably the seed of the killer instinct that a person has.
I totally agree.
You can't waste too much of time on it though, Shaurya. You have to get on the ball and just hit it. If you waste time on it, then you start using your mind, and then your left side of brain gets activated, and then the right side switches off, and then you can't hit the ball
I'll
anymore.
give you a very in-depth perspective, for our viewers to understand that what actually goes through a player's mind. When you see professional golf on TV, it's not always all roses and bloom. It's always a lot of weird thoughts when you're standing on a putt, which is maybe 4 feet. You have so many different thoughts that hit it from the left, hit it slow, but I want to make sure that I don't hit too slow, that it turns to the right. So there's just these thoughts. So maybe I'm the only one who thought like that. When I stand on a putt, which is maybe just 5 or 6 feet outside the hole, I would look at a line. Then I would think that, but if I have to reach this 2 inches out, I have to start at 3 inches out. What should be the speed? Where should I miss from? Should I miss from the left or the right? If it's firm, and if it's too firm, then if it goes far, then I might three putt. So in that consternation, I would just hit the worst putt.
Did you carry a scale with you to calculate these inches?
My caddy, used to have a tough time. He used to tell me, just please.
Like
just
mark
hit
your
the ball."
fingers with like 1 inch, 2 inch, and then like calculate it.
It was very confusing. And the same thing used to go on to the longer game as well. If I used to get a club, I used to think, should I hit a 7 or 8? So indecision is death in a sport. I say commit and just go for it. Even if you commit to the wrong yardage or whatever, the body is smart enough to adjust and just go with it. Slow play will kill you. I turned out alive, but you might not. And these players walking down hole number 9. The group of Samad Dwivedi, Alap Ayal walking down. They are joined by Varun Parekh, the long hitting player from Bengaluru. Ninth hole, in where the flag is, it's pretty accessible, right? At the center back of the green to give the players an opportunity to make birdie. Perfect setting. The only thing missing are the viewers and the golf fans who you would always find following the players in tournaments. But owing to the current situation and the pandemic, it's understandable that there are very few viewers. And also, honorable word of mention for the PGTI and the work that they've done to get this together in these trying times, to get the schedule, the players tested, and the caddies tested, having these stipulations that the players must be vaccinated and so on and so forth. And the players are very happy to comply with that. It's been good in these trying times to have this tournament where the players can actually showcase their skills, and Varun would be looking to do that. Look for this to be close, maybe all of 125 yards. Inviting flag stick should be somewhere between 15 to 20 feet at worst. Cameraman doing an excellent job there. Varun with a decent shot, maybe about 20 feet short of the flag. Mind you, because there is water surrounding the pins, maybe the players are throttling back a little bit. Samarth Dwivedi there with a longer drive off the tee. Has a unique pre-shot routine, trying to get the club from the inside so as to ensure that he does not come over the top. So obviously trying to favor a draw. Oh, he's hit an absolute peach of a golf shot. Would have that for a birdie. Should be about 7 to 8, 10 feet. Brilliant shot by Samarth there. So that goes to show you that the Indian players are really on top of their game. It's a ball striker's course, and you can see quite a few players are able to contend with that. Now, Alap Ayal, who's obviously hit the longest drive of the group. And just another thing for our viewers who are joining us, just to give you a little bit of background, we are live here at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022, presented by Gujarat Tourism. We are playing this tournament at the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club. We are in the beautiful city of Ahmedabad, and the prize money for this tournament is a handsome prize purse of rupees 40 lakh. And out of that prize fund, almost close to 7 lakh or thereabouts will go to the winner, and the rest will be distributed amongst the top 50 entities. About 130 players start the week, and after 2 days, a cut has been applied, which is always applied on all professional golf tournaments. And due to that, there is a cull, and 80 players, unfortunately, approximately 80 players missed the cut and are forced to stay out of the tournament. And the top 50 entities then continue and try to improve their position. And based on the money that they earn, there's an order of merit that is built. And this order of merit facilitates players to play international events, get exemptions into the international tournaments that happen in India. The winner of the PGTI order of merit gets some tournaments abroad, Japan, etc., as invitations, depending on the year. And so there are a lot of benefits to be higher up on the merit list, and the players are cognizant of that. And each of the players also want to be in the top 60, because at the year end, there's a season-ending tournament where there's a confirmed prize money. Normally this tournament has the maximum prize money, the season ender, and it could be upwards of 1.5 CRs. The players definitely want to be there, and that's what they fight for. And the top 60 players at the end of the year, they get to keep their card. And what I mean by that the privilege of playing these tournaments has to be earned. It's not given. So the top 60 players at the end of the year can actually pick and choose, cherry pick the tournaments that they want to play. The full schedule on the PGTI has above 20 tournaments each year. And, there are quite a few co-sanctioned and other tournaments. So you could go upwards of 25 as well. So the players do want to play well in the qualifying tournament so that they have a full schedule to play. And also these rankings help them to get a final stage exemption into the Asian Tour qualifying school. So there's not just one thing. There are many things to play for in terms of ranking. And the balanced position after the top 60 is filled by the qualifying school graduates, the Q school graduates, the Q school that has played recently on this very golf course, which was won by Varun Parekh. So, depending on their ranking in the Q school, many of the players are able to earn their cards. A Q school can see upwards of 500 players compete for close to 40 plus another 40, 80 spots where they get the right to play on the tour. So it's a very competitive environment, and it's like an absolute graduation school where you go from one Q school, pre-Q school to the other, and the top 60 are keeping their cards. So there are a bunch of different ways to get your playing privileges. And like in tennis, you have something called the wild card entry. In golf, you have 4 to 8 spots which are called the sponsors exemption. So the sponsor that week or the tour might grant a special exemption to a few players, so they can also compete. So there are many ways in which
from Ahmedabad, taking on that birdie attempt and leaves himself another 3-footer coming back into the whole 4-par. Varun, who won the qualifying school just last week at a total score of 16 under par, currently sitting after 3.5 rounds at 2 over par for the tournament. He's playing his first event as a professional over here, and should be a good career to look forward to. Varun Parekh coming from strength to strength into the Pro Tour. Alap Ayal from Mysore. I think he joined the tour just 2 seasons ago. Alap Ayal currently maintaining a score of 3 over for the tournament and 2 over for the day. Some notable mentions out there today are Samar Dwivedi and Abhijit Singh Chadda are at 1 under for the day as well as for the tournament, while Manu Gandas is at 2 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament. Alap Ayal for birdie on hole number 9. Looks like a lot of players have misread that last bit of the break on this hole. This is the third player that I'm seeing who ends up leaving that ball slightly to the left of the hole from that similar spot. Maybe there is a ridge over there that you can't quite read fully as to which way the ball is going to be breaking. Now, Samar Dwivedi on our screens now, his putt for birdie is lining it up. He's given himself a good opportunity here. Samar Dwivedi already at 1 under par for the day. And 1 under for the tournament.
interesting part coming up. Oh, seems to have missed it. The greens seem perfectly fine.
Interesting it was.
Definitely is with the players, but
Somewhat seems to have misread that one. Almost a straightish or a right centerish putt, and I think it appeared like it was a left righter. This is the games that the course also plays sometimes, where becomes difficult to sort of read lines because of such subtle breaks and such subtle slopes on the course that it can be difficult to be a good judge of them. Varun Parekh now.
should be able to make that putt easily.
Warren Parekh would be cleaning up for par and moving on to the second half. He would maintain his score at 2 over for the tournament. Ninth hole, we are back to the tee box. It's Abhijit Chadda, Suneet Bishnoi, and Pawan Kumar. Abhijit Singh Chadda, a man who drove it past the bunkers on the previous hole. Not updated yet of his score.
Oh, that's a beautiful chip shot. Almost making it. What a shot there. Ranjit Singh there with a brilliant effort. Our leader at 10 under par.
Played four.
Good shot there by Ranjit. You can see the rough around the greens is pretty thick as well. So if you're missing the green, you really have to have your wits about you and your technique. It's not so easy to control the ball from the rough on these fast greens. You have to really open the blade off the club and glide the ball under the rough. There, really good shot by Dharma.
Dharma has really executed that shot very, very well. His fifth hole of the golf course, which is a par 5. Kapil Kumar from about 5 feet away, watching that line meticulously, making sure he has the right read. Kapil Kumar is back to 10 under par for the tournament, while Dharma has dropped a shot to 9 under par. So I will assume that this is Kapil's birdie putt on this hole.
Kapil should be able to make that easily. A confident putter. We'll be moving on to hole number 6. A little bit about this hole. The fifth hole is a par 5 at 544 yards. So definitely reachable for all the players in the field. This would be his birdie putt.
Almost all the players in the field.
Almost all, yes, obviously not all.
Ranjit Singh.
Should be easy pickings for the man from Chandigarh. Back on hole number 8. Abhinav Lohan going with the 3-wood. The same hole that we saw Abhijit Singh take a driver. So you'd be thinking why the longer hitter is going with the driver and the shorter, medium hitter is going with the 3-wood, because a medium hitter would get to that bunker. Medium to long hitter, which Abhinav Lohan is. But a long hitter can carry that bunker. So obviously it's a risk and reward. So it's better to hit a 3-wood and play this hole like a 3-shorter.
Sunit Charasia now on the tee box.
Going with
Hole
the
number
driver.
8. He's also going with the driver. Looks like he's going to be taking the tiger line.
I don't think that Sunith has the firepower to carry that bunker, so maybe he's trying to thread it through the bunkers.
I wouldn't be surprised actually if Sunit could actually get a little bit extra on his drive. It doesn't look like he's lashed at it. He's made a pretty rhythmical swing. So I think it's only time to wait and watch.
Quite an intimidating shot. The fairway is just a thin strip over there. The majority of the surface is taken over by the water. Maybe just get into a boat and get to the ball there. A nice little boat ride while you're there.
There is the hole on the back nine, the 14th hole, where a boat ride is actually much easier than the walk because there is almost no space to walk. There's so much of hazard over there. You're literally only got the cart part to walk on. Kshitij Naved call on the tee box.
This is going to be an interesting shot because Kshitij does hit it long. Not as long as Abhijit, but there and thereabouts, maybe about 10 yards shorter. So he should be able to carry it if he lashes at it. He has a very rhythmical swing otherwise and a very languid sort of a finish. So it'll be interesting to see that how his tempo changes when he tries to hit this hard. Definitely went at it. Not quite visible from here.
Sunit Bisnoy seems to have short-sighted himself on hole number 9, has given himself a little bit of a challenge on the left of the green, and so has Abhijit Singh Chadda.
Oh, well done. So his short game seems to have given a little bit too much, but not a bad shot at all.
Chadda would have about 5 feet from there to save his par. At Sunit Bishnoi. Sunit Bishnoi also has a similar kind of shot as Abhijit did. Sunit Bishnoi playing his first year on the tour. He's at even par for the tournament. Pretty good effort.
Oh, beautiful shot, almost making it there. It's very nice to play on these kind of greens. Rarely does one get to access such beautiful greens, so well manicured. So true, it's a joy to be putting on these kind of greens. Pawan there. Let's see what he can do.
It's a joy only if you're making regulation, my friend.
I agree. But it's joy nevertheless. I say the perfect golf, there's a saying that the perfect golf partner, and it is something that all our amateur friends and juniors, not a juniors should take the game more seriously. Our amateurs and weekend warriors should know that the perfect golf partner is one who's just a little worse than you. So you always end up feeling good about yourself.
Pawan Kumar from Delhi attempting for birdie on hole number 9 and would come up shy. Abhijit Singh Chadda with that interesting putt coming from the back of the hole would have a slight left-right putt. And slight left-right with a slight downhill. You know, these kind of greens and these kind of putts usually, they're almost riding on a string. So the player has to be absolutely precise in the start line as well as the speed of these putts. As greens tend to become faster and faster, the precision on the putter required is even more.
Oh, almost made that. Unfortunate to have missed that putt. Seemed to have.
Abhijit would have to settle for a 5 on hole number 9. Very uncharacteristic of him. Have Pawan Kumar now putting for par. It's about 3 feet away, short of the hole. Gaurav Pratap Singh playing a decent round. Started off after 12 holes, is at 1 under par. Mohammad Sanju is at 2 under par. And Sanjeev Kumar is at 1 under par. All three players have moved past the halfway mark. Manu Ganda still maintaining himself at -2, while our leaders are still Kapil Kumar and Ranjit Singh at 10 under par each. M. Dharma is following closely at 9 under, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu staying afloat at 7 under alongside Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad. Pawan Kumar on the 9th green. Makes that putt for par and would move on into the last 9 holes of his campaign of the Gujarat Open 2022. Sunil Bishnoi has got a little bit of work to do over here to clean up for his par. He has a slight right to left putt, mostly downhill, mostly a straightish, right centerish kind of a putt. Sunil would clean up for a par after missing that ball just left of the green, saving himself from the water. All these players will now be moving on to the final 9 holes of the tournament for them. Coming in now on the 4th hole, our leaders, Kapil Kumar, confidently hitting that.
Seemed to be quite a violent swing.
You have Ranjit Singh now coming up.
So definitely going after that one.
Ranjit Singh, our leader, at 10 under par, going with the driver on hole number 4.
Seems to have lashed at it.
Hole number 4 is a dog leg to the right, kind of a par 4, with a lot of bunkers on the right side which guard the fairway. It is very similar to the first hole, but there is a little bit of difference in the way the shape of the hole is designed. This one has very less amount of space on the left side of the fairway of those bunkers. So the ball landing up in the bunkers will almost be no surprise to anyone. And the green is perched almost as a tabletop on this hole, which acts quite difficult because especially if the pin is in the second half of the green, in that case the ball bounces on top and can take a bounce over the green, which can lead you to about a 30-yarder coming back up the hill. So one has to be really precise with their approach shots on this green, and there is a pot bunker up the front which also adds to the challenge. So overall, the 4th hole, dogleg to the right, bunch of bunkers, and a green which requires a precise iron shot into it. On the ninth hole, walking down as we speak, are Anshul Patel, Shankar Das, and Yashash Chandra. They have the referee tailing them as the group ahead of them has already finished the hole while they have just about teed off. I think this group started slowing down as they teed off because the group behind them, Abhinav Lohan's group, also was waiting on the first hole itself. Very similar to a fellow friend of mine and a competitor in the past. But at the same time, I mean, it is what it is. Players at the end of the day have to start taking less amount of time. The game has to become faster as we move along. We have to, sort of inculcate this in a fashion that we stop to take time. We start to make our decisions beforehand or while the players are hitting, and overall make it a little more dynamic instead of being so static. What do you think?
Well, I mean, that's the ideal scenario. But to be honest, golf has always been a
Hey, we are
game
always
that's
talking about ideal scenarios, an ideal golf swing, and an ideal scenario.
yeah. So
Everything is
I
ideal.
think I know. In the ideal world, golf should be dynamic. There should be roller skates, and maybe there should be something quick. But I think we can't quite change the essence of the game. It is a game which does take time. Players do think it through, and unfortunately, slow play is something that has crept up through the years as prize money has increased. If you look at the older years, the videos, players used to just stand up and hit it. But I think as you see more things come into play, like nutrition, diet, club fitting, club setting, the kind of settings that you can do on a club, too much information, the overload of information. So the players are actually trying to control everything. But you have to somehow have like a fatalistic view in tournament golf that you just cannot control a lot of things. You can just control your swing. The outcome you can't control too much. So they have to sort of accept that, but it's not so easy. But obviously, you need the referees there. Now the rules are so strict in terms of speed of play that even if somebody wants to be slow, they can't quite be slow because the referee is going to penalize themselves. I think all in all, golf is in a very good space with the new rules and the permutations because I think a player still has to think he's playing for his livelihood. There is a little bit of thought. It's not a dynamic sport like football. It is a different kind of a game. You have the dynamic element in terms
Imagine
of
a football player just stopping on the way to wonder how do we kick this ball.
exactly. Neymar does that on his penalties. Seems to work. So taking time works there, but it's a different game. The dynamic element is hitting that ball hard, and then obviously you have an element of chess trying to strategize your game. Then you have a little bit of snooker on the greens. It's a game that has everything.
I think I would agree with the fact that there is too much of an information overload today. There is a lot of technical information, a lot of gimmickry in the game. But at the same time, when you talk about the one thing that I don't agree with is the money part. As you say that the money grows and the players become slower. On the contrary, I mean, there's no tour in this world which has more money than the PGA Tour, and the PGA Tour players take under 30 seconds to play each and every shot. Then what excuse do we have for that?
But to be honest, there are a lot that goes on behind the scenes. Many PGA Tour players pay hefty fines for slow play. They just don't bring that to the fore. But
Absolutely.
yes,
But then there are players like Brooks Koepka as well who perform at the most elite level and take under 10 seconds to hit a golf shot.
I think the PGTI is overall in a pretty good space if you look at it in terms of international standards.
Oh, is
and
it?
How much time?
course.
How much time our players are taking because maybe there'll always be a few black sheep, so as to speak. But that's where the system comes in because at the end of the day, it's still golf is a lot more than just about the pace of play. It is also about the quality of play. So I think that is fine. Obviously, the referees will have to do their job. Otherwise, what will the players do? So that's where it comes in. And I think when the standard of play keeps improving, you'll see the timings drop.
I get a sense that we should have a tournament where we do actually play super fast and sort of like have a fun event and compare the scores as to what happens really.
I think on the whole, players will actually play better, but it's very tough to sort of accept that. Like a very weird tidbit I'll share with you that obviously because I've had my fair share of referees following me.
Right.
I think I was almost best
Right,
friends.
so have I. Not as much as you, but I
I was
have had
almost on best friends with them,
Right.
apart from just hopping on their cart, which I couldn't do.
Yeah.
But one thing I realized when the referees were there, I always played better because there was lesser thought. You just stand and you hit. But when you overthink this game, that's where a paralysis by analysis sets in.
Sure.
That should be something that is never encouraged, especially from a young age. You want to make it a fluid game. I've seen the best players who sort of just go from one shot to the next, and that's the way it should be because you can't really control the outcome too much by taking too much time.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's an art. It's not a science. Like, you can stand on a putt and analyze it all you can. You'll never get the perfect line. It's what you see in your mind's eye, and you accept it and you hit it. And the better you get with your skills, you see that the dispersion decreases. So that's the thing that golfers have to accept, that by taking more time, you're not going to get better. By spending more time on the practice range, you'll get better, because then you'll have to take lesser time. There'll be lesser thoughts. Dispersion will be less. You'll have control on your ball flight. When you know one side is eliminated, you can stand with confidence. I remember myself taking more time when I didn't know where the ball is going to go. So then you try and eliminate everything by, taking the safest route. But that's, that's how, sometimes you get the yips as players get. So you get yips on the driver or whatever. And that's a part of the game. You lose confidence. And when you're playing well, you probably take lesser time. And that's what I've seen with players generally in terms of the time they take. When they're playing well, they're just sort of rolling on. And when it's not going for them, they're overthinking things, second guessing themselves, not trusting what they have. And so
You're looking at Abhijit Chadda on hole number 10, attacking the flag at 26 paces inside and 7 from the right side. One of the tougher flags on this whole location. You're absolutely right when it comes to paralysis by analysis, and I think that it's worth a shot to actually give it a try. That you go out there, you maybe shoot the flag with the rangefinder, and just check the wind and go for it. So all of this can be done within 30 seconds. But the only thing is, of course, you have to ward off the thoughts that maybe you will catch it or maybe you won't catch it. Good, but I think it'll be fun to sort of experience what it can really do to you and how it does affect your game. And especially for the players who do tend to take too much of time or maybe tend to analyze it too much, I think it could greatly benefit them and suddenly surprise them with the amount of skill they have and minus the amount of doubt that they have been carrying.
I think that has to be inculcated from an early time, or when you start the game. It's just don't overthink it. At the end of the day, it's a game. Obviously, professional golf is not, like, to be honest, it's not quite a game because it's more than a game. It's a livelihood. But yes, over analysis never really helped. And you'll see the greatest players throughout history have been ones who've been played at a decent speed. Even Tiger Woods only ever took a lot of time on a few shots, and those actually, you remember how they ended up in the hole or something like that. You can be given exception on a very difficult shot, but not otherwise.
Interesting shot being played here by Shankar Das. He's flopping that ball over onto the 9th green. Has he got it?
Has it gone in the sky?
It's about to drop. It's about to drop.
I think
it's about to drop.
Off,
Did it?
Where's it gone?
Did it drop?
These are exciting times for us. We were tracking it like a UFO.
Did it drop?
The player's also not visible. Where are they? He's crossing the green.
Yes, here.
I think
doesn't look like. Is he good?
I don't think that was the best option now in retrospect. I think has he gone in the drink?
No, he's just short of the drink.
Okay, that's not a good shot by any measure by a man who was number 1 on tour. I think he definitely miscued it, but it'd be for the better that he didn't land up in the water.
Former number 1 on tour many years ago, Shankar Das was the number 1 on the order of merit.
Yes. He has been number 1, so he knows how to get it done.
Incidentally, whenever I teach kids, in fact, one of the things I encourage them to do is to play really fast. And in fact, once they've made a decision, I try to make sure that they don't put too much of thought into it and then just go for the shot and then just find it and do it again. I just feel like we tend to give too much of importance to small details, and that just ends up, taking the fun away from the game.
Yes, exactly. I think you have to make the game fun. It's not supposed to be, drab and boring and slow. It's
exactly.
That's just a thought that people have, that the game should be like that, but not at all. It can be a fun, fast, quick game as well. And I've seen one of the better players in India, Anshul Kumar, was a lot like that. He stand and just finish a round in 3.5 hours and shoot a blistering round. Because he used to say that I like momentum. When I had a great shot, I just want to keep moving and hit one shot after the next, and that's how you get through it. Because if you really slow down and then you start getting thoughts and then you start thinking about your swing, one thing might derail it. and you don't want to drain yourself out. Mind you, a tournament goes on over 6 days, and if you keep that level of intensity up, you'd probably be really, really exhausted to play the next week. So it is also important to take it lightly and play shot by shot, as Shankar Das has done. Oh, making amends almost. A brilliant shot.
Great shot there by Shankar Das, trying to make a par from that situation that he landed himself in. But nonetheless, I think it's worth appreciating the fact that he actually, stood on that flop shot and absolutely committed himself to it and made an aggressive swing at it. Sometimes you get the right result, sometimes you don't get the right result, and that's what sports is all about. And looking at the right results, M. Dharma surely seems to be putting in the right results as of now. He's at -1 for the day and a total of -11 for the tournament, which has got him into solo lead. With
And
trailing behind him is Ranjit Singh at 10 under and Kapil Kumar at 9 under par. Anshul Patel.
And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are joining us just now, we're live at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism, being played at the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club here at Ahmedabad. And the tournament boasts of a prize money of 40 lakh and is the first tournament on the 2022 PGTI calendar. We have quite a few tournaments lined up after this, and it's definitely making for some exciting viewing for us as well as our viewers all over the world. And just to mention that if you want more information regarding this tournament or any other, you can go over to our website, pgtofindia.com. There you'll get a treasure trove of information on the players, the schedule, the past performances, the prize money, and so on and so forth, the sponsors. And that's a great section for the companies looking to add their name to the glittering list of sponsors in the PGTI. You can actually head over there as well.
अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में।
देश के कोने कोने पर विराजमान 12 ज्योतिर्लिंग देश की एकता के प्रतीक हैं, और इनमें से सर्वप्रथम ज्योतिर्लिंग यहाँ सोमनाथ मंदिर में है। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, खुशबू है गुजरात की। कच्छ का ये रण हिंदुस्तान का तोरण है। चांदनी रात की ये सफेद धरती, यूं लगता है जैसे चांद जमीन पर उतर आया है। आपने कच्छ नहीं देखा तो कुछ नहीं देखा। कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में।
Coming back to the action on hole number 10. The 10th hole is a par 4, measuring all of 437 yards. Very interesting hole. You can definitely make birdie with 2 good shots here. And look at the leaderboard so far. We have M. Dharma, the man from Bengaluru, who was leading the proceedings at 11 under par, followed by Ranjit Singh and Kapil Kumar at 9 under par. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu tied with 2 other players, Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad at 7 under par. Then you have Manu Gandas and Sayyid Saqib Ahmed at 5 under par, and Tapi Ghai at 9th position at 4 under par. Tapi Ghai was the leader after 2 days at 11 under par. So, sort of the wheels have come off the wagon, so as to speak. Let's see he can salvage something for himself on the back nine and maybe still surmount a challenge on this tournament. Now we have Anshul Patel, the lefty, going with the driver, an aggressive approach here. Seems to have. That's fine. Even though he's hit it with one hand, you can see that he's plucked the tee out and walking on confidently. So that's a sign that even though the shot is not exactly according to plan, it is still acceptable, and the player will accept it and move on to the next shot. And a look at last year's order of merit. We had Udyan Mane at number one, Karandeep Kochar. Udyan Mane unfortunately could not make the cut this week. Karandeep Kochar at number two, Chika Rangappa at three, Rashid Khan at number four, and Veeralawat at the fifth position. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, the young man, at position number six. Now, on our screens live, we have Kshitij now with call. Kshitij now with call currently at 3 under for the tournament, playing the ninth hole. The ninth hole with a nice flag today right at the back. So the players are trying to attack it. But mind you, that's a beautiful shot. Mind you, there is water right behind. So you need aggression, but you also need accuracy. So it's going to be a marriage of both that is going to help these players achieve success today. Benign conditions considered to compared to yesterday. The wind hasn't really picked up, and that's helping the players who are able to attack the flags more. And it's not that dry out there either, so the greens are receptive at this point in time. So all in all, it's making for good viewing. There you have a look at the leaderboard. Abhinav Lohan there in the camouflage. Going for the camouflage look on the final day is Abhinav. Abhinav currently at 2 under par for the tournament and level par for the day. So having a steady round so far. The PGTI calendar. The PGTI is next going to go to the Glade 1 Masters being played at the Glade 1 Resort next week here in Ahmedabad. And after that, it's going to be an international tournament where the PGTI will be going over to Bangladesh at Chattogram for the Chattogram Open, Mujib Borsho Chattogram Open 2022. And after that, you have the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship at the Tollygunge Golf Club, Kolkata. And then you have the DGC Open by MasterCard. And after that, you have the Asian Development Tour event. And that's going to be something that the players are going to look forward to. A good event with a handsome prize purse and also ability to get some international points and play alongside the Asian Tour players as we have a look at hole number 9. A little bit of an errant shot from the bunker, not his best effort. Maybe about 15 to 20 feet for par. And then in April, you have the Valentine's Championship, a new event, a mixed pro challenge. It's not going to be counted on the order of merit, but something that the top players would look to play. Then you have the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship at Chandigarh Golf Club, and then the Delhi NCR Open. So it's chock-a-block till the end of April. So a lot of action to be followed from this week onwards. And hopefully, if things continue to improve with the COVID-19 pandemic and the effect that it's had on everything else, we hope to see a lot more tournaments as Kshitij now with call reading his putt best he can. just coming up shy. Good putt nevertheless by Sunith. Sunith Chaurasia not having the best of days, 4 over for the day and 1 over for the tournament. His namesake Sunit Bishnoi faring a little better at level par for the day and level par for the tournament. Some of the other noteworthy scores today: Samal Trivedi playing well, 2 under for the day and 2 under for the tournament. But we're seeing towards the lower end of the leaderboard, a lot of the players are really capitulating, not having good days. Trishul Janapa, very unlikely bad round going on for him at 9 over par. Some other players also with some higher scores. So it obviously goes to show you that this golf course has definitely bared its fangs today, and it's going to get a lot tougher, especially on the back nine for the leader group, because the wind does tend to pick up after 12 o'clock, and that's going to cause a lot of havoc and definitely put paid to a lot of challenges as well for a lot of these players. We also have Gaurav Pratap Singh making amends for his performance yesterday. Abhinav Lohan just missing that putt. We have Alap IL also at 1 under par today after 12 holes and level par for the tournament. So some good scores being seen there. And towards the top of the leaderboard, we have Manu Kandas at 2 under par after 6 holes. So the leaders not really moving up, so to speak. They all started at 10 under par. Now, one of them has dropped a shot and one has gained a shot, and the chasing pack really not doing much at this point in time, apart from Manu Gandas, who's moved up to 5 under. The rest of them still having a set 8 round so far. This golf course is not going to be easy, and birdies are going to be hard to come by. There's no doubt about that. Then we can have a look at the signage that he's used on his golf ball. What's another interesting thing for our viewers is that what players do is that you must have an identifying mark on your golf ball. That's very important because each golf ball is identical. So the way that you identify that it's yours is that you have a different number, and then you also have your own personal marker, sort of permanent marker there. Sort of a sarcastic elation there, but yeah, it's good to keep it light while playing a tournament, and he's definitely doing that. Maybe have a look at Yuvraj Sandhu on hole number 8. It's gonna make for some interesting viewing. Mind you, Yuvraj is a prolific hitter. He can belt the ball as long as Abhijit Singh Chadda almost. So hence he's taking the aggressive route. Look for this to be flying the bunkers. Good swing by him. It's not quite visible here. I don't have the same. I think I also saw it pitch in front of the bunkers, as did my colleague Rahul. So maybe Yuvraj should be in position prime. We have the leaderboard now, so you can have a look at how the players are playing and where everybody stands at this point in time. Ram Dharma still leading the pack at 11 under par, and many other players in the fray. So who will be the contender? Who will be the pretender? Only time will tell. But it's shaping up to be a battle for the ages, one that you'll remember for years, ladies and gentlemen.
As we get back to the action on the golf course here on the 10th hole now, watching Kshitij Naved call taking his tee shot. Well, things seem to be getting very, very interesting on this leaderboard as some of the players seem to be going towards the overpower way and getting themselves drifted way further apart from the lead. And there are some players like Manu Gandas who are trying to catch on, currently at 5 under par, a little bit far away. Kshitij Naved call is at 4 under par. The one we have on our screen is at -1 for the day. Yashash Chandra also catching on is at -1 for the day. And Samar Dwivedi is at 2 under par, giving himself a good chance to finish top 10 this week. Amardeep Malik has dropped a bunch of shots and has dropped 4 shots already through the first 6 holes of the day and is down to 3 under. That would almost derail him from the spot to be able to contend for this event. Abhinav Lohan is at 1 over par and 1 under for the tournament. 1 under for the tournament. Abhinav Lohan on our screen is choosing to go with an iron on hole number 10. That's the first. A fairly long hole, this hole number 10. Usually players prefer to hit somewhere around 250 to 260 yard mark off the tee box and then take on the green from there. The green is sort of perched a little bit like a tabletop, swales off towards the right side, towards like a collection area, bunker up the front side, and the middle of the green is pretty flat, but there is a slope and a ridge in the middle of the green at the back edge of it, which makes the top flags quite difficult. And today the flag is on the top right of the green, 26 paces inside from the front edge and 7 from the right, getting the slopes in play as well as the swale on the right side. So the collection area is going to be something that the players will have to look out for. While we're now looking in to our screens at Angad Chima and Sudhir Sharma walking alongside Manu Gandas. Angad Chima staying at 2 over for the day and is left with 1 under for the tournament. Sudhir Sharma maintains himself at 2 under par as well. So atop the leaderboard, we are still led by M. Dharma at 11 under and Ranjit Singh follows closely at 10 under par. I think anyone who stays steady around this number today is going to have a superb chance. Yes, we looked at 13 as a number. We were also looking forward to a charge from the players who were past the third position, but clearly no one seems to be pressing on the charge up towards the front end of this leaderboard. I think this game remains very much between the top players, between M. Dharma, Ranjit Singh, Kapil Kumar, Karandeep Kochar and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, as well as Arjun Prasad. All players staying very, very steady, but someone needs to make a move. Sudhir Sharma on the fairway on hole number 9. Sudhir, we're looking forward to making a couple of birdies. He is 2 over for the day. So he would give himself a birdie opportunity from about 25 feet away. Angad Chima now. Well, the winds haven't picked up yet. Usually we see them pick up around this time, about 11:30, 12-ish in the day.
Looking at Angad Chima here on hole number 9. Hits the ball quite high, so would be able to generate a lot of spin. Look at this ball when it pitches. Just one bounce and a little bit of jizz back. Spin definitely helps and makes it easy. Just leaving it about 20 feet. Not really flirting with that flag stick because there is the danger if you go over the flag and sort of hit it too much, you could end up behind the green and possibly in the waters. The players don't want that. They're mindful of that.
Manu Gandas coming in from a good angle from the left center of the fairway over here gives him a good angle towards this flag location, which is 29 paces into the back of the green almost.
Quite far down here, so going with a lofted club, maybe with a pitching wedge. Very good camera work there. Again, safety first. Three balls, all about 25 to 30 feet. All should be able to make their par. None of them really risking going at that flag. It's a very smart flag position placement by the rules committee here, making it a risk and reward setting, which it should be on the final day because the reward is the winner's prize check and those 5 world ranking points. And the risk obviously is drowning in the water.
For most of you who are just about joining us as of now, we are live on ABP's channel called VAR Cricket. We are available on YouTube as well as on Facebook. So help us to spread this message that the PGTI is now being telecasted live across on most of the tournaments. This is the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 being played just on the outskirts of Ahmedabad at Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club. The tournament is supported by Gujarat Tourism, Incredible India, and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. And of course, the tour partners who go along the tour, wherever the tour goes, is Tata Steel, American Express, Amritanjan Fruitnik Plus, and Rolex. Amritanjan Fruitnik Plus gives us the hydration that the players require. American Express, of course, is the payment gateway that we are all aware of. Tata Steel is one of the biggest conglomerates of this country. Rolex has been supporting golf since the 1960s and has been supporting not only golfers but also tournaments and tours across the world. The PGTI is responsible for taking Indian golf global. The PGTI works very hard to put in tournaments together for the professional golfers and for our viewers to be able to view some of the most scintillating and the top quality golfers in the country. And that is what the PGTI does. Not only does the PGTI have Indian players, but it also has international names, as there is no stipulation on which country does a player come from. This is all about how good you can play golf. And that is exactly what the PGTI is known for. PGTI not only hosts tournaments in India, but also in countries like Sri Lanka and Nepal, as well as in Bangladesh. In fact, 2 weeks from now, we do go to Bangladesh for the tournament which is being held in the first half of this calendar year.
Yes, thanks for that information, Rahul.
Sudhir Sharma would have to settle for par on hole number 9. That would keep his campaign at 2 over for the day. Sudhir not very happy with that effort of his. Brilliant weather out in Ahmedabad to be playing golf. In fact, one of the most the best places to visit, not only for golf but also for its tourist destinations. Gujarat Tourism has been promoting a lot of tourism in the state, and they have gone from strength to strength over the past many years. And the Sports Authority of Gujarat, of course, coming forth to support golf as the body of sports in Gujarat. Manu Gandas, let's see if he has taken a leaf out of Angachima's putt.
I think that definitely helps that co-player is able to show you the line and you can take a leaf out of that and definitely go to school. And it won't surprise me. It won't surprise me if Manu Gandas makes his putt as well. It's all of 30 feet, turning from his right to left, maybe about half a foot of break, moderately. And look at that, almost making it, just not getting the speed right. but definitely getting the line. So close, but yet so far. I have a look at Angad there. Angad would have definitely benefited from seeing two players spot that on a very similar line. Should be able to go a little more aggressive, especially when you don't have any doubt left in your mind as to how the ball will break or where it'll turn. The game becomes a lot more simpler. Let's see if he's able to make it. And yes, he is.
That's what great players do, right? They learn.
Exactly.
Learn on their feet. That's exactly what Angad Chima just showcased over there. Two players show him the line. One shows speed 2 extra. The other one shows the speed 2 less, and he optimized all that information.
Very well done by him there.
Angad Chima would now go to 2 under par for the tournament and 1 over for the day.
Now we have a look at the players walking down on hole number 8.
Amardeep Malik lurking behind, not feeling so good about his game. Amardeep has dropped a bunch of shots this morning, clearly not the way he wanted to go. Amardeep has been really, he's been putting up some good rounds together, but not really closing in on them. We've been seeing that he's got one odd round which doesn't go the way he wants it to. And other than that, he's really been putting up some terrific scores out there. I think it's a matter of time, and we should see him getting a victory this year.
Absolutely, he's got
Welcome to Champaner, the University of Architecture. यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो, कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में। हैं? गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
मोक्ष का द्वार है द्वारका, चारों धामों में से एक धाम जहां बसते हैं मुरली मनोहर श्याम। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, झांकियों की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
Manu Gandas going at it on the 10th hole. Manu Gandas is at 2 under par right now and 5 under through his first 9 holes in total for the final round. And M. Dharma is still leading the pack at 11 under par. Be nice to see who stays steady up there.
Ranjit also staying steady, so he's definitely not backing down.
Ranjit making a string of pars to keep himself afloat.
Angad Chima here.
A lot of players taking on the approach with the iron on this hole. It's like they're laying up from that bunker on the right side. Sudhir Sharma from Greater Noida up on the tee.
Going with an iron as well. There, the board we have of umbrella sponsor Tata Steel.
One of the many things that golf brings, for club golfers, for all of us, for people who play recreationally or even as a sport, the amount of health benefits that people have because of golfing. I mean, firstly, people of all ages can play this sport. If you can walk, you can play golf. In fact, we've seen people who have gone above the age of 80 and also still continued playing their rounds of golf. I'm sure you've seen some at your home club. I've seen some at my home club, and just the way this game brings people together and keeps their juices flowing, not only competitively but also in terms of a recreation, giving them a little bit of walk and a fitness activity, also helping them to meet with their friends and also new people. I think it just keeps you going, especially at that age. And having said that, I mean, it has to be one of the greatest sports to have ever been played. I mean, at the end of the day, you play one round of golf, you almost walk about 8 kilometers, and that is a lot of walking. I mean, your fitness trackers would be super happy.
Yes, you're right. I remember whenever I play around a golf, I get a notification that you've done your day's, walk. You've done the number of steps, and then I think, how do I ever do them normally? I never do them normally. So I think it's important. Obviously, it has its health benefits. There's no doubt. And the great thing is that you can play this game of golf at any age, and you can compete with your friends. And the great thing about golf is that there's something called a handicap in golf, and that's the average score that you have over a round of 18 holes. And so if it's a 72 par and you do 96 normally, so your handicap becomes 24. And so you can compete with somebody who has a handicap of say 10 and he's giving you 14 strokes. What it does, golf allows you to equalize the playing field. And that's also different, that even if you're playing a friendly round or just your weekend round, you can actually compete with a golfer of a different ability and level by just equalizing the field by taking shots. And you can't really do that, let's say, in a game like football, or even say cricket, because there's it's just one field and one way. But in golf, you can equalize. It's a little different that way, so it helps you just to play for fun. Obviously, you can't compete at the highest level at those ages, but if you're really fit, like Phil Mickelson is 50, still dominating and playing international golf. So golf allows you that little bit more longevity as opposed to a dynamic running sport, let's say like football, where players tend to retire and they've made or late 30s. Golf, you're seeing normally the good professionals, they are able to play till their mid 40s and late 40s and be competitive. You see a lot of players leave golf altogether when they're 50, but some of them carry on to the senior tours. And obviously that's like a second coming for a lot of players. But I think if you're fit, realistically speaking, you can compete till the time you're 45, 47. So there's no stopping you. And I think Ranjit Singh, who's on our screen, is a prime example of it. I think he must be somewhere in his early 40s.
I think he should be in his late 40s and keeping fit as a fiddle.
Not too sure, maybe late or mid 40s, not maybe mid 40s, but look at him. You wouldn't be able to tell his age if you just look at him, and the standard of golf that he's displaying is just fantastic. Won't be too happy with that putt, but that should do. M. Dharma, this putt is going to be very important. If he has to cement his position, I think this putt is going to be key. If he can make this long putt, because a long putt somehow really gives you a lot of confidence, and can also put paid to the hopes of the others, because they feel that everything is against them, and somehow you have that luck on his side. So if this, he has to make this putt, and then it can almost be certain that he will be there till the end. Hitting a little bit of a weak putt.
Dharma also keeping the toe up in the air, just like you spoke yesterday about one of the players. Uh, you think that holds some advantage for a few of them?
I think I saw Chaurasia and Sunith holding up the toe end of the putter, and that works more with the traditional style putter. And these mallet putters, I'm not too sure if holding up. Maybe that's one of the idiosyncrasies of M Dharma, but I feel like in the traditional putter, you can still putt that way. With a mallet putter, I've never really seen too many players do what M Dharma is doing, to be honest.
We'd encourage anyone who's watching right now on YouTube and on Facebook Live to ask us a few questions if you wish. If anything, any of your queries about the game of golf can be answered by us, we'd be more than happy to take on your questions. Kapil Kumar now putting for par. Kapil Kumar staying at 9 under par right now. Kapil would make that par putt and stay at the score of 9 under par for the tournament. He's still 2 shots shy of the lead. Ranjit Singh finishes up, would stay at 10 under par. We're back watching Syed Saqib Ahmed now. Saqib playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Tapi Ghai. Currently, Syed Saqib Ahmed is at even par for the day and 4 under for the tournament. A couple more reds on that scorecard would cement his position within the top 10 for this tournament. Amardeep Malik has some work to do and catch on some ground.
This could be an interesting shot for Saqib with that 1 under for the day. If he needs to make a charge, he heard is one of the places that he must make a birdie. So would need to take that shot on. I think he's at a big drive, so shouldn't have more than 130, 35 yards. Pitching wedge should be comfortable for him. It's not bad. If that's his ball, 20 feet left, a realistic chance of birdie there.
Absolutely, 20 feet away. That should give him a good shot at birdie on the hole number 9. Fellow players Tapi Ghai and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Yuvraj is maintaining himself at even par and is sticking around at 7 under for the tournament. None of the players really making a charge today for some reason. You think the still conditions are making it difficult for them? Tapi Ghai seems to have made some amends on the golf course. He's now only 2 over par for the day and 5 under for the event. He had dropped quite a few shots in the first 3 holes itself. Seems like he is making amends now. Kshitij Naved call is at 1 under for the day and 4 under for the tournament, while Manu Gandas is at 5 under for the tournament.
I think the pin positions would definitely be the factor that's causing the players, to not be able to make so many birdies. I don't think the wind is really a factor yet. Those flags seems to start to flutter as soon as I spoke about the wind. That might be ominous, I think, for the back nine. But Well, I think the pin positions, and I think on the last day, normally you see players sort of fall by the wayside as well. They get accumulated fatigue is something that they don't quite feel consciously, but it's there in the body because it's the last day. It's the last day of a long stretch of holes, and of course, the pin positions is something that is definitely something that comes to mind. Just think of this ninth hole itself. It's a little bit looks easy, but it's right at the back and inviting enough, but still fraught with danger. And a lot of the flags would be like that on the back nine as you go there. And obviously, the wind has started picking up now. I mean, it's at quite a clip now.
As we get the latest update, Ranjit Singh and M. Dharma are now tied at 11 under par, and Kapil Kumar is at 9 under par for the tournament. So we have a little bit of movement going on atop, but none of the players from the bottom of the pack seem to be creating any sort of a charge for the leaders on top. It seems so far that the game is right now between the three players in the leader group. Syed Saqib Ahmed has missed the green on the left side. Unfortunately, our reading of where that ball was absolutely not on point. Saqib has a little bit of work cut out for him from that position. It's not the easiest place to be. Got a huge bank to take care of and then take care of the release of the ball.
Interesting shot for Saqib here. Has to navigate a change in elevation while also be able to stop the ball quickly enough. Look for this ball to break a little bit from the right to left. Not giving it enough hit there, leaving it short. Yuvraj there on the green. Yuvraj currently lying at level par 7 under for the tournament. And for those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to welcome you to VAR Cricket by ABP Network. And you might be a little surprised that you tuned in to watch cricket, but you're watching golf. And so I'm here as your host, Shaurya Singh, alongside my co-host, Rahul Bajaj, to tell you that you're live at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism. We are live from the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club right here in Ahmedabad. And the prize money for this tournament is a handsome prize purse of rupees 40 lakh. The tournament is a stroke play event and it's the first event of the 2022 PGTI calendar. The PGTI is the Professional Golf Tour of India, is one of the premier domestic tours in the world. And it's also it's the Indian tour, which is venturing now to different countries. The PGTI has played international tournaments overseas in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, amongst a few other nations. And the PGTI also has world ranking points. So mind you, ladies and gentlemen, you have international players who come here to accumulate these points, and that enables them to get a good world ranking, which further then gives them an opportunity to play bigger events in places like the United States of America, in Europe, and so on and so forth. I'd also like to tell you the inspiring story of our homegrown Udyan Mane, the player from Bengaluru, who was able to get a spot in the Olympics right from the PGT of India itself. So he was able to win, I think, close to 5 or 6 tournaments in a string of 2 years, and that enabled him to be able to play the Olympics. And that's a great story that what can happen just playing here. But obviously, the aim of a lot of the professional golfers is to use this as an experience ground and then get onto bigger international tours, emulate the stars of Indian golf like Jyoti Randhawa, Jeev Milkha Singh, Shiv Kapoor, Arjun Atwal, a winner on the PGA Tour, Anirban Lahiri, who's a regular on the US Tour, Shubhankar Sharma, the young phenom who is making inroads in Europe, and Gaganjeet Bhullar, the stalwart from Punjab, from a lineage of champions. So there's many other names, youngsters like Chika Rangappa, who's coming through the ranks, and many others are there to inspire other generation of players. And Ranjit Singh is somebody who doesn't require too much inspiration today. He's like a man possessed. He's at 11 under par, 1 under for the day, and battling it out with M. Dharma, who's also at 11 under par. That's a heavyweight championship, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who's going to knock who out.
Syed Saqib will end up missing that putt. It's a poor effort on this hole for Syed. Nonetheless, each of these tournaments that the PGTI hosts and organizes requires a huge amount of work that is done behind the scenes. So kudos to the team from PGTI, starting from the operations team to the marketing team and all the way to the media team, which takes care of everything. And of course, ABP News Network for having come forth to want to telecast live golf tournaments. Syed Saqib Ahmed having a tough time there. Seems like a bit of frustration creeping in. Going back, so yes, that each tournament has a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. Not only is it the players playing, but also the new complications also with COVID add on to the challenge of making sure each one is vaccinated. Each one has an RT-PCR test report every week, including the caddies. That's M Dharma hitting the tee shot on hole number 7, the Island Green hole. Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh now. Ranjit Singh has always been quite a steady ball striker, is taking off that tee confidently, staring it down. The 7th hole, the pin today is at 36 paces from the front and 8 paces from the left. So quite a way in, almost adding 3 clubs to the player's yardage to the front edge. That's Kapil Kumar from Delhi, currently at 9 under par. Tappy Guy now on hole number 10. Tappy Guy trying to make amends. Back to 4 over par for the day. He's 3 under for the tournament. Course record at Kalahar Blues and Greens is jointly held by Om Prakash Chauhan and Khalin Joshi at 9 under par. Saqib Ahmed ending up with a triple bogey on hole number 9, derailed him down to 2 over for the day from being 1 under par through 8 holes. Now he's left with being only 2 under par for the event. Needs to make a few birdies out there to finish top 10 this week. You are all watching ABP News Network's channel War Cricket. ABP News Network and PGTI together bring you the best of golfers from the country live to your screens, be it a mobile phone or be it a television or be it a laptop. You can stream live golf tournaments now, sitting here and watch them in India, the Indian players as well as international players. The tour has been supported by Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Plus and Rolex. And this tournament that you're watching is the Gujarat Open 2022. And it is supported by Gujarat Tourism, Incredible India, as well as the Sports Authority of Gujarat. Tata Steel is the tour partner, as well as Rolex, American Express, and Amritanjan Fruitnik. They help keep the tour going. The tour likes to go to various states and various cities and hosts golf tournaments in each of these venues, taking the best of professional golf to each of the cities and the states, making sure that everyone gets a flavor of how good Indian golfers really are. Indian golfers today are competing at the international stage, playing alongside some of the best golfers in the world, including the PGA Tour, the European Tour, as well as the Asian Tour. Having said that, we have an Asian Tour and PGTI joint sanctioned event, as well as an Asian Development Tour and the PGTI joint sanctioned event coming up in a month's time here in Delhi, NCR. And for any information that you require regarding these tournaments, everyone is welcome to come and watch them, walk along the players, and have a look at how they play. You can visit pgtofindia.com for any of the information on the tournament dates as well as the tournament timings. And of course, you can also follow PGT of India handles on Instagram, Twitter, as well as on Facebook. So PGT of India will relays all the information regularly on all their social media pages, keeping all of the followers and the viewers updated through and through as to what is happening in the world of Indian golf, Indian professional golf. Karandeep Kochar getting disturbed by our little tidbits of information.
Not really, but who knows? Maybe just rechecking the yardage or trying to confirm with his caddy. Currently, Kochar also very much in the mix at 9 under par for the tournament, 1 under for the day. So looking to make a move now. Let's see if he's able to take the 9th hole on. This flag position seems very inviting, but is obviously fraught with danger. Hitting it high, moving it from right to left. Oh, he's gone for it. Just miscued a little bit on the right, and you can see how that will roll down into the collection area. Now he's going to have his work cut out in order to make par. So that's one of the perils of playing an attacking shot on this 9th hole. You must get it right, or you'll have to pay the penalty, which he might in this case.
Amardeep Malik walking the front of Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad. Arjun Prasad is at 1 over par for the day, total of 7 under par for the tournament. And Amardeep Malik not having the best of days. He's 6 over par through the first 8 holes of the day, derailing his campaign by a huge margin. Seems like the winds are picking up now. As you can tell, the gusts are coming in, the clothes are fluttering. So we definitely know that things are going to change out there on the golf course as the clock strikes 12.
You make it sound almost like it's like a horror movie is going to start at 12 o'clock. It well might. You look at the flag now, it's standing proud, and it's signaling to the players that, yes, lads, you're in for a strong, difficult time now. It's going to make for some interesting viewing, as it did on the 18th yesterday. I, for one, found it very interesting. Although I know the players found it difficult, but that's what viewing golf is for, is to entertain the viewers. And I think more holes like that will make it a lot more interesting. And maybe that's the way golf has to go. Extreme risk and reward, because then if you make a mistake, you find yourself like how Karandeep here now. Isn't this shot really interesting? Look at the technique that he'll employ. He'll have to sort of open the club face and slide it under the ball, ensure that it gets up in the air and also spins in time for it to get close to the flag and not too far either. So it's a lot of things going on for him to save par, because if he makes bogey, it's not this that he'll drop a shot. He'll be cursing himself when he gets on the next hole, because he was in position A to make birdie. And that's some of the things that a champion must contend with. So he went for the risk-oriented shot, went for the flag, missed it. Now he'll have all the work cut out in order to make par. Let's see his short game prowess if it saves him out of this one.
Someone else's.
Oh, he's running and he's not hit a good shot. That could actually go in the water.
That most likely has run down all the way.
I apologize if I was the harbinger of all bad things in this world, but I didn't really want that. But that's what golf is. It can be entertaining for the viewers, but it's devastating for the players.
Yeah, when you have a shot like this, you have to really, really commit to it.
I think he's been able to save himself from the water, but
he saved it. And what is pleasure for the viewers can be a really painful shot for a lot of the others.
Yes,
here's another painful shot coming up. Amardeep Malik going with a really, really
that seems like he's
aggressive
also got
approach.
A hard shot, but was able to spin it just in time. There's a cup of black coffee for you. Thank you. Oh, मैंने बताया. I got you the wrong order of coffee, it seems, and you wanted chai. So I think I'll have the shot of espresso and get charged up for what seems to be a very entertaining back nine.
Windy day, and players pulling out their lob wedges, trying to slide that club under the golf ball from all sorts of situations as of now. And Arjun Prasad seems to be getting bored as he only has a putter in his hand.
This is not entertaining. Arjun, hit it off the green and chip it for us. We need some entertainment here, but in all seriousness, make this putt. But look at what this game is. From right off the green, you can find yourself again off the green. You hit a chip, and then you're hitting a chip again.
Mind you, these are the best players in the country, and this is how it is. Things are not fair out there, and sometimes you do hit good shots and get bad results. Sometimes you hit bad shots and do get good results.
And this is the best golf course in the country. So what a perfect marriage of two things. You have the best players playing on the best track, and the wind is up. So this is where you test your mettle. This is where you see these players. Now, what's really going to determine his challenge here, Karandeep? I think it hinges on this shot. This
honestly,
shot is so important, even he wouldn't know it.
I think Karandeep needs to make this chip in case he wants to carry on with his charge on the leaders.
Let's see a Tiger Woods moment here, making this chip and a fist bump. But maybe that's asking for too much, and up and down would also be a very good effort.
It's a pretty good shot.
Brilliant chip. That's pedigree right there. That's a lot of class. That shot was stamped with his class and authority. That yes, I'm the number 2 player in the country. Don't take me lightly, you commentators.
I think the situation that he had earlier on with his chip from the right side of the green was a difficult situation to be in. The ball stuck on a downhill, kind of similar to how the golf balls were lining up on the 18th hole yesterday. Balls on the downhill, green's a little tabletopish, got to stop it as quick as possible. Amardeep Malik, after flopping that golf ball from the back of the green up onto about 6 feet.
Stalking that putt, looking at it intently, needs to make that putt stay in with any shot of this championship. His round is already sort of trending the wrong way. That's 6 over par. Unfortunately, I think he won't be challenging today at all. And going to 7 over par, I think he has to stop the rot. Otherwise, this is really getting out of control here for him. A 7 over front 9 is really a devastating body blow for Amardeep Malik, who would have been looking to contend or win this tournament. But unfortunately, alas, that's not going to happen at this. Maybe the next week. We all live to fight another day, and one must never give up. And one person who's definitely not giving up is Ranjit Singh and M. Dharma. The leader group striding down with Kapil Kumar, stalking them 2 shots behind. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the leader group for you and the leaderboard right there.
Leaderboard will be updated soon. Karandeep Kochar has dropped a shot and dropped over to 8 under for the tournament. Will be solo at the fourth position, while Kapil Kumar moves up to a solo for the third position as of now. 2 shots adrift of Ranjit Singh and M. Dharma to lead this tournament.
We'll have a look at Ranjit.
Ranjit is back in the fairway on the ninth hole. He's hit a conservative shot over here, giving himself a decent shot.
He seemed to be quite a fair way behind. Maybe miscued his tee shot, or
Possibly didn't catch the best of tee shots, but as long as the
not a
ball
good
is
second
in the
shot
fairway,
either.
yeah, could be mishitting it all the way to the green. I'd be happy if I was mishitting the golf ball onto regulation play. I think that'll be fine with that.
I'd be happy just playing. Now we
Kapil
have
Kumar.
Kapil Kumar. What can he do? Can he emulate the other famous Kapil, Mr. Kapil Dev, who was with us in our previous broadcasts? And can he do the unthinkable? Let's see if he can hit the shot close to the hole.
I think Kapil Kumar is staying as steady as he was staying yesterday. He just needs to make 2 or 3 birdies for him to start to actually hurt the leaders. He needs to start upping the birdie quotient on the golf course.
They say that keep your mind while all others lose theirs around you, but that is not the case.
It's like that pull cut didn't really come back onto the green. It's gone on the left side.
Could that be the rough or the hazard?
We wouldn't know. The fact that it's hit that slope, it could have bounced in, but we will only know in due course of time when he arrives at the spot.
That one is
मौका
definitely.
वारदात पे जब कपिल जी पहुंचेंगे तो पता लगेगा.
हाँ बिल्कुल, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा है. And on that note, look at M. Dharma. He's definitely added some horsepower to his game. He's the longest hitter, and we saw him on the first hole as well. And I think that's also helping him in terms of scoring. I think this is an opening for Dharma. The door is ajar. He just has to kick it open and get through it, because both his rivals are now struggling on this hole. Let's see what he can do. A nice little shot, 2 to 3 feet from the flag, would not hurt him at this point in time. We are still tracing where his ball is. Some of the players seem to be really far behind as the headwind picked. Oh, yes, the wind has picked up, and you're seeing the effect because it's playing right into the wind this hole. Now, as you see, Amardeep Malik, affectionately called Hammer by his friends. So the Thor's hammer is definitely not working today.
Unfortunately, he's getting a little hammered himself today on the golf course. I was wishing that it was the other way around. Clearly, the tide is moving the other way for him today.
That's what they say. The sands of time and the tides of the sea wait for no man.
Some of the players who've been able to collect some shots on the golf course today include Manu Gandas, Yashas Chandra, Samarth Dwivedi, all of them at 2 under par, as well as Kartik Sharma and Om Prakash Chauhan, Sanjeev Kumar Lucknow, as well as Gaurav Pratap Singh, both playing to 2 under par for the day so far. And Ranjit Singh and Dharma are at 1 under par for the day. So is Abhinav Lohan, Sunit Bishnoi, Varun Parekh, and Alap Ayal. So any of you viewers, if you are looking for these players, they are in good shape for the day. We look back at our screens. We've got Ranjit Singh a little bit far away from the hole, but nonetheless has a good shot. At least he has the putter in his hand. The rest of the 2 players seem to have miscued their shots. We'll find out surely. and soon where they're at. That's Ranjit Singh's putter with his caddy, and seems like the caddy is generating some feel in his hands for the putt, trying to see if he can catch the right line. Kapil's ball seems to have stopped at that bank area on the left of the green, and he is going to be chipping it up.
Ranjit Singh there, pacing his putt, which could be all of 55 to 60 feet. A two putt from here is a brilliant effort. Doesn't want to be moving back as he pursues his maiden title. You know, the maiden title is never easy. So it's all three players have, even Dharma has pulled it.
Kapil Kumar has left his chip shot, about
So
20
it's the
feet
wind.
short of the
It's
hole.
just the wind. It's changed the entire complexion of this game because all these guys are good ball strikers, but they are finding it difficult to be in the vicinity of the pin. I mean, in the vicinity of the green, to be honest, let alone the pin. So it's going to be fraught with danger, but there will be certain holes where the wind will be favorable, a tailwind. So, you know, it works both ways. You can have the tough holes becoming tougher, but some of the holes that might not be so long, if there's a tailwind there, then you have a realistic birdie opportunity. But on the whole, when the wind is howling, a golf course does get a lot tougher because even in tailwind, it does get tougher to control. Putting becomes tougher, as you see. You know, there are multiple conversations that are going on between caddy and player, and let's see if both of them have come to a conclusion, and that conclusion is the correct one. We'll only know once this putt is executed.
Ranjit now ready to hit his putt after his caddy has made all the preparations for him, going midway and walking up and down and striding, feeling that putt with his hands and making sure that he has the right line for his player. Ranjit Singh in execution phase. Has he hit the right speed?
Oh.
Absolutely brilliant touch there by
Brilliant.
Ranjit Singh. Should have
Beautiful.
just about over 2 feet, slightly over 2 feet to save his par.
Beautiful execution there by Ranjit.
M. Dharma now from the left of the green seems to have put himself into a spot there.
Lucky not to go in the water.
A lot of players seem to be pulling their shots onto the left side. I think when they're trying to keep the ball low, probably just making it get a little pulled over
Seems
onto
like
the other
he's in the
side.
bunker, is he?
No, there is.
Oh,
Oops.
what? The ball is not in view, so he's
He's
stuffed it.
he's not hit the best of shots. He left it on that bank again.
See, this is what can happen. Fortunes can change. So a par can be a good number as well. I was thinking that Dharma would be able to separate himself from the field, but I think he's trending in the wrong direction. So Dharma would drop at least one shot unless he's able to hold this. So Ranjit would then have the lead. So it's like musical chairs at this point in time.
Absolutely. M. Dharma seems to have miscued that, and I mean, if he can chip that in, that will be a great confidence booster for him. I'm sure he's looking at chipping this one in. I'd say I'd almost put my money on it.
Yeah, he has the ability, and we've seen a lot of good chips from that angle. We've seen Karandeep. We previously saw Shankar Das also almost hold it.
Yeah, the ball tails off a little bit from the left to the right. So if he has the right line and the right speed, which is predominantly what he requires over here,
That's a good chip. I think after a shot like that, just making a bogey is also not bad. You don't want to be compounding the error.
yep, I think he's going to be settling there for a bogey, while Ranjit Singh is primed up to now become a solo leader after the first 9 holes on the final day of the Gujarat Open 2022. Kapil Kumar now putting for par. He has some work to do. Kapil Kumar is at 9 under par. If he makes this putt, it keeps him near the leaders. If he misses this, he will be down to 8 under par, which will be 3 shots adrift from the lead. And that's a lot of work to do in the back nine. As the wind picks up, the back nine will also become tougher to play, especially the stretch between the 13th to the 15th holes. Has he got the line? Has he got the line? Kapil Kumar saves par to stay at 9 under par and only 2 shots away from the leader. That's a great effort there by Kapil Kumar to stay up in the lead. This should help him get a little bit more boosted up and take over that back nine.
Absolutely, staying within striking distance. 2 shots is nothing on this kind of a golf course. It can be gone in the blink of an eye. Ranjit Singh opening up a lead, a 1-shot lead.
It's just a head down follow through, my friend. Save par on hole number 9.
I think this should not be too much of a problem. An uphill putt, turning a little bit from the left to the right, but still, it's all of 3.5 feet. Requires every inch of respect for it to go in. Yes,
There we have it.
one there.
Ranjit Singh would stay in the lead solo now at 11 under par through 63 holes of this tournament. 9 holes more to go in the 72-hole event, the Gujarat Open 2022, being played at Kalhar Blues and Greens, presented to you by Gujarat Tourism, Incredible India, and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. I think there should be more and more of such government organizations as well as apex bodies for sports coming forward to, take golf and put it into their states as well as support it for the future. Not only does it make a great career, it makes a great recreation as well.
Absolutely. Oh no!
M. Dharma there slipping that would have to settle for a double bogey, unfortunately, and drop down to 9 under par to tie Kapil Kumar for tie for second position.
That's the most unexpected set of events that you could have thought that could transpire, and that kind of a short putt and just pulled it. And you really have to. It's almost like he's presenting Ranjit with a 2-shot lead. Now Ranjit definitely will lap that up with open arms, a 2-shot lead. He won't be complaining about that. Nice golf course here.
Worth playing. Well, the groups which teed off from the back nine, which is the 10th hole, are making their way now onto the 9th green. In the lead now, the current leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, is on our screens. Ranjit Singh leads the way at 11 under par. Kapil Kumar and M. Dharma tie in at 9 under par. Karandeep Kochar stays alone at 8 under par. And as they say, it's lonely at the top, and that's what Ranjit Singh is right now, all by himself.
I'm sure he's not going to mind that sort of loneliness. 2 shots is a good lead, especially on the back nine, and he seems like he's got his game nice and stable. If he can just maybe shoot level par, or maybe I think even 1 over on this back nine, 10 under should do it, because it's going to be difficult for the chasing pack to pick up more shots on this 9. And M. Dharma and Kapil maybe shoot 1 under or max 2 under par. It's going to be very, very difficult on this back nine. So I think Pars are the order of the day for Ranjit in order to be successful. Now we have Kapil here going with an iron.
Kapil Kumar giving it an aggressive golf swing. It's exactly what is need of the hour. One of the best scores on the golf course right now is Manu Gandas and Alap Ayal, both at 3 under par for the day. Alap Ayal has moved up to 2 under par for the tournament, a tie for 12th position, 11 position jump for him. Samar Dwivedi is at 2 under for the day and 2 under for the event, and that has jumped him up to tie for 12th position. He's jumped up 8 spots. And Ranjit Singh, our leader.
Going with the iron as well. Can you tell us a little bit more about this whole role and why are the players taking an iron on a par four? And what is it that is this whole fraught with danger? Why can't a player pick up the driver? And just tell us your thoughts on this whole.
I think the hole is playing a slight amount of downwind, and that's the reason that a lot of the players are choosing to hit an iron. One of the other reasons why the player chooses to hit an iron over here is to stay on the left of the bunker or just short of it. You don't want to be inside that bunker. It holds a very difficult shot from there. You'll have to hit a 6 iron or so in from a deep bunker like that. That could be quite difficult for the players. And also the green is perched up as a tabletop on this 10th hole. The pin today is at the back near the middle slope, like a spine that runs along the middle part of that green at the back. So making that shot even more difficult. So being in the short stuff is definitely something that players require. There is a hazard up ahead on the left side. So a lot of the long hitters, owing to the wind, could also make it in there. So what seems like a safe approach is actually the smarter approach for the players. They would be hitting that iron and probably get a mid iron in thereafter to that back flag location. Right of the green has a little bit of a tip off area where it's like a collection area where the balls land up if you miss them towards the right side, and difficult up and down beckons from there.
Look at the leaderboard now.
It's the refreshed leaderboard with Ranjit Singh on top and Kapil Kumar and M. Dharma following right under. Karandeep Kochar staying at 8 under par along with Arjun Prasad. All players staying quite steady. Manu Ganda seems to be making a charge a little too late though. Is 3 under par for the day and 6 under for the tournament.
Now I think the battle is clearly between just five players. I feel, who are within three shots of the lead. A player like Manu Gandas, who's at 6 under par for the tournament with 6 holes to go. Maybe, to be honest, it could be him as well. The player at 6 under par, if they can get to about 8 under par, and if the top of the leaderboard capitulates, which it can, given the conditions, very oppressive conditions which will be there on the back nine. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the toughest 9-hole stretch of 9 holes, even in normal times. And given the wind, the high wind and the firm conditions, it's immensely difficult. So anything can happen. This tournament can be won even in single-digit under pars. So even though chasing pack at 600, if they can make a few birdies, can actually put a number on the board, and that might be enough.
Looking at an interesting finish going into this final 9 holes that remain in front of us for this tournament. Sachin Besoya leaving that putt short on the 18th hole, which is his final hole of the day. Not very happy with that effort. He's still quite gutted about it. I think almost seemed to be like the caddy's fault. Apparently, they didn't get the right speed together. Playing alongside Akash Modi from Mumbai. Third playing partner seems to be Rohan Dole Patel. Rohan Dole Patel playing alongside Akash and Sachin. Rohan Dole Patel is playing his first tournament as a professional golfer. He has just qualified for the Pro Tours just last week at the qualifying school, which was held in Ahmedabad as well. The qualifying school, incidentally, is a tournament that is hosted by the PGTI just at the start of each season. And usually, this is held in January, where over 300 players come together to participate and compete to get 40 cards to be eligible to play the main tour of the PGTI. The players have to first go through some of the players go through a pre-qualifying one, which is called the stage one. Then there's a stage two. Sometimes if there are too many entries, there'll be a stage three as well. After which the players who qualify in these stages go into the main qualifying, and after that the top 40 players are the ones who actually make it on to the main tour of the PGTI. The rest of the players outside of the top 40 make conditional cards. Their entries into tournaments are subject to cancellations by the players who made it before them. Other than these players, of course, the top 60 on the order of merit from the year before move into the next year's tournaments on an exemption. The rest of the 40 players come through the qualifying school, and thereafter there are sponsors exemptions at all, which get more players in. Rohan Dole Patel with a superb effort there and a good speed control on that putt would have to settle for a par.
An interesting flag position here at the back left. It's going to cause problems for the players who miss the green on the left-hand side. They'll be left with very little room to maneuver. So I think the safe spot today would actually, contrary to popular belief, be on the right of the flag, because you'd have an uphill shot, but the players would not want to be flirting with the water. So you'll see a lot of players maybe short and left, which is still fine because they'll have an uphill flag. But I predict that there'll be a lot of golfers also missing this green on the left-hand side, and from there it will be an absolute treacherous putt. If you, especially on the left side of this green, you might actually see a couple of players use the lob edge of the green. I think like Sergio Garcia did, because if you miss it on the left and the spin is here, it's almost impossible to putt it.
As you may be able to tell from your screens, what happened with Akash Modi's putt there was that it had a lot of break on it. He almost played a cup and a half left the hole, and the ball still moved further right of that line. This pin location is going to be difficult for anyone who misses this ball left of this green, especially leaving themselves in a pin high position would be the most challenging one. You leave it short and left should be an okay chip. But anything that is pin high and left will be a very, very difficult shot, even more difficult than the shot that we saw yesterday, which was for the mid-right flag. Sachin Besoya watching over that putt intently. Sachin Besoya currently at 5 over par for the tournament. Finishes up with a 4 on the final hole. This player has finished the 4 rounds of golf now at the Gujarat Open with scores of 68, 74, 75 and 77. Akash Modi finishes up with 73s as a pair, 71 in the third round.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism. This is the second edition of the event, and we have today with us Ms. Khyati Nayak, Head Business Development Gujarat Tourism, representing our presenting partner Gujarat Tourism. I'd begin by asking you, Ms. Nayak, golf and tourism coming together. Uh, how do you see this combination promoting tourism in Gujarat?
Namaste and welcome you all to the Gujarat. As you know that golf and tourism go. We being a tourism department, we also equally understand the importance of golf tourism and how it contributes overall to the economy of the state. So that's how we are promoting golf tourism as one of the niche tourism segments to boost state tourism overall.
Right, ma'am. I'd also like to ask you, what is the variety that Gujarat has to offer to the traveler? What all can one expect when one visits Gujarat?
Oh, wonderful question. I would say Gujarat has got everything to offer to any travelers around the globe. Except snow, Gujarat has got everything. Gujarat has got spiritual tourism, Indus Valley civilization sites, wildlife sanctuaries, heritage tourism places, I would say ecotourism trails. The one of the biggest USP is Asiatic lions we have to offer. We have white desert, we have sand desert, we have longest coastal line which has got so many beaches in the state and so on.
Thank you for talking to us, ma'am, and sharing all that valuable information about Gujarat as the ideal tourist destination.
गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में। गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
मोक्ष का द्वार है द्वारका, चारों धामों में से एक धाम जहां बसते हैं मुरली मनोहर श्याम। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, झांकियों की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
Now we're live here at the 18th hole. We have a look at Varun Parekh navigating this tricky hole, and the flag being on the left side today. Look for these three shots, all different strategies. Varun coming from the left side, not the best of lies. He would just be hoping to make par or get himself in a position that he can make par, because an errant shot can go anywhere. There's a hazard. Left of the green is definitely fraught with danger. There's confusion about the club selection. This He really needs to be very precise with this shot, else it could be a Waterloo for him. Yeah, coming from the center. Let's see what he can conjure up. Alap IL. He's left one-handed swing. I think that's, is it headed for the drink? Definitely not happy with that shot. So you can see what an intimidating shot this is. The players are probably going with anything between a 7 or an 8 iron, but it's definitely plays very, very difficult. The look, the view from the second shot, all you see is water, a very thin strip of green surface where you need to land your ball, and obviously missing it to the left is no good, the right is no good shot. So there's no bailout area for the players. So they really have to commit and execute. Now Varun Parekh. Seems to be a very, very difficult shot here from where would really need to extricate himself from this tricky situation. Seems to have got it clean, but can't quite trace the ball where it is. Only time will tell. Now back here on the 18th, Samarth. Let's see if he can hit a good shot here. Not quite sure where that has gone so far. We'll soon find out. Seems to be at the back of the green. It seems if that is his ball. That's not too bad there. This camera angle will give you a better idea of what the players are facing. We can only see two shots over there. It seems to be the ball of Alap IL and Samarth. They're really not too sure where Varun Parekh has gone.
The players making their way onto the green now. Payal has left himself short of the green. Will have a little bit of a tough up and down from there. The
Lucky to have stayed dry there. So the ball of Varun Parekh and Samar Trivedi on the green. Varun just over the green.
Payal needs to pump this up on to two different slopes before it actually makes its way to release up onto the hole.
But I'll still take this shot than the one over the green for this flag. At least from here, if he hits a decent shot, he can get to about 15 feet from here. Should not be impossible, but depends on how the lie is. If the ball is nestled down, then that could definitely add another layer of difficulty for his shot.
Absolutely, I think a little bit of a bump and run sort of an approach and navigate those slopes. The one thing is there, that's swale on the right side of the green. You don't want to go anywhere near that. That could totally derail that golf ball towards the right side. Has to keep it up for the left of that slope and then let that ball catch up on over to that last tier. Drifting off towards the right side. This is exactly what no player really wanted. The ball will drift off quite a bit from the left to
flag
right.
is
The
up-
swale
is-
completely towards the right.
The flag is perched up on a very, very small flat portion. To be honest, I think it's almost unplayable. Now that I see it from this angle, there's maybe just a small little flat plateau where you can actually just stop the ball. If you don't catch it perfectly, it's impossible to be on the right level. And from there,
Yes. The greens in Kalhar usually have got a few different pockets of flat areas, and then there are slopes in the middle of them. So each flag location, if it is in any of the pockets, the best thing would be to be in that pocket. If it's not, then you're navigating with huge amount of slopes. We're watching Varun Parekh now take on his third shot with a putter from just off the green. Varun, nicely done by him. Just
brilliant
leaving
shot by
himself
Varun.
just about 2 feet uphill to save his par. Nicely done by Varun Parekh. Meticulously judged that speed and did a good job out of it. Close enough for Varun to just tap it in. Varun Parekh would say par there.
that's always a nice feeling, just having a short little tap in for par on a difficult hole.
Samar Dwivedi appreciating his roundup today. Varun Parekh closing in with an even par for the day and 1 over for the tournament. Payal, his playing partner, is 3 under par for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Samar Dwivedi is also 2 under par for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Payal has a little bit of work to do to finish at 3 under for the day. Otherwise, he will have to drop one shot. Payal from Mysore attempting for par leaves that way short of the hole. He'll have about 5 feet left for making bogey. The hole today is playing downwind from the left to the right. My apologies, seems like it's only left to the right wind. Left to the right wind, basically, for a player standing in the fairway from here would mean that the player is hitting into the wind from the left to the right. So it becomes a cross headwind. Samar Dwivedi putting for birdie on his 72nd hole of the tournament. So had a good showing today with 2 under on that card.
Going to be a very slippery putt from there.
He make that. He does make
Oh,
that, and
what a
that would
beautiful
take
putt.
him up to 3 under par for the tournament. Very well done by Samar Dwivedi, fondly called Sammy.
It's taking me back to the chip-in he made in Kolkata from the back of the green. I think he saves the best for last. He's definitely a grandstand player and likes playing to the gallery.
Lovely. Let's see if Alapayal can close this in for a 5. Alapayal has saved his bogey on the final hole, so Alap will be finishing his round at 2 under par, 1 under for the tournament.
The customary handshake. That's what golf is about. A lot of etiquette you must be figuring out. Once they finish their rounds, they realize that the battle is over. Now must shake hands and tip their hat to each other. That's a mark of respect for your opponent and an etiquette and a custom in golf that you take your cap off and you shake hands and off you go and have lunch. There's the leaderboard. Ranjit still 2 shots ahead of Dharma. Only 7 holes to go. Kapil also 2 shots behind. Karandeep Kochar at 9 under as well.
Question will be, can Ranjit keep himself steady through the remaining 7 holes of the day?
Seems like Arjun has caught up as well. So there are quite a few players now within about 2 or 3 shots off the leaders. So it's going to be interesting what happens. Arjun is really...
Arjun Prasad has been doing well of late, and he's been picking up form each and every week. He's been playing very steady golf, in fact,
Yes.
throughout. In fact, even the second half of last year, he played a lot of steady golf and had some good finishes under his belt.
Yes, absolutely. And Ranjit's mettle will really be tested here. All the young guys are breathing down his neck. If you look at this leaderboard, everyone apart from Ranjit, who's in his 40s, and maybe Dharma and Kapil, who are in their 30s, the rest of the leaderboard is all in their 20s. So it just, and some of them in their early 20s. So obviously the game is getting younger.
The game is becoming like 2020.
Exactly, and the older guys are still there, but I think they need to work a lot more on their fitness if they have to keep up with the younger lot. But yes, it's good to see that Ranjit experience. You like experience and perseverance being rewarded. Youth, of course, is the future of a country and a game, but we mustn't forget experience as well because they've toiled, they've done the hard yards, and now is the time for their reward. And is that reward going to be a victory for a man here, Ranjit Singh? That only time will tell. Back at hole number 18.
Looking at Abhijit Singh Chadda playing alongside Sunit Bishnoi. Abhijit going for his shot first.
Abhijit would definitely be attacking this hole and trying to take revenge from this hole for yesterday's bogey. Seems to have played it a little bit to the left, it seems. Yeah,
That shouldn't be too bad. That
It's
shouldn't
going to
be
be
too
very slick from there. It's going to be a difficult chip oblique putt from that side.
Ranjit Singh has collected another birdie on the golf course and has gone up to 12 under par, with Arjun Prasad trailing him at 10 under alongside M. Dharma at 10 under. So things are changing atop that leaderboard now. Ranjit Singh seems to be commanding that pole position rather well.
Yeah, that's very good that he's been able to make birdie on these difficult holes, and he will need those shots. He will need that insurance and that cushion when he comes down on 18. Ideal scenario would be to have at least a two-shot lead and play easily the 18th hole, because it can definitely change fortunes here on 18 as you go back to the fairway.
Pawan Kumar currently at 1 under par for the tournament, playing alongside Abhijit, who is at 1 over for the tournament. Sunit Bishnoi at 2 over for the tournament.
This is the perfect position to be in, to be honest. Right at the fairway, uphill, flag on the right. He can just maybe aim just at the flag, actually. Even if he misses it 2 or 3 yards either side, it should be fine for him.
This is actually a good position to be in for this hole. The wind is almost straight into your face at this point of time. So giving yourself a good look at the flag and also a strong yardage to get there. The player gets a good view of the entire hole from here, and Pawan Kumar has done a good job. He leaves himself an uphill putt, about 20 feet short of the hole, but nonetheless an uphill putt for birdie. Not the easiest of flags to get to. Brilliant shot by Sunit Bishnoi, giving himself a realistic chance at birdie. A difficult flag, and this is one of the best shots that we've seen so far on this hole today. As the players make their way onto the green, we quickly remind you of where we are at, and for all of you who have joined us and been staying with us, thank you so much for watching the live coverage of the PGTI Gujarat Open 2022. You are watching War Cricket, a channel presented to you by ABP News Network. We are here in Ahmedabad at the Kalhar Blues and Greens. This tournament is supported by Gujarat Tourism, Incredible India, and the Sports Authority of Gujarat. You are looking at some of the finest professional golfers this country has produced. Professional tournaments in India are hosted by the Professional Golf Tour of India, the PGTI as it is called. The PGTI strings across tournaments across the country, across different cities, presents these tournaments live to you via Facebook as well as YouTube through the War Cricket channel of ABP News Network. The PGTI has tour partners in the name of Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Amritanj and Fruitnik, and Incredible India, helping golf go to a complete level of all across the country, across all states. Abhijit Chadda choosing to go with a putter on this hole.
It's going to be a very interesting putt from there. I would have thought that maybe a chip might be a better choice, but to get some sort of spin on it, because he'll have to otherwise gauge the speed, because there are going to be two different levels. The grass also of two different, of length, two different lengths of grass. Obviously, the green and the apron. But obviously, it is the safer option to use the putter to get at least inside 7 to 8 feet. I think he's reconsidering. He's gone with the chip option, as I had stated, Rahul. So putting the putter back in and getting a sandwich out, because at least with that, you can have some sort of spin and check, and you can sort of go over the whole fringe and just drop it on the green, maybe.
Absolutely, no doubting that. Get a little bit of bite off it to begin with, and then let it release.
Not bad.
Nicely played by Abhijit Chadda. This is a difficult chip to navigate. There is a lot of release from the left to the right on this green. But Abhijit has done a good job out of it. He will have about 5 feet coming back for par on this hole. This is the second edition of the Gujarat Open with a prize purse of 40 lakhs. The tournament has a field of 126 players, including 123 professionals and 3 amateurs. A bunch of foreigners played this tournament. Unfortunately, none of them have been able to make it to the weekend rounds. The course record at the Kalahar Blues and Greens is held by Kalin Joshi and Om Prakash Chauhan with identical scores of 9 under par 63. The lowest winning total at Kalahar is 17 under. Pawan Kumar putting for birdie up the hill. That ball goes. Will take a slight slope from the right to the left later.
Ranjit Singh opening up this two shot lead and being able to answer the other two players birdie with his own birdie is actually very important. And I think this, I can't quite recollect if he has been on the lead on the final day with the few holes to go. I know that he's led quite a few tournaments at different points in time, but I think this has a different complexion to it this time. It feels he's a lot more resolute. And here we have a look at Pawan. A beautiful putt, just skirting the hole. So I think Ranjit is definitely going about it the right way. Obviously, his game is allowing him to. He's staying strong, and I think that fortitude is something he will require over the next 6 holes because he has quite a few pursuers. There's Arjun Prasad, M. Dharma, Karandeep Kochar, who's also 3 shots adrift, and as well as Kapil Kumar, who's playing alongside him and 4 shots behind. So it's pretty interesting at this point in time. Honorable mention for Karthik Sharma, 4 under par today. What a brilliant, blistering round by the young man. Lefty, quite a few players sliding down the leaderboard as well, owing to the tough conditions. There's Sudhir Sharma with a 4 over par. Shankar Das also not doing too well today, 4 over par. Sanjeev Kumar is shooting a 2 under par today, so obviously you can have a look. He's jumped up 8 positions with that 2 under par round. There are many players towards the lower end shooting very high numbers and obviously falling down the wayside, but still having made the cut. Vikrant Chopra, unfortunately, withdrawing, maybe owing to some sort of injury or ailment that we are not quite sure of. We wish him a speedy recovery for the same. And as we look at the top end of the leaderboard, Arjun Prasad, Ranjit Singh about 2 under par for the day. There are hardly any red numbers today, maybe less than even 10. Maybe all of 8 and 9 rounds which are under par, and rest of them all over par, and some high numbers as well. So it just shows you the degree of difficulty. The golf course is definitely bearing its fangs, and quite a few of the players have been stung. So let's see which player has the antidote now.
Unfortunately, Abhijit will not be making par on that hole. Would have to finish up with a bogey. With the start he had, he definitely had better in store for him. Clearly, hasn't been able to make do with the best of it. So we drop Abhijit down to 2 over par and a tie for 23rd position. Unfortunately, that is not the kind of finish that he was looking for. Abhijit has been playing rather good golf of late and could have strung this together. Have on that leaderboard as of now, Ranjit Singh still leads. The 7th, 8th, and 10th positions are covered by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 6 under par, Abhinav Lohan at 4 under par, tied along with Tapi Ghai for tied 8th position, and Yashash Chandra holds the 10th position on his own as of now. Karthik Sharma has shot 4 under par for the day and finished at 2 under for the tournament, which has made him jump 17 positions to tied 11th for the tournament. Arjun Prasad has jumped up another position as in, is now at 10 under par along with M. Dharma. Arjun Prasad making quite a charge towards Ranjit Singh. He's 2 shots adrift, and this story is far from over.
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of golf to be played out there. There's still an impending decision who is going to be champion of the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022. Whoever it will be a worthy champion because this golf course has tested every facet of these players' game. There's nothing, no weakness that hasn't been exposed. There's no place to hide on this golf course. You have to bring your A game every day, day after day for 4 days, and that's no easy task, ladies and gentlemen. That's a lot of good quality golf shots. Navigating these quick greens. So these golfers have really earned the right to be here, especially the top end of the leaderboard. As we look at our top 10, these are players who are really on top of their game, and none more so than Ranjit Singh, who is leading the pack at 12 under par. There's still some more golf to go.
I think
And
Ranjit
hopefully
has
he'll stay
really
with us.
paid his dues over the years, and he's knocking on that door like none other this week.
Absolutely, he's paid his dues.
Well deserving.
There's a lot of miles in that car. He's played a lot of tournaments on the PGT of India. He would have played many tournaments over the course of his career. I assume must have played well over 300 tournaments, maybe over 350 tournaments. So there and thereabouts. Immense amount of experience, a long career, and victory for him would be a very sweet one indeed. But it's never going to be that easy. It is the PGT of India, one of the most strongest tours in the world. Tour with world ranking points, tours with the likes of golfers of Arjun Prasad, the youngsters who are coming through the ranks, experienced players like Ranjit Singh, and many more illustrious names who have competed on this tour and then gone on to achieve laurels for our great nation. So nothing's to be taken for granted. I'm sure Ranjit knows that. He would still be trying to make birdies out there because he can see that the young lot is not going to give up so easily.
अहमदाबाद, यहाँ खुशबू है मेल जोल की, खुशबू है बोल की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। 2 nights 3 days तो बिताओ अहमदाबाद में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में, हैं? गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
We are back to the live telecast of the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022. It seems like a complete twist and turn of the events at the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club. As we speak, Ranjit Singh has fallen down to 8 under par, so our leader from 12 under has gone down to 8 under par. Arjun Prasad has taken solo lead at 11 under par. Karandeep Kochar and M. Dharma are following him closely at 10 under par. So this thing is becoming really, really interesting now. And as the day moves forward, that stretch from the 12th onwards up till the 15th hole is one of the toughest stretches on this golf course. And that's exactly what we are seeing right now. If you're on song, you could make a few birdies as well. But especially the 13th, 14th and the 15th holes do provide the players a lot of challenge. Arjun Prasad, although not succumbing to any of the challenges out there, is 11 under par through 14 holes for the final day.
It's a very unfortunate turn of events for Ranjit. He's dropped 4 shots on a single hole and he's now trailing the leaders by 3 shots. So he's still not out of it. But it just shows you the nature of this golf course. You would never imagine on any other golf course that a player makes a quadruple bogey 8 on a par 4. But that can happen here in the blink of an eye. It's a very, very tough course, unforgiving, not much room for the players, no easy holes. And the hole that he's made a quadruple is just 399-yard par 4. But
it's a dogleg to the left with OB on the right and a water hazard on the left and a green almost mimicking an island green.
So you can well imagine so difficult. As we see this 18th hole, see that ball going over the green. Not sure whose ball it is. So I think it's not over by any stretch of imagination, but I'm sure Ranjit is just cross with himself right now. Just needs to gather his thoughts. It's never easy. The golfing gods are cruel, but I feel Ranjit at 8 under par has 5 holes to go, needs to get to that 10 under par number to be able to challenge. But let's see what happens. We can't really predict the future.
Shankar Das on hole number 18.
Right from position A, right in the center of the fairway. Let's see if he can hit a peachy golf shot attacking that flag, and the answer seems to be no. The 18th hole is not going to be inviting. There are bunkers everywhere, there are water hazards, trenches, whatnot. You have it all here. There's everything here. There's each kind of disaster waiting on every corner, just waiting to happen. As unfortunately as Ranjit just found out and he had to take the bitter pill, a quadruple bogey. I would lose my mind in this situation if I'm leading by 2 and I make a quadruple. It's so tough to gather your thoughts now. It's going to take each ounce of the experience that he has over the years to gather himself and make birdies, because he's not alone. Even the others can drop shots. It's getting difficult out there, ladies and gentlemen. This is not child's play.
Incidentally, Arjun Prasad and Karandeep Kochar turned pro together. Even so did Viraj Madappa. And Arjun, out of these 3 players, is the one who is looking for his first victory. And clearly the way he is playing for the last many months now is right on top and should be good place for him to be right now. In fact, just a few more holes to go. And if he can keep himself calm, cool and collected, we could see a first-time winner at the Gujarat Open. Last edition of this tournament was won by Chikkarangappa S. So those are some good shoes to be filled in.
Absolutely. Chikarangappa, currently playing on the Asian Tour this week. We have a look at
That's Anshul Patel, who's given himself a shot from the back of the bunker. Um Anshul from the back of that bunker. The pin is far inside at 32 paces. Be left with quite a bit of work to do. He's got to get this golf ball flopped up all the way and a very, very soft landing, because otherwise the ball's going to grab that downhill and go really fast away from him. So Anshul Patel has a little bit of work cut out. The slope over there needs to be navigated well. Needs to be a soft landing and spinning golf shot from that bunker location. Shankar Das seems to have short-sighted himself, very unlike Shankar.
Shankar has a difficult shot coming up. As you saw previously, he's going to break a lot from his left to the right. I think if Anshul actually has the easier shot of the lot, just a nice little uphill bunker shot. So it's not too bad.
Shankar Das needing a little bit of help with that penalty drop there. Shankar from a similar spot to where Alap Ayel was earlier today. So, although Alap had a little more of the left to right break on his chip shot as he was straight down, Shankar would have this more uphill than anything else. Of course, Anshul Patel's shot will be one interesting one to watch. While Yashas Chandra will have to wait. Yashas Chandra is currently at -3 for the tournament, which has got him to a tie for the 10th position. Shankar Das is at 2-0 for the tournament. Not his best showing out here. And Anshul Patel sits pretty at 1 over par for the tournament. 1 over par gets him to a tie for 21st position. The course is playing pretty tough for all of the players. Rohan Dole Patil and Varun Parekh, the new entrants on the tour, have finished at 1 over for the event. Shankar leaves that short and lets the slope take care of that golf ball. That ball will trickle down all the way to the bottom of the tier on the right side. It's very uncharacteristic of Shankar Das, although that is where the ball is now. He has a long attempt for par. Anshul Patel from that bunker at the back of the green now. One has to have a lot of precision on their bunker shots to be able to play these shots well. And Anshul Patel does have that sort of precision. What a brilliant shot by Anshul Patel from that back bunker, leaving him just to tap me in for par. Yashas Chandra at 1 under par and 3 under overall for the tournament. Playing his final hole. Joshua's putt will not have much of a break, but understanding the speed on this putt will be key for him. It goes all the way uphill, and then the green becomes pretty flat up top. So, good judgment of speed is going to be very essential over here. Yashash Chandra putting for birdie on the 72nd hole of the Gujarat Open.
Not too bad. Good effort. Would make par there. Arjun Prasad now leading the tournament alone at 11 under par with Karandeep Kochar, M. Dharma, 2 shots, 1 shot behind. Kapil Kumar, another 2 shots adrift. And Ranjit Singh now finds himself 3 behind the leader and he was 2 ahead. So there's been a 5 shot swing courtesy his quadruple bogey. And let's see if he can bounce back from that. And we also have Manu Gandas, who's at 7 under par total. So it's all open. As we had predicted, that the tournament might go at about 10 under par. We were thinking if the scoring conditions are good, might even go to 13 under par. So that's where it has remained. It's definitely played very difficult over the last 2 days.
Shankar Das with a great effort to make par on the final hole. Unfortunately, that isn't going to be for him. That will end Shankar Das's campaign at Kalahar. Yashash Chandra MS from Mysore going next. It's like the furry companion is really enjoying himself under the sun. Players would now move on to the next tournament, which will be held the coming week at the Glade 1 golf course in Ahmedabad itself. Glade 1 Masters 2022. The last edition of the Glade 1 Masters was won by Om Prakash Chauhan. The tournament will have a prize purse of 40 lakh rupees. After which the PGTI will be moving on the very next week to Bangladesh for the Mujib Borsho Chattogram Open 2022 at Bhattiari Golf and Country Club, Chattogram, Bangladesh. Thereafter, the PGTI travels to Tollygunge Club, Calcutta for the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, defending champion Karandeep Kochar. To which the PGTI joins hands with the Asian Tour and hosts the DGC Open 2022 presented by MasterCard for US dollars 500,000. That would be the prize purse of the event. The tournament begins on the 24th of March and ends on the 27th of March.
Two decent shots on the 18th hole as we have a look.
Abhinav Lohan and Sunny Chaurasia already making their way on to regulation play. Kshitij Navedkar finding his way with his golf swing as of now.
Currently sitting at 2 under par. Now the customary right hand alignment drill that he uses, similar to an archer or a shooter. Let's see if he's able to get the perfect aim and execute a bullseye. And so far away from the ball, very different kind of a swing altogether. The arms, the club almost forming a single line. A little bit like Bryson DeChambeau. I'm not too sure if he has single length clubs as well. That's something that maybe the next time we can find out. That's okay. On the putting surface, heading to the side of safety, about 25 feet, 30 feet from the flag. You can see it's quite windy out there. It's very difficult to get on top of this top shelf and have a birdie chance. We saw a couple of players were able to do that, but on the whole, that's quite difficult. And you can see that the bank of the hazard has been shaved. So any shot that lands up on the right of the fairway, that actually accentuates the chance of the ball heading towards the drink. So it's very difficult for the players. So that's why you'd see them actually maybe missing the fairway on the left. And when you do that, you have such a difficult shot from the rough to this green. So there are no real hiding places here on this final hole. You just have to hit two good shots in order to make par. I think par is, you make par on this hole, you actually gain a shot on the field because every second player is dropping a shot here on the 18th.
I think the pin location over here and where you end up missing and placing the ball on the green holds a very, very essential part. In fact, on most of the holes at the Kalahar Blues and Greens, and that's why scoring becomes so difficult. Half of the holes have got very, very difficult tee shots, and with the wind, they become even more difficult. But each and every hole has got a challenge of placement on the green. So you must be able to put the ball on the correct place regarding the flag that the way it has been placed on that particular day. Like I was telling before, each green has about 3 pockets on it, and each pin location would be in either one of those pockets. And if your golf ball is in the same pocket as the flag, that would be the best area to leave your golf ball in. And if it goes into any other, you're navigating tough slopes to make your way back into the hole for birdie.
I think obviously it's a fact that three putts have a lot more to do with ball striking than they do with putting on a golf course like this. Because if you put yourself in the wrong green complex and the wrong level, as Rahul was iterating, you could actually do anything, but you might not be able to two putt like on a hole like this. If you're on the front left of the green, you virtually just, unless you hold a 20-footer for a second putt, you're gonna three putt because there's no way to get on the same level as the flag, because the flag is perched atop another level. So let's see, from where Kshitij now with call is putting, it's still possible because you're putting uphill. But anywhere else with such a long putt, it's a lot more difficult to be within 4 or 5 feet for your second putt. So obviously you have to execute a very good approach shot, and in order to do that, you ideally would want to be in the fairway so you can impart that spin on your second shot. And in order to do that, you'd have to hit a good tee shot. So it's a circle of life.
As we speak, Karandeep Kochar has joined Arjun Prasad for the lead at 11 under par. Both players have gone past 15 holes now, and they are both tied at 11 under par for the tournament. In fact, Arjun Prasad and Karandeep Kochar are playing together, and they are playing in the second leader group. The discussion that earlier Kshitij Navedkar was having with his playing partners Abhinav Lohan and Sunil Charasia was in case his golf ball was on the green or not. And due to the shade of the grass, it was hard to tell. But the border of the apron of the green was just behind his golf ball, hence giving him the chance to mark the ball and clean it up. Kshitij Navedkar putting for birdie and leaving it short like most players coming from that side of the green.
Not the easiest of putts, but still uphill. So Kshitij now with call should be able to make his par now. It's going to be one of these players could actually make a run for a birdie. It's an uphill putt, breaking from there left. I would think this is one of the toughest flags you can put on this hole.
Yes, I think this would be a tough flag. In fact, even the top right is quite a tough flag. That the center right is also quite a tough flag. So there are multiple tough flags on this hole. But yes, this as well as the top right flag, I think the top right would be the most difficult this would be the second most difficult flag location for this hole.
You can see the flag is fluttering. So the wind is really picking up right now and could be close to about 10 miles an hour.
The multiple tiers on the green actually make it the add to the toughness of the green.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's the
can-
job is not done just after hitting a shot. You have a lot of work to do, even when you get to the green. Now let's see if Abhinav Lohan's camouflage shirts do the magic here. Almost brilliant putt.
Nice putt by Abhinav Lohan. Abhinav Lohan is currently at 2 under par for the day and 4 under for the tournament. Jumped up 7 spots. Started the day at 15th position. He's up to tied 8th now.
Another unfortunate event. Ranjit Singh now making a double bogey after that quadruple. So really, it's a very sad sight to see that he's dropped 6 shots within 2 holes. And I think that's his watch has ended, as they say in the Game of Thrones, and I think that's his challenge right there. It's over. It's too far back now. Should just try and finish in the top 5, but that's very, very unfortunate. I think this goes to show you that how you react to adversity. He's not reacted well to that quadruple. Should have known that he still has a chance, but I'm sure he'll live to fight another day and hopefully be able to get over this loss. But that's the nature of this golf course. Extremely unforgiving, water and difficulty everywhere. And I think it's going to be the march of the young guns again. Good putt there by Kshitij.
Kshitij would save par and maintain his position at 2 under for the tournament. I think the top spot is now between 3 gentlemen, Arjun Prasad, Karandeep Kochar and M. Dharma. Whoever can finish this day with maybe a birdie or 2 or stay steady would be the one who takes it away. Kshitij Navedkal has finished his campaign at 2 under par for the tournament, keeping him at 11th position. Sunil Chaurasia.
Coming back to
I think the
Ranjit's,
flag locations were quite tough today. So
coming back to Ranjit's capitulation on this final day, what do you think has led to him compounding on his one error? I can understand that a quadruple shouldn't happen, but can happen owing to the pressure. But a double after a quadruple is just inexcusable.
unfortunately, it just seems like counting your chickens before they hatch kind of a story, and then your mind doesn't stay on the game anymore. And the next thing you're thinking is, by the time you're on the shot, you're thinking of holding the trophy, and you don't know how to swing it anymore. I think and it's a very common error. There's something that you want so much, and then suddenly you're so close to it, but yet so far from it. Although your mind doesn't realize it, you think of the 2-shot lead, and you're thinking that have I really done this, and so on and so forth. Since your mind is now off the task at hand, and it's in another zone, you start to lose sight of what you were doing. Abhinav Lohan.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is that your body doesn't quite register that you made a quadruple, and you're still stuck in the past where you think I was winning the tournament, and maybe there's a certain amount of disbelief. And before,
I think after the quadruple, what you're looking really at is a snowball effect, right? You're thinking of you've already done the damage. So now you almost are in a situation where you don't care at all because you were looking at winning this tournament. So you go into a I don't care kind of a scenario in your mind. But why did the quadruple happen in the first place is because the mind is sort of in another zone where, unlike where it needs to be. Like we were speaking earlier today about the importance of meditation and Zen and all of those
do you
things.
also feel that it's important to win when you have to because there's also like a scar tissue of not being able to win for so many years. There's so many good players.
Yeah, that's one of the things
because
included in
if
this.
you don't know how to win, obviously playing good golf and winning a tournament are two different things. Because
Right.
unfortunately, only one person can win the tournament, and that they say success begets success, and failure obviously does the same. So if you don't know how to win, your nerves might get the better of you. So because obviously a player like him has been in contention enough to know that how contention feels. He's played enough leader groups, but I think this is almost like a fratricide, shooting your own self in a way, your own friendly self, and because it's not him, it's not somebody else winning the tournament from him, it's him who's lost the tournament at this point in time.
I think this is exactly what even I was trying to touch upon in terms of how if your mind goes away from the task at hand, that is when things start to derail. So if Ranjit's mind, let's say, or any ex person's mind goes into a realm thinking of, uh, let's say, winning after so many years, or being in that situation and not doing it before, if your mind starts going into those areas instead of thinking about what shot am I supposed to hit, where am I supposed to hit this ball, I know this is easier said than done. I've also been in situations like Ranjit, so I understand that it is easier said than done, but I can tell you in hindsight that these are the things that happen. Your mind just races way far ahead of where you need to be, and that's when you start to lose control and lose track of where you are.
Yeah, it's so important. To learn from. They say learn from mistakes, but it's also important to learn from others' mistakes. Look at these younger lot of players.
Yeah.
Obviously, they feel the nerves as well. But I think what youth brings is exuberance, and what exuberance brings is a carefree attitude. And you also need that. You need to accept whatever might come your way. And sometimes you get too attached to a result, and when you've not won for that much time, it just seems like it seems like the elixir of youth. You never know if it'll come back again. So it's just one of those things. I hope that he recovers from this and is eventually able to win, because he has the game. He's been able to prove it on this track, and for our viewers, it also shows you the unforgiving nature of this game. In other games, let's say football, you lose a goal, you have those 90 minutes, you can score a goal and come back. But fortunately, in golf, it's a very thin margin, because you're competing against 135, 140 players, and then so many players making the cut. You make a mistake like that, there's just not enough holes for you to recover, and there's no limit to what you can make on a hole. I mean, you can make birdie and par, and there's a limit to how many shots you can gain on a golf course. You can make a birdie eagle, or a very rare once in a lifetime albatross, or even rare eagle. You just make a birdie and gain one shot. But when it comes to dropping a shot, it can just the whole wagon wheel can come unstuck. Like, he just dropped 4 shots. So it's as they say, one sarcastic saying that I have, sort of a reverse motivation for players when they're playing, when the round is not going well, and somebody asked me, "Oh, I'm not playing well. I just want to give it up." I just couldn't focus. I was playing so bad. So I said, no matter how bad it gets in golf, it can always get worse.
Absolutely.
So you need to, you need to hold on to what you have. So if you're 2 over, try and stay at 2 over. If you're 3 over, always remain focused. So it's easier said than done, but we have to tell you what's going through the player's mind. And as we have a look at this very treacherous shot on the 18th hole from the bunker, it can't get more difficult than this.
Talking about tough situations, Manu Gandas has put himself in a tough situation. He is right there next to the lip on that fairway bunker. We've just seen him looking very, very intently at it. Anga Chima from that fairway, going over towards the flagstick.
Should be an ideal hole position for him. He hits the ball really high, puts a lot of compression on the ball.
Things seem to get exciting. He's left himself exactly in the spot, like his friend Abhijit Singh, Chadda.
Yes, that's what they say about friends. They do the similar things. And now we're on the 18th. We have a look at Manu. It's a very difficult shot. I think I would be trembling hitting from the bunker over a hazard to this green. Better him than me. What a difficult shot. It doesn't get much tougher than this.
This reminds you of the Canadian Open when Tiger won it with that 6-iron from over the water hazard.
Yeah, but there's a slight difference. He's Tiger in his prime. Tiger would find that shot difficult even now.
But that's what carefree attitude is, right? You don't care about what the result is going to be, whether you win or you lose, whether you dunk it in the water or you leave it. Nice.
That's going to be one
miss there at the back of the green.
It's not going to be a very carefree chip shot from there. It's going to be extremely difficult now. I would think that Manu from here would aim towards the front left of the flag, of the green. Apologies. I don't see him going at the flag, because that makes it so much more tougher, so much more distance to carry.
I think if I was in his spot, I'd definitely give myself a club extra and try to pitch it up straight up at the flag. But clearly, Manu Gandas is going to be taking a chip out instead.
I think that's a smart play.
But I think the lie isn't so good. He was looking very, very carefully at it.
I think that's a smart play. Take your medicine, make bogey. Don't compound your errors. That's what they say in golf. Escalation of commitment, as they say, is a cardinal sin. If you have one bad shot, doesn't mean that you have to just recover. I mean, just take your pill and move on. To the
Absolutely.
next.
I mean, he hasn't closed the door on himself yet. He can still attack the flag and get away with the par. You never know.
Now he can afford to be a little aggressive with this shot. Manu should just have all of 100 yards from there, maybe even less than that. Would be able to get the correct yardage with his range finder. Just should look to be aggressive on the shot. I think given the shorter club that would be in his hand, he'd have an option of actually attacking the flag and being on this upper tier, which otherwise is quite difficult. The wind also from the player's left, so that would force him to aim a little bit to the left and would make that flag a little more accessible from where he's hitting. Seems to have left it a little short. That's all right. Should be able to make his bogey and have an outside chance for par, although that's a pretty tough putt. That's okay. I think all things considered, that's a good approach by him, taking the safety first. So back on the 18th here, things definitely heating up. Karandeep Kochar has joined the leaders and Arjun Prasad. M. Dharma one shot behind. And we have Kapil Kumar who has 3 adrift. Manu Kandas and at 7 under par. Ranjit Singh languishing in a way at 6 under par.
Sudhir Sharma from the back of that green with that tough approach shot.
Oh, bad shot. What a. I mean, you look at how slick that shot was, all things considered. I mean, it looked like a bad shot.
Well, it's
just
a
an
tough
extremely
place to
difficult shot.
actually leave yourself, leaves you with very less number of options. Your shot game has to have an immense number of shots available to be able to take on a pin location like this from that kind of a lie that you leave yourself in. So in case, you can't slide that lob wedge onto the ball and, have that confidence to drop it next to the hole, it's a very difficult shot to execute. Manu Gandas walking up a green after his 3rd shot from the fairway. Angachima has given himself a shot from the left edge of the green. Angad Chima is at 2 over for the day and 1 under for the tournament through 15 holes of the day. He has a little bit of work cut out on the 18th to save par. Manu Gandas will have to navigate his way up the hill and get that ball going in the hole. He's currently at -4 for the day and 7 under par for the tournament. So Manu Gandas would need this putt to stay at 5th position. Otherwise, he will go into a tie for the 5th position with Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Singh, I'm sure, is having a little bit of a tough time out there. It's a very unfortunate kind of twist on turn of the events that we have seen. Kapil Kumar seems to be preferring the steady approach and keeping on going about making pars through the day. He's at 8 under par and not really making a charge at anyone. Manu Gandas definitely trying his level best, needs a par over here to safeguard his position. So Manu Gandas on the 72nd hole of his campaign at the Gujarat Open.
Let's see if he can make his par, leaving it in the jaws, and will make his bogey. So Manu Gandas will end the tournament at 3 under par. Not too bad. Good effort. Sorry, at 6 under par. My apologies. 3 under for the day.
Pretty much the same story from that side. Each of the players seems to leave it a little bit on the short side of the whole. Sudhir Sharma has also given himself quite a task to do from the back of that green. Sudhir Sharma currently at a score of 4 over for the day and even par for the tournament. So he has dropped up a lot of shots on the golf course today, starting the day at 4 under for the event and now at even par for the event. 69, 73 and 70 were his first 3-day scores. Sudhir Sharma losing ground today. He's got a lot of tasks to do now. He's got about 12 feet to make this par into the hole.
Look for this to break a little bit from his right to left. Sort of a double breaker, is it? Will break from the left to right, and then in the end, sort of turn back. Should start breaking left to right, and then in the end, get back on the left. Very well done. Just
Great read there by Sudhir Sharma, although that putt didn't have the legs to make it to the hole. Sudhir Sharma will have to finish off today's round with 5 over par on the scorecard, which has dropped him multiple positions down till the tie for 21st position now. Does it appear like we'll be going into a playoff come the end of this? Are we looking at that?
too early to say, but the 18th hole, I think there's definitely going to be quite a few shifts and changes in terms of the leaderboard. It's tough to say. I think the 18th hole itself is going to decide a lot of things. So if the players come down tight on the 18th, it's unlikely that there would be a playoff, but you never know. Brilliant par there by Angad.
So Angad Chima would make that par putt on the 72nd hole and stay at 2 over par for the day and -1 for the tournament. That would end Angad's campaign and he would finish at tie for 13th position. Leaders, M. Dharma at 10 under par now in front of us on our screens. Long time no see, M.
Is he gonna make a birdie? Seems to be. Oh, just missed it.
M. Dharma. Pawan Kumar has jumped up 10 spots at tie for 8th position with a 2 under on the scorecard today, making it a total of 3 under par. Great effort by Pawan Kumar. Great jump by him on that board today. Karthik Sharma also jumping up 17 positions with a score of 4 under par for the day and 2 under for the event. Ranjit Singh on our screens now. Ranjit Singh would go on to make that par. We aren't sure what that putt was for, but we will be updated very, very soon. Back on our screens is the 18th
after
fairway.
a little bit of a friendly banter between the two commentators, and where we have to put the mic off. You know, that's another thing that you must know about commentary. The red little light, when it's blinking, then we, share exchanges between ourselves. And when we are not, then we share exchanges with our valued viewers. And I hope you're following us as we're here on the final day of the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022 presented by Gujarat Tourism, being played at the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club, which is an absolute monster at this point in time. Don't go by the beautiful looks. It is extremely dangerous, treacherous, difficult, challenging, and many more.
Let me just get my dictionary for more words which can describe toughness.
Yes.
Karandeep Kochar now leads alone, while Arjun Prasad and M. Dharma trail him by 1 shot at 10 under par. That was Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, one of the finest shots we've seen so far on this whole location. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu playing currently to 1 over par for the day and 6 under for the tournament. He's been playing a lot of steady golf off late. Short scores of 68, 69 and 72 in the first 3 rounds. Third round, he is at 1 over par. In the 4th round, sorry. So, fellow player lands himself up in the back of the green, another place that a player doesn't want to be. You have to navigate through too many slopes. Syed Saqib Ahmed has found the putting surface.
That's a good shot right there over the flag. Downhill putt, maybe about a 4.
I think it should break a
inches
little
away.
bit from the right.
Yes, it would. What an idyllic setting. This could be a lovely place just for a holiday, play golf, and if you're losing, just throw your opponent in the water. And just say it was a mistake. I just sort of misstepped, in a lighter way. No, we do not condone violence of any form. But yes, these players at this point in time would definitely want to catapult themselves above the leaderboard and throw their contenders down the leaderboard. And it's looking very interesting with Karandeep Kochar. He's always there. The man from Chandigarh, the young lad who is at 11 under par. Arjun Prasad and M. Dharma in hot pursuit. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 1 over par for the day. Not really able to get going today. But still a 1 over par. It's a decent solid round given the conditions today. So he should finish in the top 6. But at this point in time, the top 5 positions are where the world ranking points are available. He would really want to sneak up on the 5th position somehow.
So if he makes the birdie putt, this would take Yuvraj to tie for 4th position. Tappy guy walking as if he's tired. Must be, considering he was in the lead after 2 days and hasn't had the best of time on the golf course over the last 36 holes, leaving him a lot of work to do. He's dropped up multiple positions on that leaderboard, leaving himself on a tight spot even from the back of the screen right now. Tappy guy.
Popped up in the air, that shot. Not bad, decent shot by Tappy. Tappy, who is at 6 over for the day. Uh, Unfortunately, uh, not carrying on the form that was there for the first 2 days. He was at 11 under par, and now he's at 1 under par for the tournament. It just goes to show you that in golf, that's why they have a tournament over 4 days, is to really test you on every facet of your game. Every weakness will be exposed over the duration of 4 days, and there's no place to hoodwink and hide it. Smoke and mirrors ain't gonna do it. Chicanery ain't gonna do it. The only thing that's gonna do it is solid 4 rounds of golf, ball striking, putting, what have you, everything. Let's see if Saqib can do it here with a birdie on the final hole, and he
What a
almost
putt
did.
by Syed Saqib Ahmed. What a great
beautiful putt.
effort there. Can Yuvraj Singh Sandhu learn from that break on the last bit of that putt? Is left to be seen.
That was a beautiful putt,
Absolutely. Very confident stroke there for
That's a perfect
Syed.
speed as well. I think golfers should spend a lot more time, even amateurs, and just honing your speed control on the putting green can do so much for you. I feel that's something when I play now, play very less. I struggle with that a lot. And if you can get the speed right, I think that takes away all the stress from the putting, the whole process of putting, the speed of those kind of greens. And you see professionals do a lot of that. Once you get the speed, then every putt has a realistic chance of going in the hole as long as you just get the line. So I would say for all the young players and our weekend players watching here, just work a lot. If you want to improve your putting, work a lot on speed control. 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet. Just give them all a shot. Now, this is still a better putt for a right-handed player. Just leave it out on the right and watch it come back. A lot of touch, feel, imagination involved because there's no real point where you have to leave it out. It's just your perfect marriage of speed and direction, which he hasn't, unfortunately, got this time.
He had the line, but he didn't have the speed. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu would stay at 6 under par for the tournament at 6th position so far. We never know because when the other groups come in, you don't know how the leader group board is really going to be changing. Let's see if
Tappy
Guy.
Kai, if he can just, in the language of Adam Sandler, tap, tap, tap-a-roo in the hole. if that's something that can happen here. Let's see if Happy Gilmore will be emulated here.
Not really.
No, unfortunately not. So Tappy Guy is going to end up the week at level par. So not the kind of weekend that he was hoping for. But he exhibited some stellar golf over the first 2 days. So I think he can easily win again. He has that arsenal. He has everything that's required to win again. Just needs to get a little more consistent. But a good display by him in the first 2 days. Saqib cleaning up there.
Saqib Ahmed with a par on the final hole. Saqib Ahmed finishes the round at 4 over par for the day with a triple bogey on the 9th hole, which derailed his campaign, and a bogey on the 12th hole. Big numbers Big numbers at Kalhar Blues and Greens are no surprise. A lot of players do end up making them. That's just because of the difficulty factor of this golf course. If you find the greens, great. If you don't, then Kalhar always has the blues for you. And looking up at our leaderboard now, we have Karandeep Kocher leading the pack at 11 under par by one shot over Arjun Prasad, and M. Dharma has dropped a shot and gone down to 9 under par. Ranjit Singh and Kapil Kumar stay in at 7 under, and Manu Gandas and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu have tied at 6 under par.
Lots of changes on the leaderboard.
Extremely interesting turn of events.
Ranjit Singh making a birdie. I'd like to see that. He's moved up to 7 under par with 2 holes to go. How about 2 birdies to end up his campaign? You never know. Good on Ranjit. That's the kind of movement we want to see. There can be challenges, but no challenge is unsurmountable. Very well done.
Nice to see him give it a comeback on that 16th hole. That's where he made that birdie. 17th and 18th remain for the two players. Karandeep Kocher and Arjun Prasad will be coming in now on this 18th hole.
मोक्ष का द्वार है द्वारका, चारों धामों में से एक धाम जहां बसते हैं मुरली मनोहर श्याम। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, झांकियों की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
गिर का जंगल, भारत का एकमात्र जंगल जहां राज करते हैं 400 से भी ज्यादा एशियाटिक लायंस, यानी बब्बर शेर। यहाँ खुशबू है पत्ते पेड़ों की, शेरों की, यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
कच्छ का ये रण हिंदुस्तान का तोरण है। चांदनी रात की ये सफेद धरती,
यूं लगता है जैसे चांद जमीन पर उतर आया है।
आपने कच्छ नहीं देखा तो कुछ नहीं देखा। कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में।
ये निशान है उन सभ्यताओं के जो आज से हजारों साल पहले यहाँ पर फल फूल रहे थे। धोलावीरा और लोथल। यहाँ खुशबू है सभ्यता की, विकास की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
Our leader now, Karandeep Kocher, in the left side of the fairway on the 18th hole.
Seems to be quite a
currently.
big inundation or a bump there. Does that impede the player's shot, or can you tell us a little bit more about that
I think the
side?
lie should be fine over there, unless and until it's nestled somewhere. I think Karandeep's ball should be lying pretty much up there, maybe in the first cut of the fairway. It seems like a fine place to be. Should have a decent look at the flagstick from there. Karandeep Kochar looking to get a victory after many a months now. Kochar, has he got the right yardage? Has he got the right line for that shot? Karandeep Kochar just missing the green off the right side, but leaves himself on the fringe. That is not too bad a place to be. Karandeep Kochar hopefully can save his power, maybe even make a birdie from there. Not too bad a place to have left it. Amardeep Singh Malik, man who's not having the best of days.
Let's see if he can end in style, not having the best of rounds. Amardeep Singh Malik had some brilliant three consecutive rounds of under par, but the wagon has come off the rails today. I think he's going to hit a good shot. What I really like is the way he's standing. Very athletic posture, very good lines.
Absolutely. Amardeep is a person who works a lot on his fitness, his speed, agility, balance, and all of
Look at
those
that
things. What a
golf
brilliant
shot.
golf
Look at
shot.
that beautiful golf shot. That's
Lovely
what
golf
happens
shot.
when you're not having a great round. You sort of want to end in style, and he's done that. Imparting a lot of backspin there. You can see his pitch mark. And always remember, ladies and gentlemen, when you're playing golf, repair your divots, your pitch mark. The aim should be to leave the golf course in the same condition you found it, if not better. They say when you go to the green, try and repair two pitch marks.
Amardeep, of course, also works very hard on his golf swing. In fact, he's gone through a lot of changes in his swing, and they seem to be coming together. Although one odd round in his 4 rounds seems to be derailing his campaigns quite regularly. Nonetheless, we have our leaders Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad, who's one shot behind him, walking up on towards the green now, while the leader group, which started the day as the leader group, is currently behind.
The leader group has just faltered away, as it seems.
I think each of the guys, because they were at the same score, they sort of just went into a mode wherein they were safeguarding each other against each other, and then the other guys just sort of like caught on to that situation and moved up
Yeah, none of
forward.
them really were able to move ahead. Surprised. I thought that at least one of them would Dharma and Ranjit, given their experience, would have been able to shoot better scores. Now, Arjun Prasad, I think realistically speaking, now, unless Dharma can make a birdie and get to 10, I think 10 is a number that could help. But I think Karandeep Kochar, with his short game prowess, should be able to make par.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think Karandeep will have any problems in making par, but Arjun Prasad that needs to go for this chip in. I think this is
Is this going
his
to be
opportunity.
a Tiger Woods moment?
Yeah, this is his opportunity, and he will have to take this chance. I know it's a very difficult choice to make, but at the same time, if his lie is good, then he should be taking that
I think
chance
all he
this
can
time
do is
around.
try and hit a good chip shot. I'm trying to think that you're going to hold it from here. If you be aggressive on this kind of a lie, this kind of a slope, it's actually making it worse. It's only going to go in if it has the perfect speed as well. So
Absolutely. I mean, so it's no good. That if you really want to make a chip in, the first thing to understand is the shot must have good speed and a good dropping point, right? So no matter how hard you try to push that ball into the hole, it's not like it's going to just listen to you. So you can only do that if you have the execution skills, and I'm sure Arjun has those execution skills in place. It's just a matter of if
currently,
this
still,
is the right situation for him to do this in or not.
yes, I for one don't think it's a sealed lock in that Karandeep will make par. It's pretty long chip, if you may, and it turns from left to right. As we've seen previously, the ball sort of falls off the right. So Arjun has to be cognizant of that. I mean, he has to be aggressive, but can't throw caution to the wind and end up
Yes.
making bogey. So he has to be conservatively aggressive. But where he's lying, to be honest, I mean, to think of making that is not that easy. He has to still just aim to hit a good shot. I mean, going in is probably 1 in a million from here, and I think taking the putter, I'm not too sure.
I think
about.
conservatively aggressive is the way to go for him over here.
But taking the putter from here.
Oh my God, I didn't expect that one.
Yes, it's taking the putter is. I don't know. I think it's riskier than chipping, or maybe his lie is such as we saw many players from over the green were sort of duffing their chip because to make optimum contact with the ball and the club is not easy when the grass is growing against you. So this might be prudent, but
Well, I guess we'll only know.
To be honest, I don't really know where it'll end up from here.
We'll know in just a second. Hang in there, Shaurya. Just hang in there.
This is looking.
Has he done a good job? Has he done a good job? Has he done a good job?
Fantastic.
Oh, what a fantastic job there by Arjun Prasad.
The touch of a maestro.
Beautifully done. And one thing is pulling out a club which no one was expecting you to pull, and the other thing is to actually pull off the shot that everyone wanted you to pull out. What a beautiful effort there by Arjun Prasad.
A lovely shot. Has exceeded our expectations.
Karandeep Kochar now has a little bit of work to do. He's got to make that up and down to stay atop. Arjun Prasad in prime position to stay at 10 under par. Still early time to tell whether there's a playoff or not. Still have room to go.
It's not an easy chip. It looks like his ball is nestled against the rough. Yeah, you can see him. So this is not going to be very easy to make clean contact because there is grass behind the ball, and then there is a change.
I think his ball is between the apron and the rough.
Exactly. So that's going to be very difficult because his club to get clean contact is going to be difficult. It's going to have to go through some long grass and then the short grass.
Did it go through some long grass and some short grass?
Shot,
what a great shot by Karandeep Kochar, giving himself just about 5 feet to come back to make
7 to 8 feet. A little bit of a turner there. So that's what I said. Arjun had to give himself a chance because Arjun should be able to make par. So if Karandeep makes it, then it's easy to accept that defeat. But you don't want to make an error and make it easy for Karandeep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You want to make the other player earn the victory, never give.
I think those wise words you use, saying conservatively aggressive,
yes,
those are really the words of a wise man.
No, I've never been accused of being that, but when we're commentating, I'll take that. I'll take that compliment and I'll run with it. And look at this. I think a good advantage for Karandeep is that Amardeep Malik will be showing him the line. Now, if Karandeep is a good student, he should be going to school on this putt because this is the putt that he must really be looking at. I think he'll be rolling right over Karandeep's line. Karandeep not enough view. He must be standing there like a hawk over this putt to see how much it's going to break. And in all fairness, not a very difficult putt, just breaking from the right to the left. And he's done a good job.
Has he got it?
Yes.
That's Amardeep Malik finishing in style on the final hole of the tournament.
A stylish player, staying true to form and making birdie. There you see cracking into a smile there. No matter how bad the round is, you make a birdie on the 18th and life seems a lot better. The sky seems blue, the water seems nice, the grass seems clean. You just make a birdie on the final hole.
M. Dharma has further dropped to tie up with Ranjit Singh at 7 under par now. So this game is just between Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad now. These two gentlemen are going to decide the tournament. M. Dharma and Ranjit Singh and Kapil Kumar, all three in the leader group, falling by the wayside.
I have a feeling he's going to make this putt because he's seen Amardeep's putt. His chip also would have given him a little bit of knowledge about which way it's going to break. And
this putt is going to decide whether we have a playoff or we don't. Are we going to have Karandeep Kochar as the winner of the Gujarat Open? Or are we going into a playoff? Let's see if this hole tells Karandeep Kochar's golf ball, Aavo Padharo, just like Gujarat.
It's just about 3.5, 4 inches outside. And, I think he would have got such a good read from Amardeep Malik's putt. And if any putt from this length, this is the one on this hole. There's no other angle where you can have a makeable putt on this one. A left-right putt is also fraught with danger because you need to match the speed and line. This is the one. If he'd, on this hole from that chip, he would definitely take this putt. My money is on him making it, especially after seeing that.
Has he got this? Has he got this?
I think he
Is
has.
Karandeep Kochar going to be the champion of the Gujarat Open 2022?
Oh, that's
Oh my
unbelievable.
God.
That's brutal.
Karandeep Kochar seems to have played a little bit of an extra line over there. Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad now will be tied up
That's
at
brutal.
10 under par going into a playoff.
That's I wasn't expecting that. That was just hanging on the lip.
Is Arjun Prasad going to make this and take Karandeep with him for the playoff or not?
No,
Remains
Arjun-
to be seen.
Arjun should definitely make this putt, because that'll be really unfortunate if he doesn't go through with this after that brilliant putt. A firm putt just left inside. Committed.
Absolutely. This is.
Do you keep your head down and in a situation like this and just hit the putt and don't even look up, or what do you do?
Bilkul, head down, follow through. Head down,
Left
follow
or
through.
follow through. So Arjun,
That is my mantra.
Arjun, you heard it. Just see the eye of the fish. Just look at the target. Don't think about anything else. Head down, left in, and play off. Here we come.
Arjun Prasad
Tick
saved
tock
par
one.
on the last hole to stay at 10 under par and remain.
That
Oh
is
my
just
God.
Unfortunate. This is unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. We couldn't have written a script like this, and this is heartbreaking. What a push. That's not a good putt at all. Nervy putt by the young man. Unfortunate,
That's going to hurt Arjun Prasad for some time to come. Nonetheless, Arjun Prasad will be finishing runners-up at this tournament. Karandeep Kochar would be our champion at the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022, presented to you by Gujarat Tourism. Back onto that 18th hole where the leader group is just about coming in, although the leader group has fallen by the wayside into tie for third position. And players from the second leader group, namely Karandeep Kochar and Arjun Prasad, caught up the pace. Karandeep Kochar at a score of 10 under par will be our champion of the Gujarat Open 2022, presented to you by Gujarat Tourism. Arjun Prasad would be at 9 under par and finish at this position of runners-up for the tournament. Final scores are coming in. Just the final group remains to be seen. Just a quick run through. We have been watching and telecasting the Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2022, presented to you by Incredible India Sports Authority of Gujarat, and the main sponsor being Gujarat Tourism. The tournament is hosted by PGTI at the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club. We are presenting to you the tournament live on ABP VAH Cricket. The tour has tour partners in Tata Steel, Rolex, American Express, Amritanjan Fruitnik Plus. All of these sponsors are extremely important to keep the tour afloat and make sure that there are tournaments across the country. The PGTI goes across the entire country as well as Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bangladesh to host golf tournaments where professional golfers play. This is a showcase of some of the best professional golfers across Southeast Asia. One of the premier tours in the world, PGTI is taking Indian golf global. The standard of play over here is second to none. Players from across the world come here to compete alongside the Indian golfers, and there are world ranking points also associated with the PGTI, which help players to get onto higher tours just by the virtue of their performances. In fact, Udayan Mane last year made it to the Olympics via his world ranking points that he collected through the PGTI. This is the first tournament of the season of 2022. From here on, the PGTI will be going into the Glade 1 Masters, which is for a prize purse of 40 lakh rupees from the 1st March to the 4th of March, after which the tour moves into Bangladesh.
गुजरात में हर साल करोड़ों टूरिस्ट आते हैं अपने आप उड़कर। यहाँ खुशबू है खुले आसमान की, एक आजाद उड़ान की। फुदक के आ जाओ अपने घोंसले के साथ में। अरे कुछ दिन तो गुजारो गुजरात में। वेलकम टू चंपानेर, द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर। यहाँ खुशबू है प्यार की, आशीर्वाद की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की। कब तक बैठे रहेंगे किताब लेके हाथ में? चलो कुछ दिन गुजारते हैं गुजरात में। गुजरात का सरताज इंडियन वाइल्ड एस 70 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से भागते हैं ये भाई साहब। बड़ा हैंडसम जानवर है। यहाँ खुशबू है वाइल्ड लाइफ की, उनकी देखभाल की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
मोक्ष का द्वार है द्वारका, चारों धामों में से एक धाम जहां बसते हैं मुरली मनोहर श्याम। यहाँ खुशबू है भक्ति की, झांकियों की। यहाँ खुशबू है गुजरात की।
Prasad, Ranjit Singh, and M. Dharma. A big hand for all our top performing players this week. At the end, we had the most deserving winner. Now, to begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI. Mr. Mandi, would request you to please join us here. Mr. Devang Shah, MD Navratna Group. Mr. Dinesh Shah, Chairman Navratna Group. And Ms. Khyati Nayak, Head Business Development, Gujarat Tourism. Thank you all for joining us today. We request Mr. Pranav Shah, MD Navratna Group, to also join us here for the presentation. To start off, I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, to kindly share his thoughts.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We finally concluded our first event of season 22. I guess the last couple of years have been tough for everyone. And I'm hopeful that things get better so that we can have a fantastic season this year. I'd like to congratulate Karandeep. Great victory, buddy. Arjun, hard luck. I know you're right there. And Ranjit, Dharma, I guess I was following them about a hole, I would say, a hole and a half, till I saw them mess up and I disappeared. But hard luck. I guess there's always the next week waiting for you guys. That's what they say about golf. Always the next week to come back. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Gujarat Tourism. Mr. Alok Kumar Pandey, who's the MD, unfortunately couldn't be here with us this afternoon. But I'd like to thank Ms. Khyati Nayak, who's been a great pillar of strength for professional golf and for the Professional Golf Tour of India. I know we've been troubling you right through, but she's always been there to back us in various events, always stepped out of the comfort zone from Gujarat and coming into other cities as well. So thank you very much for all your support. Also like to thank Sports Authority of Gujarat. They've been a great supporter even the last time, so thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have you all on board. Having said that, I'd like to a special thank you to Kalhar Blues and Greens. Dinesh sir, Devang, Pranav, thank you very much. I mean, you guys have been so supportful for these last few weeks. We did our qualifying school here. I don't think the players could have got a better golf course to play on. And considering that, to have an event here this week with so many rounds being played, with so many players, I think hats off. I mean, the course is in immaculate shape. The players are speaking about it themselves. So thank you very much for all your support, sir. Without your support, I guess we wouldn't have been here today. So thank you very much. A number of tour partners that we have, they've been very supportive for the last couple of years, without which I guess we would not have gone through this tide during this pandemic. So I'd like to thank each and every one of them who've been a pillar of strength for us as well. And of course, the media, thank you very much for the kind of coverage that you've been giving us. That's what we need to help grow the tour. So thank you all very much and see you all very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Devang Shah, MD Navratna Group, to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Mundi said everything, so I have very little to add. All I want to do is that I really thank all the players coming from different parts of the country to come here and play, enjoy this golf course. I hope the best player won. So congratulations. I sincerely like to thank my maintenance team. I think they've done a fantastic job. Ranjit and all your team members, operations, Sudhir Singh and your team, and FNB also comes under you. So very well done. we can always improve, but this was well done. Again, I wish all the players a great year ahead. You're playing one more event in Ahmedabad. Hope you all will play well and get some good world ranking points. And wish you all the very best for coming tournaments.
Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Khyati Nayak, Head Business Development, Gujarat Tourism, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to congratulate PGTI, Kalhar, Navrachna Group. It's always been a pleasure to be with such tournaments, and this is our second time here in Kalhar. And I believe it's one of the finest golf courses in India. And it's like we would like to have more and more associations with PGTI and golf courses of Gujarat. And my heartiest congratulations to all the golfers. It's winning is just one part of this game, but I congratulate every golfers around the globe. Thank you so very much for everything. And Gujarat Tourism is always on board with you people. So keep on doing the great things in golf and connect the golf with tourism always. Thank you so very much.
Thank you to Gujarat Tourism for all the support. Moving on to the prize distribution, we'll first start with the runner-up, and I'd request Mr. Devang Shah, Mr. Pranav Shah, and Mr. Dinesh Shah to kindly do the honors, jointly give away the prize to the runner-up, which was Arjun Prasad. A total of 9 under 279, scores of 73, 65, 70, and 71. A fantastic week for him. He takes away a prize money check worth 4,46,600. It's now time for the grand prize, the winning professional, and I'd request Ms. Khyati Nayak to kindly do the honors by presenting the check to the winner. And our winner this week, Karandeep Kochar, his fourth title, scores of 64, 75, 69, and 70 for a total of 10 under 278. He takes prize money worth rupees 6,46,600 and the trophy. It's Karandeep's fourth title. It's now time for the customary winner's speech, so I'd request Karandeep to kindly join me here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Gujarat Tourism, Sports Authority of Gujarat, Incredible India, Tata Steel, Kalhar Blues and Greens for all their support this week, and all of the tour partners, Rolex, for their support. We wouldn't be here. Their support to Indian golf is really, really important, and I think I can speak on behalf of all the players that we are really grateful for all of your support. Thank you so much. To the course staff, you guys did an amazing job, especially with the Q School as well. The course was in great condition, crisp, fairways, good greens. I think all of us really enjoyed it, so a big thanks again. To all the refs, PGTI, you guys have done an amazing job with the pandemic, bringing in so many good events for us back to back. So this, I think, this starts a 9-week or an 8-week stretch for us, which I don't think I've seen since I've come on the tour. So a big thanks to Uttam sir, your team. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much. I would like to thank my parents, who unfortunately aren't here with me. My grandparents, my whole family. I wouldn't be here without their support and their trust in me. So I'm really grateful for them. I would like to thank my sponsor, FootJoy Titleist, Paritosh, for all your help and for your help to the store as well. So thank you for that. Lastly, I would like to thank Varun Parekh and his family for hosting me this week. You guys are unbelievable. And congratulations to you as well on having such a great week last week. And I hope you play well this season. Thank you.
Thank you, Karandeep, and congratulations. Karandeep continues the momentum from last year. He was second on the PGTI Order of Merit last year. I would now request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly present a plaque as a token of appreciation on behalf of PGTI to Ms. Khyati Nayak. Well, we're coming to the end of this prize presentation ceremony, but before we wrap up, we'd like to thank the presenting partner, Gujarat Tourism, host venue, Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club, all members of the club, associate partners, Sports Authority of Gujarat and Incredible India, Mr. Devang Shah, Mr. Pranav Shah, Mr. Dinesh Shah, Mr. Sudarshan Singh, GM Kalhar Blues and Greens, Mr. Rohan, Mr. Ram Milan, and the F&B team, Mr. Ranjit, the course manager, all players and officials, and of course, our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. Thank you and see you all next year. Jai Hind.